With an expressionless face, Hanli raised his hand, releasing a blue light from his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to become a huge shield and received the strike from the huge brick. Bang! Yellow and blue light intertwined as the brick and the shield remained at a standstill. When Hanli saw the shield fall back towards him, he calmly pointed at it, and in a flash of blue light, it came to a sudden stop. Then the huge brick circled around the shield and smashed towards Hanli. Hanli coldly smiled and disappeared once more in a flash of silver light. The yellow-robed old man was alarmed by this and raised his hand without another thought, summoning a small purple flag into his hand. It quickly transformed into a purple cloud that surrounded his body. In that same moment, the old man heard thunder coming from his left. As soon as Hanli appeared, he opened his mouth and spat a small sword towards the purple cloud. An instant later, a layer of deep blue flame emerged from within it. When the old man saw the blue flames on top of the sword, he lost his composure and wore a face full of terror. His body instantly blurred 3 meters away in an attempt to dodge the sword. But against his complete expectations, a woman suddenly appeared behind him as if she had already anticipated where he would dodge. She raised her hand and released an azure ball that struck at the spell warrior like a bolt of lightning. The woman appeared without a trace, like a ghost. It was as if Hanli coordinated with this woman to perform a precise and incisive strike. Even with such skilled execution, the old man was able to see this coming through his spiritual sense. But at such a short distance he was unable to dodge. His only choice was to surge the entirety of his magic power into the purple cloud covering his body. He was somewhat confident in the treasure that formed from the transformed purple cloud. A huge explosion sounded out as golden and azure light brilliant flashed. The purple cloud had crumpled in the exchange and the old man within was in a pathetic shape. Half of his body was gone, and the remaining half was engulfed in azure flames. Overwhelmed with disbelief and furious alarm, resentment appeared on the old man's face as he gritted his teeth. With a boom, body combusted and a blinding streak of yellow light flew through the skies, revealing an inch-large nascent soul with the exact same face as the old man. Seeing the circumstances were far from good, he decisively anticipated to abandon his body and flew out as a nascent soul in a vain attempt to flee. However, Hanli had already anticipated this. Just as the old man's nascent soul attempted to escape, he disappeared in a flash of silver light and blocked the nascent soul's escape path. He waved his hand, summoning a golden net from his hand in a clang of thunder. In that same moment, a small sword covered in blue flames shot out from his sleeve as well. The nascent soul wore a face of terror upon the sight of Hanli, and spat out an inch-large bowl in its panic. The sparkling silver bowl charged forward to meet the oncoming golden net, and before they made contact, the old man's nascent soul caused it to rupture with a spell seal. In a burst of silver light, countless fragments shot at the lightning net, faintly shaking it upon impact. In that short moment of delay, the nascent soul employed an instantaneous movement technique. In a flash of yellow light, the nascent soul disappeared without a trace, only to appear 100 meters away. It then disappeared from sight in a brilliant streak of yellow light. The golden net was a step too late and allowed the prey to escape. Hanli frowned and glanced in the direction the nascent soul had escaped, possessing no intention of chasing it. Such a wise and decisive character is rarely seen. In order to save his life, he actually destroyed his own personal magic treasure. A white-clothed woman suddenly appeared, holding the old man's storage pouch in her hand. Hanli gloomily snorted. A mere stroke of luck. With both the thunderstorm wings and the celestial ice flames, the Milan spell warrior was as good as him. It seemed killing an off-guard high-grade spell warrior was harder than he thought. Hanli glanced at Silvermoon and said, "Regardless, it seems your movement technique is much more powerful than before. You are even able to conceal yourself a close distance away." Silvermoon smiled. The four-pupiled fox is truly adept as concealment techniques. With my recent advancements, I'll be able to easily attack them, given that Master is occupying their attention. Good. Hanli indifferently nodded. Although Silvermoon was only his tool spirit, she was also the only other person who knew of the secret of his small bottle. But at an unknown time he faintly felt a veil of mystery shroud her. After a few more words with Silvermoon, Hanli turned his head to examine the battlefield. After further examining it, Han Li was able to see through the chaos. At the greatest heights of the sky, there were 6 late nascent soul cultivators battling. Excluding them, there were 3 sections of the battle. One was the small-scale skirmishes. Cultivators and spell warriors would head out in various sized groups spanning from several tens to even 1,000, and would fight at each other in close quarters. These cultivators and spell warriors were very adept at fighting in their groups. As a result, they were much stronger together than alone. Both sides found it difficult to eliminate one another, and they were stuck at a standstill. Additionally, they were battles where a few individuals fought against a crowd of enemies. These cultivators and spell warriors possessed superior cultivation. These battles were far more dangerous than the group battles. A single mistake could lead to death in both body and soul. Finally, there were those wielding unfathomable techniques and treasures as they stood in confrontation. The most eye-catching of them was a large black mist floating in the air, releasing sharp wails. Any spell warrior that was captured by the mist immediately fell from the sky as a corpse. Whenever it appears, the nearby spell warriors would always fearfully keep their distance. And behind the ghost mist, there would be several fearless spell warriors that continuously struck at the mist with wind and lightning attribute spell techniques and magic treasures. Each strike seemed to scatter a small portion of the mist. However, there were still people continuously waving their flag magic tools within the mist and summoning more mist. This left the Milan spell warriors without a good plan to deal with it. In another area, there were a dozen nascent soul-grade cultivators that were currently engaged in a battle against a 300-meter-tall stone giant. It appeared to be made of ordinary stone, but not only was its figure large, but a few small stones would rain down every time it moved its body. These cultivators didn't dare to receive the giant's attack even under the protection of the spell formations. Additionally, there were several spell warriors standing on top of its head and shoulders. They were assisting the giant with their own magic treasures. There were also a few cultivators and spell warriors that were engaged in a battle using magnificent treasures, each possessing power far beyond ordinary ancient treasures. These sect and tribe protecting treasures have greatly opened Han Li's horizons. Although Han Li emerged from the blood barrier, he remained idle as he observed the nearby fights due to the chaos. He was about a kilometer away from the nearest battles, but even so, 2 Milan sages emerged from the fray and flew towards Han Li with overbearing momentum. Seeing Han Li ruthlessly dispatch of a similarly ranked spell warrior in an instant, the two had no certainty of victory. However, they couldn't allow this nascent soul cultivator to reign free, or the damage he will cause will be far too great. Come! Han Li coldly ordered Silvermoon. He then flew towards a neighboring blood barrier. When Silvermoon saw this, she wore a strange smile as she chased after him. An azure streak of light appeared above the blood-red barrier, and was soon struck by a lightning bead. Afterwards, Han Li disappeared once more in front of another blood barrier. Han Li planned free these other nascent soul cultivators before planning what to do. A huge explosion sounded out, along with a streak of scarlet light flying out from the gap in the blood barrier. With a series of laughter, the freed man said, "I, Shattered Soul, cannot thank you enough for your assistance." The scarlet light disappeared to reveal a gray-robed cultivator. Daoist Shattered Soul? Han Li was slightly surprised to see that this was the first person he rescued. "Fellow Daoist, block those 2 for me while I rescue the others." With a quick thought, Han Li immediately gave him a voice transmission. So it turned out to be fellow Daoist Han. "Your kindness cannot be thanked with words. Please allow me to deal with them." The gray-robed cultivator revealed shock upon seeing Han Li, but he soon agreed. In a streak of white light, he flew over to face the 2 Milan sages. When Han Li saw this with his spiritual sense, he inwardly smiled and quickly flew over to another blood barrier. With a wave of his hand, another azure light was released. But at that moment something unexpected had occurred. The top of the blood barrier flashed with gray light, revealing a large embroidered robed man. He looked at the incoming lightning bead with a solemn expression. Han Li was shocked. How was this person able to conceal himself there without even the slightest trace? When Han Li swept his spiritual sense past this person, he couldn't help but reveal his alarm. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Han Li found that the large embroidered robed man actually possessed a late nascent soul cultivation. He was a Mulan divine sage. Wasn't it said that the Mulan only had 3 divine sages? Before Han Li could recover from his shock, the large embroidered-robed man had grabbed the air in the direction of the incoming lightning bead. In Han Li's alarm, he hastily pointed to the lightning bead and had it change direction, but it was too late. A large azure hand suddenly appeared and grabbed onto it with indomitable might, holding it firm in place. Han Li raised his brow and instantly formed an incantation gesture with his hands, detonating the lightning bead's restrictions. Gold and azure light ruptured from within the large hand, scattering both itself and the hand without a trace. The large embroidered-robed man coldly snorted, but with a flicker of azure light, his expression returned to normal. Han Li remained in place, staring at him in silence. The large embroidered-robed man watched him and asked, "Are you Han Li, the cultivator that wields the golden lightning bamboo?" Rather than answer, Han Li asked, "The Mulan should only have 3 divine sages. Who are you?" The large embroidered-robed man said in an indifferent tone, "Good. Since you know that I am a divine sage and you are able to remain calm, it seems you are the one that divine sage Zhong spoke of. My name is Zhong, the 4th Mulan divine sage." "The 4th Mulan sage? This is the first time I've ever heard of this. Regardless, that manifested hand of yours seems incapable of restraining that lightning of bead. It seems you haven't entered late nascent soul stage for long, and have yet to consolidate your cultivation." Han Li spoke without restraint as he stared at Zhong. In that same moment he casually pointed to the various sword lights in front of his body, gathering them together to form a sheet of azure light guarding him. "It's true that I've only entered late nascent soul stage for a few years, but do you think you can be a match for me? Your arrogance is quite great." Zhong sneered. If he were alone that'd be the case. "But I am also here." A woman suddenly spoke and Han Li soon rejoiced. "Who are you?" In the spell warrior's surprise, a stern glint appeared in his eyes. "I didn't expect that after I hadn't seen you for 100 years, fellow Daoist Tian would actually enter late nascent soul stage. You've greatly surprised me. Let's see whether or not your abilities have grown." Soon after this was said, white light flashed to reveal a red-robed beauty floating in the air. She was coldly staring at Zhong. When he saw her, his expression stirred. "So it was Lady Feng, but you came here by yourself. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to Long Han? You and your husband have always fought together." "No worries, my husband is being protected by over 1,000 cultivators. Even if you divine sages were to personally attack him, you wouldn't be able to touch him. That's why I came over to test the abilities of the 4th divine sage. Fellow Daoist Han, go ahead and rescue the others." Once this was said, she raised her arm and extended her fingers, summoning a bottle of crystalline flames into her palm. Before she even began to cast her techniques, the bottle was already shining with red light as a raging flame flourished within it. The fire spirit bottle. Zhong wore a grave expression. As for Han Li, he flew away in a streak of azure light after hearing her. Zhong's expression grew solemn and he tossed a spirit beast pouch into the air. In a flash of rainbow light, the pouch released 2 identical winged beasts. They had an azure eagle's body and tiger heads. Heavenly tigers. Han Li was alarmed by the beast's appearance and couldn't help but shout out their name. It was an extremely rare flying beast located in the Mulan Plains. It was capable of both wind and earth attribute magic techniques and was incredibly difficult to deal with. Although the 2 of them only possessed late core formation cultivation, they weren't to be underestimated. At that moment the 2 heavenly tigers roared, unfolding their wings. In a flash of azure light, they disappeared and reappeared near Han Li, glaring at him as if he were their prey. At that moment the light surrounding his body disappeared and he came to a sudden stop. Instant movement. Han Li inwardly cursed. He had long heard of demon beasts capable of instantaneous movement, but he didn't expect it to be true. It won't be easy to break free of these 2 beasts. Zhong didn't stop with the 2 demon beasts. In a blur he created an identical doppelganger of himself and it began to move as if it were true to life. The only difference was that the doppelganger was completely enveloped in a screen of azure light, and his appearance was brimming with dazzling light as if he were a hollow image. External incarnation. Lady Feng shouted in alarm, a strange expression on her face. It came as no surprise that he was capable of an external incarnation, but she hadn't seen one so strange before. The azure light doppelganger quickly shot towards Han Li without any obstruction from Lady Feng. At that moment she was fully occupied with Tianzhong. After Tianzhong spat out a sparkling rainbow wheel, he said, "This way I'll be able to properly test the might of the both of you." With that said, he pointed to the colorful wheel, causing it to fly over to Lady Feng as a rainbow mist. When she saw this, she solemnly struck the fire spirit bottle with a spell seal. The bottle trembled for a moment before red light flourished from within, releasing countless threads of raging flame. These flames appeared completely unordinary and moved as if they were alive. One moment they were scattered while in another they were together. But then the flames roiled, transforming into several huge crimson snakes before rushing to meet the rainbow light mist. Hearing an explosion nearby, Han Li immediately knew that Tianzhong and Lady Feng have already begun to fight without having to look. Not that he could. He was watching the two heavenly tigers that were glaring at him as well as the azure doppelganger. He wouldn't be able to free the other cultivators like this. With the two famous characters battling behind him, it seemed there would be no further attention spared on this part of the battlefield. Having thought that, he gave several lightning beads to Silvermoon so that she could sneak off to free the other cultivators, but there wasn't any opportunity for that now. He would have to first defeat the three opponents in front of him before he could consider other matters. With that thought, Han Li reached for his waist and released his own spirit beast pouch, summoning a large swarm of glistening gold devouring beetles. They formed a large revolving cloud above him. Han Li clutched a hand incantation and disappeared into the beetle swarm. Then with a loud buzz, azure light flashes several times from within, splitting the golden swarm into 3 divisions, each of them rushing towards a different enemy. Gold devouring beetles. If they were fully mature, I might have had something to fear. The azure light doppelganger coldly snorted and spoke with a voice similar to Tianzhong's. As for the two heavenly tigers, they spread their wings upon seeing the gold devouring beetles and retreated 70 meters away, revealing an expression of fear. At that moment, the azure doppelganger opened his mouth, releasing 3 bull-thick beams of light towards each mass of gold devouring beetles. With each beam, the azure light doppelganger turned a fraction darker. It even appeared a few inches shorter as a result. The 3 beams of light, extremely quick and accurately, struck each of the beetle swarms. With each flash of azure light, a 3-meter-wide sphere of azure light appeared, trapping each of the 3 clouds of beetles. In his alarm, Han Li pointed to the 3 swarms, having them each line the walls of the barrier in an attempt to devour them. But a short moment later, Han Li's expression grew unsightly. The barrier was exceptionally durable, and the gold-devouring beetles were slow in breaking it down. Since the 3 azure light barriers were all made of pure wood attribute spirit chi, it could trap the gold-devouring beetles for quite a while. With the combined abilities of the azure doppelganger's restriction abilities and the heavenly tiger's instantaneous movement, Han Li sensed this battle would be difficult to deal with. Could it be that the 4th divine sage was prepared to deal with him? As Han Li pondered about this, he felt a sense of dread. His guesses weren't far from the truth. When the Mulan's higher echelon had discussed the matter, they had given the task of killing Han Li over to Tianzhong. As a result, Divine Sage Zhu and the others had given him the Heavenly Tiger along with several other treasures capable of restraining Han Li. When the battle started, the Mulan hadn't anticipated that Han Li would join the wagered battles. As such, Divine Sage Tianzhong had tossed the matter to the back of his mind. But when Han Li reappeared, exterminating a group of spell warriors and the body of a sage, Tianzhong immediately noticed Han Li. Regardless of whether he was being blocked from rescuing the other trapped cultivators or being killed to fulfill the Sifting sex exchange, Han Li had no choice but to fight. But he also didn't expect that Long Han would risk sending his wife Feng Bing to assist Han Li once he noticed that Han Li broke free. If Han Li truly managed to save the trapped cultivators, the war would shift in the Heavenly South's favor. Seeing that the gold-devouring beetles had yet to make any progress in escaping, Han Li was filled with gloom. Before he could do anything else, the 2 heavenly tigers regained their courage upon seeing the gold-devouring beetles be restrained. In a series of azure flashes, the 2 spirit beasts disappeared from sight. Han Li coldly smiled in response and flung his sleeve, summoning a blue shield in front of him. At that same moment he pointed to the swarm of swords in front of him. They surged with sword chi and began to revolve around Han Li, forming an impenetrable barrier. Soon azure light flashed next to Han Li, revealing the two heavenly tigers. They opened their mouths and each spat out a blinding orb of light. Han Li wore a stern expression upon seeing the attack and had his sword lights part into two to meet the incoming orbs of light. Two muffled explosions sounded out as the sword lights easily shattered the orbs of light. Afterwards they swept their way to the two spirit beasts. When the heavenly tigers saw this, cunning shined from their eyes before they teleported a distance away. In his fury, Han Li was about to command the sword light to pursue them, but the azure doppelganger suddenly attacked. Just as Han Li's battle with the doppelganger continued, both Long Han and the shriveled old spell warrior gave the command for their armies to unleash their killing maneuvers. 7 white-haired nascent soul cultivators flew out from behind Long Han with a calm expression, each of them wielding an ancient treasure. As for the spell warriors, a troop of nascent soul spell warriors flew out, the woman surnamed Lu amongst their ranks. Under the shriveled old spell warrior's signal, she carefully took out a bronze lantern from her storage pouch and held it in her hand. Chapter 775. The 7 Great Truths Cultivators versus the Sacred Bird. The woman surnamed Lu sent the ancient lantern into the sky and released a trace of white nascent flame from her mouth, lighting the ancient lantern. With both hands forming an incantation gesture in the shape of a lotus flower, she muttered a cryptic incantation, summoning a white lotus beneath her as it slowly blossomed. It was done with such grace that she appeared otherworldly. Her incantation was filled with an indescribably ancient aura. Then with a tremble from the bronze lantern, mirages suddenly emerged from the lamp, forming 8 identical copies of itself. They then began to revolve around themselves before separating into 3 different circles that slowly circled around each other. The woman surnamed Lu flicked her finger, striking each of the ancient lanterns with various spell seals. Azure light brightly shined, causing 9 flames to simultaneously float from the lanterns, and met at the center of them, turning into a head-sized azure flame. The woman then spat out a mist of blood essence at the azure flames. The flames engulfed it, burning all the more brightly and vastly increasing in energy. A short moment later, a clear cry echoed and a foot-long azure bird emerged from the flames. The magnificent peacock appeared graceful with long azure feathers and a pair of jewel-like fire-red eyes. It arrogantly glanced around and tilted its neck when it saw the woman surnamed Lu beneath it. It began to speak to her in an ancient language from the time of antiquity. After deeply saluting at the bird 3 times, she replied to it through voice transmission. The shriveled old man watched this with a grave expression. Spell warrior Lu stopped talking in an ancient language and she flipped her hand, taking out a pink, fragrant pearl. When the azure peacock saw this, he revealed an expression of joy and sucked it into its mouth in an azure mist. With a crackle, a halo of light glowed azure peacock and azure flames roiled around it. As a sharp cry screamed through the air, it transformed into a huge bird of flames and unfolded its wings, engulfing 5 kilometers of the sky in fire tribute spiritual chi. The cultivators and spell warriors who used fire tribute techniques suddenly felt their power weaken, much to their alarm. The fire spirit chi in the air began to gather together like rivers to an ocean and poured into the azure bird's body. As a result, it began to expand, causing the azure flames on its body to grow all the brighter. All the cultivators within 5 kilometers stilled their hand and looked at the azure firebird with shock. The nearby temperatures had instantly risen. Even under the protection of magic tools, they felt as if they were beside a furnace. But when the spell warriors saw this, they revealed an expression of joy. It's the sacred bird. Sage Lu has summoned it. This battle is ours. A few spell warriors shouted out with loud voices. Soon they began to launch frantic attacks at the cultivators with great excitement. The shriveled old man wore a rare smile upon seeing the might of the sacred bird. When the black-robed woman from the Sifting sect saw the azure peacock, a strange expression flickered from her face. She then said, "Only a sacred bird at deity transformation stage is able to control the fire spirits of heaven and earth. It is no wonder it is your most valued weapon. However, your sacred bird may be powerful, but when it emerged it was only at early nascent soul stage. and it was only able to barely ascend to late nascent soul stage after absorbing all that fire spirit chi. That should be a doppelganger of sorts. Else, the Mulan definitely wouldn't have lost so much land against the soaring tribes. After glancing at the black-robed woman, the shriveled old man calmly replied, "Lady Lu is no ordinary character I see. The sacred bird's true body isn't present, but that is only a small matter. Even late nascent soul cultivators are no match against it." The black-robed woman nodded. "That's right. Being able to absorb so much worldly spiritual power is something only deity transformation stage beings can do. But just this ability alone already puts it in an invincible position." The shriveled old man chuckled and didn't reply. As for the 7 white-clothed old men, just as they used their various ancient treasures to strike the spell warriors, they spotted the huge bird within an azure sun and were dumbstruck. The gray-robed old man in charge wore a grim expression and said, "Not good. That demon beast isn't something that ordinary cultivators can withstand. We must block it." Another old man responded with a lively tone, "Then what are we waiting for him? Let's use the 7 treasures of great truths to kill them. That demon bird isn't something from this world. We cannot allow it to cast any spells." Soon after, he transformed into a streak of yellow light and flew straight towards the azure sun. When the others saw him, they immediately followed his lead. As for their leader, the gray-robed old man, he appeared hesitant but followed after them as well after a sigh. When the 7 cultivators approached the azure sun, the Mulan sacred beast had already finished absorbing the fire spirit chi nearby, and its body grew to over 80 meters tall. It glanced down at the several cultivators with an entirely hostile expression. With a malicious glint in its eyes, it unfurled its wings and launched a barrage of fist-sized azure fireballs towards the 7. Before the 7 old men could begin their attack, they felt a wave of warm wind. Their bodies were immediately dry, but they felt their hearts tremble. Under the vast barrage azure fireballs, the old man with long eyebrows slapped his storage pouch and flung a crystalline ice net towards the fireballs. In a flash of white light, all of the fireballs had been captured by it. When the long-eyebrowed old man saw this, he smiled, but soon his complexion paled. The ice net ruptured only after a moment, thoroughly dissolved by the azure flames that it held. In that time, the fireballs transformed into a pillar of flame and shot to the men with overbearing momentum. "Go!" The old man in the lead swiftly released his own magic treasures, a milky white ancient mirror. It flew out and circled once before releasing a white barrier that staved back the azure flames. But when the others saw the ice net dissolve, they felt their breaths turn cold. They knew that common magic tools wouldn't prove useful against an azure flame. Quickly use the devil isolating formation. "Seal that demon bird," the leading old man shouted. When the other cultivators heard this, they hastily commanded their ancient treasures. A red club, yellow halberd, medallion, small cauldron, jade fan, and a scepter soared into the sky, surrounding the huge bird. Then after a series of clear rings, the ancient mirror transformed into a rainbow, raising a rainbow barrier that not only withstood the azure flames but also trapped the huge bird. When the azure bird saw this, its eyes were filled with fury. It pecked downward, its beak surrounded by a dense layer of azure radiance. An instant later, a tall old man suddenly felt his medallion treasure tremble. With a huge bang, it was struck back and flew straight towards him. In his alarm, he hurriedly struck his medallion with several spell seals in an attempt to stop its momentum, but the medallion only paused for just a moment before ruthlessly continuing onward towards the old man. But just as it was about to strike him, a silhouette suddenly blurred behind him and placed his hands on his shoulders, pouring in a huge amount of spiritual chi into his body. "Quickly cast the technique. I'll lend you my strength." The leading old man spoke with a cold voice, rousing the tall old man's spirits. In a single breath, the tall old man cast 5 spell seals and stopped the medallion from coming any closer. The two couldn't help but sigh with relief, having regained control of it. As this occurred, dread filled the hearts of the other old men. They became more vigilant and hurriedly exerted the utmost power of their ancient treasures. Various colored light intertwined and combined together to block the strikes from the huge bird's light-clad beak. Not far away, Spell Warrior Lu glanced at the scene and turned her head around to look at the ancient lantern. After a moment of hesitation, she remained still. Until the lantern oil fully burned, she needed to guard it and couldn't eliminate the cultivators attacking the sacred bird. Leaving the lantern alone would prove disastrous. The shriveled old spell warrior revealed surprise when he saw the old cultivators tying down the sacred bird, but he didn't seem to pay it any mind. He wasn't worried about the bird deity that they had worshipped with tens of thousands of years. It clearly had the advantage. Regardless of how powerful those 7 magic treasures may be, they aren't any match for the sacred bird. It would definitely be able to strike down the 7 cultivators before the lantern oil was finished burning. These 7 should be the ultimate killers of the heavenly south. With that thought, the shriveled old spell warrior turned his eyes to glance at Long Han, who was standing in front of an army of over 1,000 cultivators with a sullen expression. I didn't expect for the Mulan of being capable of summoning such a powerful demon bird. This will be troublesome. Long Han muttered to himself with a sullen expression. Then with a loud voice he coldly said, "Quickly release the spirit phantoms. Take advantage of moments the 7 great truths cultivators are giving us and use them to great effect." Soon after he gave the order, several tens of birds shining with pitch-black light flew out from the cultivator army. Additionally, there were several cultivators who took out a spirit talisman from their storage pouch and slapped it on a statue. In a flash of green light, the spirit talisman merged into the status and the cultivators immediately sat on the ground, motionless. A short moment later, the eyes of the pitch-black phantom birds shined with a chilling blue light, and they extended their claws as much as they could before flying down to the spell warriors below. As for the cultivators who slapped the talismans on the statue, their heads began to roll as if they fell asleep. When the shriveled old man saw this, a trace of mockery appeared on his face. He turned around to the black-robed woman and politely said, "The time has come for your esteemed self to give them the lethal blow. Lady Lu, release your copper-armored corpses. We can seize victory now." Satisfaction appeared on the shriveled old man's face. The black-robed woman's eyes twinkled for a moment before she calmly said, "Brother Zhu, don't be hasty. Let's wait a moment more. A majority of my sect's copper-armored corpses possess Foundation establishment cultivation. So long as we wait until the Heavenly South cultivators exhausted their strength, the corpses will be able to rout them." After frowning a moment, he hesitated before nodding. Fine. So long as you don't change your mind, we can wait a little bit more." He felt her words felt a bit of reason. Chapter 776. Might of the Spirit Subjugation Taliman. At that moment, Han Li felt particularly gloomy. Half of it was due to the 2 heavenly tigers' cunning. They stuck to him like tar, but they didn't dare to face him on a one-on-one battle. They merely harassed him at close range. Not long after, he deliberately left an opening and managed to bait one of the beasts into attacking him. As a result of fierce retaliation, Han Li cleaved one of the demon beast's claws in half. But from then on, the 2 demon beasts switched to continue attacking him from a distance using light orbs, rather than staying close to him. But every time that Han Li attempted to shake them off with his thunderstorm wings, the demon beasts immediately chased after him and bothered him without end. As for the other reason for his gloominess, it was the azure light doppelganger. It seemed to be formed out of pure wood spirit chi and couldn't be harmed by the bamboo cloud's worm swords. Regardless of how much sword chi struck his body, it would scatter and become one with him. This was the first time Han Li had encountered such a situation. It proved rather eye-opening. When Han Li saw this, he used the celestial ice flames to attack, but he didn't expect that the azure doppelganger would spit out a blue bowl that was capable of absorbing the flames. This had caused a cold tremble down Han Li's back. Fortunately, as he had already refined the celestial ice flames to be one with his body, he was able to will the flames to struggle free from the bowl and return back into his body. Since the amount of ice flames refined in his body wasn't much, even the loss of a slight sliver was significant. As a result, Han Li didn't dare to use the purple apex flames. As for the 1,000-fold mountain and his other treasures, Han Li used them to little effect before putting them away. Although the azure doppelganger wasn't unkillable, as each wound would cause its light to dim and its figure to grow shorter, it wasn't an enemy that he could deal with in a short amount of time. Fortunately, it didn't have any particularly vicious attacks and magic treasures. It was only capable of attacking him with threads of azure chi, something that Han Li could easily deal with. It seemed that this doppelganger only wished to tie him down. As for the red-clothed woman Feng Bing, despite being at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage, her strength was still vastly lacking as she fought against the late-nascent soul stage spell warrior. She used her techniques and abilities to their greatest extent, but she still found herself at a disadvantage. The fourth divine sage would occasionally glance over at Han Li, causing him to feel greatly uneasy as if there were needles bearing into his back. At that moment, the 7 Great Truths cultivators were only barely able to withstand the attacks of the Mulan's sacred bird. Han Li's heart sank at the sight. As of current, their only hope of victory would be freeing the cultivators trapped by the blood barrier. Otherwise, they would have no chance of recovering their momentum and they would be forced to retreat in a massive defeat. After a moment of thought, Han Li resolved himself, unwilling to allow the standstill to continue. He immediately released several sword streaks in order to repel the heavenly tigers for a moment. He then slapped his storage pouch and took out a wooden box with talismans sealed all over it. When the doppelganger saw this, he yelped in surprise and promptly attacked Han Li in a barrage of wood spirit threads. Han Li's figure blurred. With a quick command, his body glowed with sword light and cut down the attacking threads. Azure light then flashed from the wooden box and the talisman's seals were released. A streak of crimson light flew out from the box and revolved once in Han Li's palm. It was the Spirit Subjugation Talisman. Han Li slapped the crimson talisman on his body without the slightest hesitation and it disappeared in a flash of crimson light. Azure light glowed from Han Li's face as he took a deep breath, summoning a huge flood dragon phantom in front of him. It was over 30 meters large and had a body of crimson, appearing exactly the same as the grade 8 venomous flood dragon. The flood dragon coiled above Han Li before releasing a sky-shaking roar, shaking the hearts of all the cultivators nearby, momentarily putting a stop to the fighting from the shock. When Tianzhong saw this, he frowned and a solemn expression appeared on his face. As for Feng Bing, her eyes twinkled as if looking forward to its performance. With the roar finished, the flood dragon charged towards the sky in a spiral and its figure quickly shrank before burrowing itself into Han Li's body without a trace. At that moment, Han Li felt a wave of scorching heat in his body as the small image of a flood dragon was burned into his back, glowing with crimson light. At that moment, crimson light pulsed from Han Li's body as fingernail-sized crimson scales began to emerge one by one, glistening with light. Then with a sharp pain from his head, an exquisite bright flood dragon horn emerged with 10 sharp points. When Han Li felt the astonishing spiritual qi emitting from his body, he found himself in awe. Although the Spirit Subjugation Talisman had mentioned its effects slightly, that was capable of refining a demon soul's cultivation and taking it into one's body to vastly increase their cultivation. It had never mentioned that the user would have their body become semi-demonic. Of course, this kind of demon transformation was quite weaker than a spirit fuse technique. At the very least, he didn't grow a fong and a flood dragon tail. Rather, it strongly resembled Man Huzi von heaven-bearing devil arts. Han Li sighed and gently stroked his horn without speaking a word. Of course, Han Li couldn't have known that the founder of this talisman had created the talisman to make up for the flaws of the spirit fuse technique. Not only was the user now able to retain his original consciousness, but they wouldn't overdraft their vitality and caused harm to their lifespan. The sole flaw was that it was incredibly difficult to refine. In this world, most cultivators wouldn't even have the opportunity to spot a grade 8 demon beast, let alone acquire grade 8 demon souls. Additionally, the manifested demon soul would have to be refined, else it would bring about harm. Although low-grade demon souls could also be refined into a spirit-subjugating talisman, the demonic qi of their souls would be too impure. Once it was turned into a talisman, it would display the same effects as the spirit fuse technique. So it was particularly stressed that only demon souls at grade 8 and higher could be used to refine a spirit subjugation talisman. Although Han Li was somewhat surprised, he felt his cultivation suddenly rise to the peak of early nascent soul stage. The talisman's effects were truly effective. Additionally, the 2 heavenly tigers felt rather uneasy from the flood dragon aura that Han Li's body emitted. But after the azure doppelganger shouted at them, the 2 heavenly tigers regained their calm. Han Li coldly smiled and he unfolded the thunderstorm wings, reappearing 30 meters away in a ring of thunder. When the 2 heavenly tigers saw this, they hastily chased after him in a flash of azure light. Soon after, they closely chased after Han Li and spat out several balls of light at him in succession. A cold glint flickered from his eyes and thunder rang from his wings once more. He suddenly disappeared for a moment before reappearing behind the demon beast. At that moment, the other demon beast spouted out a barrage of balls of light. It intended on forcing Han Li to block the attack and give its companion the opportunity to escape. But with his increased cultivation, Han Li no longer felt the need to control the sword light. With crimson azure light shining from his body, he took the risk to have his body's spiritual qi block the attacks. Then in a blur, he extended his arm, swiping it in an azure streak with otherworldly speed and momentum. In the heavenly tiger's shock, it wasn't able to use instantaneous movement. It was only able to spit out its azure yellow demon core in an attempt to block the attack. When the azure doppelganger saw this, he flew forward with alarm and spread out his arms, releasing a dense barrage of azure threads towards Han Li. In a series of huge rumbles, the balls of light exploded upon impact with Han Li's body, but it merely caused his body to sway. He didn't suffer any damage in the slightest. Rather, his full-powered sword wing not only cleaved the demon core into two but also the heavenly tiger as well. Without instantaneous movement, the beast was no match for Han Li. In that moment, the azure doppelganger's attack had wrapped around Han Li, but crimson light flashed from his body, turning the azure threads black and causing them to fade away. The flood dragon poison. Han Li was delighted. He had only blocked the azure threads with his body's spirit light and was able to easily dissolve them. He hadn't used any techniques. The azure doppelganger revealed fear at the sight. A mournful howl roared through the air. When the remaining heavenly tiger saw that its companion was slain, it was filled with violent fury. In a flash of azure light, it directly teleported to Han Li's side and swung its foot-long light-clad claws as if it had lost itself to rage. Han Li remained expressionless and raised his scale-covered claw. Crimson light flourished all around it and directly met the heavenly tiger's claw. Bang! Han Li's claw was able to easily strike away the heavenly tiger's swipe, and in a blur he was able to easily pierce into the heavenly tiger's body with his other arm. He took out an azure yellow demon core in his claw and the heavenly tiger's corpse fell to the ground. With the increased cultivation from the spirit subjugation talisman, Han Li was able to kill the two beasts in succession in mere seconds. This display of might had caused the azure doppelganger to hesitate and release Han Li from further pursuit. Then in another blur, Han Li faced the azure doppelganger and coldly examined it. As this occurred, Tianzhong had clearly seen this, arousing furious alarm in his heart. He commanded his rainbow wheel to furiously attack the beautiful woman before he disappeared, abandoning the fight and flying straight towards Han Li instead. But just as this occurred, a muffled explosion sounded out and a nearby crimson barrier suddenly ruptured, a glacial mist madly rushing out from the opening. A silver streak flew out amidst it and spiraled once around in the air before stopping near Han Li. One man Huzi was a renowned Devil Dao cultivators in the scattered star seas. Last seen in Heaven Void Hall. Chapter 777. Yin Yang Corpse Devil. The light faded away to reveal a beautiful white-clothed woman. She was the woman surnamed Bai who seemed to have a past with Master Sunreach. As she expressionlessly glanced around in the air, she saw Han Li and Feng Bing, causing her expression to stir. The sudden appearance of this woman caused Tianzhong to unconsciously pause in the air and his expression to waver. When Feng Bing saw Cultivator Bai break out from the blood barrier, she shouted with roused spirits, "Fellow Daoist Bai, you've come at a great time. This is the fourth Milan Divine Sage. Quickly help me tie him down so fellow Daoist Han can free the others." The woman surnamed Bai icily glanced at Tianzhong and she maliciously said, "The fourth Divine Sage? So you had a hand in this trick as well. I didn't think that apart from that youngster, that there would be someone else able to break through the blood barrier as well. It seems those from the Sifting sect are unreliable." Tianzhong didn't respond to Cultivator Bai's question and instead muttered to himself instead, "You're courting death." Seeing that she was ignored, Cultivator Bai's complexion grew ashen with fury. She formed an incantation seal with her hands and gathered together a vast shining white mist, launching it towards the divine sage with astonishing momentum. When Feng Bing saw this, she pointed to the fire spirit bottle and launched an attack from the other side. Han Li no longer hesitated and spread his wings once more, reappearing near another blood barrier. Although he felt certain that he could kill the Azure Doppelganger given the power of the Spirit Subjugation Talisman, it was more important to free the cultivators for the sake of the war. With the blood barrier before him, Han Li summoned a lightning bead into his hand with a wave of his hand. "Be careful, master." Just as Han Li was about to throw out the lightning bead, he suddenly heard Silver Moon from the back of his mind. Han Li's heart trembled and he instantly tossed out the lightning bead, striking down at the blood barrier in a fierce streak of azure light. But in that same moment, a head-sized ball of azure flames had moved to intercept him. With an expression of shock, he saw the ball of flames swiftly strike at the lightning bead. With a pop, the lightning bead was silently engulfed by the flames, and with a series of shifting flames, it turned into a foot-long azure firebird that floated in the air. Han Li wore a stern expression at the sight and he formed a hand incantation, detonating the lightning bead within the firebird's body. However, the bird's body merely swayed from the explosion and suffered no true damage. It merely stared at Han Li with a slightly swollen body. When Han Li saw this, he was greatly alarmed and looked up to see a series of azure fireballs approaching him from the direction of the Mulan sacred bird. When they drew near the crimson barriers, they transformed into azure firebirds in the blink of an eye, and they each began to surround the blood barriers. At that moment, Han Li realized the firebirds were most likely related to the sacred bird. It is no wonder why the lightning beads had strengthened them, as they were formed from the lantern flames to begin with. Not far from the sacred bird, Spell Warrior Lu was coldly staring at Han Li. The two's gazes met. Now realizing that the sacred bird had to do with her, he grew furious. However, when Han Li saw the 9 ancient lanterns floating at her side, Han Li couldn't help but narrow his eyes, pondering as he calmly gazed at the blazing flames. As for the azure firebirds, they didn't have any intention of attacking him. They merely circled around the blood barriers. At that moment, Silver Moon appeared at Han Li's side in a flash of white light. With an apologetic tone, Silver Moon said, "Master, please forgive me for being of no use during your previous battle. Those heavenly tigers were far too intelligent. I would have been found out if I drew too close of them. Enough. You've done all you could." Han Li shook his head and calmly said, "Nevertheless, you should take these 2 lightning beads. See whether or not you can sneak past them and rescue the cultivators inside. Use the 2 of them and see if you can free even one." Silver Moon received the 2 lightning beads and respectfully said, "This servant will do her utmost." She then concealed herself in a flash of white light. Han Li then turned around and glanced in the direction of Tianzhong. Scarlet flames and icy white mist were intertwined as rainbow light occasionally flashed from within. At the moment, it was difficult to say who held the advantage. As for the Azure Doppelganger, it had disappeared at an unknown time, unknown as to whether it was fighting within him or if Tianzhong had withdrawn it, relieved at the fact the sacred bird had personally assisted him. Han Li shook his head and then glanced at the tensome azure firebirds with a fierce intensity. Crimson azure light shining from his body, he raised both of his hands and summoned the blue light shield. Afterwards, he formed a hand incantation and enlarged the shield, blocking his front as he summoned another lightning bead with the flip of his hand. Then with claps of thunder from behind him, Han Li blurred and reappeared 40 meters in the air. Having yet to throw the lightning bead in his hand, the firebirds all around him shot towards him. In the blink of an eye, a shroud of azure flame appeared in the air, submerging Han Li within it. At that moment, Long Han's gaze moved away from Han Li. He had originally hoped that Han Li would be enough to free the trapped cultivators and regain momentum over the battle. But when he saw the sacred bird release several firebirds towards Han Li, he grew sullen and knew that their chances weren't good. He then turned his gaze to the spell warriors in the distance, and he saw that although the 7 Great Truths cultivators managed to hold down the azure demon fire from the Mulan's sacred bird, they clearly wouldn't last much longer. Although it only possessed late nascent soul cultivation, it had the abilities from deity transformation stage. Release the Yin Yang devils. Tell them to not busy themselves with killing and have them deal with the ancient flames instead. With a sullen voice, Long Han released the last card he had hidden up his sleeve. Yes. A harmonious bond sect cultivator who had been waiting at his side immediately flew off to deliver the message. After an uproar, 2 eerie coffins, one black and one white, were summoned forth. 16 male and female disciples from the harmonious bond sect all sat down around the 2 coffins and began to cast incantations and spell seals, striking at the coffins with various spell seal and beginning the process of releasing the coffin seals. As the incantation continued, the talismans on top of the black-white coffin began to tremble and the coffin thumped as if limbs were knocking against the wood from within. When Long Han heard this, he couldn't help but raise his brow. He had heard quite a bit about the harmonious bond sect's yin-yang devils. It is said that these 2 corpse devils were once a pair of Dao companion elders from a previous generation. They both possessed early nascent soul stage cultivation, but they had betrayed the harmonious bond sect for some reason or another and turned to the path of the ghost Dao, transforming themselves into living corpses. Later, when the 2 made great sweeps in their cultivation, they wished to exterminate the harmonious bond sect, killing over 100 disciples before they were finally captured alive by several sect elders. By taking advantage of an ancient technique to erase their consciousness, they were refined into the legendary yin-yang corpse devils. It is said that the corpse devils were immensely powerful, even more powerful than when they were once alive. As these thoughts appeared in Long Han's mind, the sounds from the coffins grew louder and louder, with the talismans growing fewer with each spell seal that strikes it. As for the 32 harmonious bond sect disciples that surrounding the coffins, their faces grew more uneasy as their incantations continued, their gazes focused on the talismans remaining on the coffin. With a pop, the final 2 talismans flew off of the coffin and the harmonious bond sect disciples immediately scattered from the scene. At that moment, an explosion occurred from the coffin, filling the air with a fishy scent with the appearance of 2 vague silhouettes, one black and one white. They shot out from the coffins and disappeared off into different directions. The slowest of the male and female disciples released a blood-curdling shriek. 2 people in Daoist robes had pounced on the 2 disciples and tore out their throats, drinking the blood essence that poured out. When the other harmonious bond sect cultivators saw this, they sighed with relief and stopped. As for the cultivators from the other sects, they couldn't help but reveal their shock. An old man with draped hair walked out from the sect division and calmly said, "Good. Since the devils have consumed the blood essence of a virgin male and female, they won't suddenly feed on any others." Afterwards, he raised his arms to the 2 silhouettes and revealed 2 green bronze plates engraved with talisman characters. The 2 plates then shot streaks of gray light towards the corpse devils' heads, embedding inside them. The 2 corpse devils trembled and ceased sucking up the blood. They slowly stood up and stiffly flew over to the front of the cultivator army. At that moment, their true appearance could be seen, arousing many cries of astonishment. The yin-yang corpse devils were actually a young man and woman, both possessing delicate appearances. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, while the woman possessed an elegant dignity. But in contrast to their lifelike features, their eyes were completely lifeless. Were it not for the remnant blood still dripping from the corner of their mouths, they would have appeared to be a common pair of Dao companions. However, they released an indescribable odor of decay nearby them, bewildering anyone who smelled it. The old man with the draped hair poured spiritual power into the bronze plates, and suddenly, the gray light began to envelop the 2 corpse devils. They remained silent and still as the old man quickly chanted an incantation, the bronze plate in his hand slowly floating in the air. Suddenly, the old man struck the bronze plates with 2 spell seals, causing both of the bronze plates to emit thumb-thick beams of light into the foreheads of both of their foreheads. A radiant light suddenly shined from the 2 corpse devils' eyes. The old man with draped hair put away the bronze plates and pointed to the huge azure bird, commanding, "Go!" Chapter 778. A huge ape. The yin-yang devils turned their gaze and suddenly stood side by side before turning into a gust of green wind, a rotting stench left in their wake. It appeared they were heading in the direction of the Mulan sacred bird. The cultivators immediately sighed in relief. They felt more confident with these blood-sucking monsters at their front. The corpse devils' green winds appeared to travel slowly, but in reality they were amazingly quick. In the blink of an eye, They had already traveled halfway and gradually disappeared from sight. The others glanced at this with astonishment, and they couldn't help but turn their gaze to draped-haired old man controlling the two corpses. He appeared entirely calm, much to the relief of the many cultivators watching him. On the spell warrior's side of the battlefield, the huge azure bird was calmly releasing its demon fire to rigidly suppress the 7 Great Truths cultivators. Able to take advantage of the world's spiritual qi, the bird was able to easily gather all the fire spirit power within a 5-kilometer radius into its body, easily transforming it into azure demon flame without the need to consume spiritual power from its body. Additionally, as time went by, it was able to draw in even more fire spirit power. This was the difference between deity transformation stage and what is lower. It was for reasons like this that whenever a deity transformation stage cultivator appeared in the heavenly south, they were able to sweep across the continent without fear of anything else. From the very beginning, the 7 Great Truths cultivators were only able to tangle down the beast with the might of their magic treasures. But as time passed by, not only was the devil isolating formation broken, but the surging flames that were trapped had escaped as well. As of current, it took them all their might to preserve their own lives. It was then that the demon bird ceased its flame and bewilderedly glanced around as if it had felt something strange. With a sudden cry, the bird spread out its wings and an azure ring of light surged around it, covering an area of over 300 meters. With a crackle, a nearly indiscernible cloud of green smoke appeared amidst the light. Afterwards, the yin-yang devils appeared from within. With their concealment broken, the 2 devils harshly shrieked and shuffled about before undergoing to transformation. With red hair and green skin, their bodies grew to 6 meters in height. Their fingers trembled, launching several tens of threads of gray light towards the huge bird. The azure bird paused before screeching in fury. When it saw the devil's attacks, it opened its mouth and shot out a pillar of azure flame from its mouth. At that same moment, it spread out its wings and engulfed its body in a storm of azure flames, sweeping up a 40-meter-tall wave of azure flame to the 2 devils. Through some unknown technique, the yin-yang devils were able to overcome this attack by emitting threads of undead qi, allowing them to withstand the attack of demon flames and continue their assault. With the focus from the sacred bird being taken off of the 7 Great Truths cultivators, they were able to join their treasures together in renewed spirits and display their strength once more. Just as the 2 corpse devils and the 7 Great Truths cultivators were dealing with the Milan's sacred bird, the 2 corpse devils suddenly flashed with gray light and darted behind the huge bird, making its way past the sea of flames and directly towards the ancient lanterns not far away. When spell warrior Lu saw this, she calmly struck one of the lanterns with a spell seal, suddenly stirring the lanterns to release an ember of flame. In the blink of an eye, 9 embers began to twirl around one another before suddenly transforming into 9 azure firebirds. They spread their wings and met the 2 devils' charge. The 2 devils met them in a fierce display. Gray undead qi drifting from their mouths, their fingers turned into claws before tearing apart the firebirds as they blurred from sight, their claws pulsing with gray light. But in that moment of delay, the huge bird suddenly turned its head to the 2 corpse devils and spouted a huge azure cloud from its mouth, sweeping them inside it. In the blink of an eye, the yin-yang devils were caught inside another sea of flame. When the 7 Great Truths cultivators saw this, their hearts sank. At that moment, the shriveled old spell warrior saw this in the distance and smiled before speaking to the black-robed woman. The woman then turned her eyes to the battlefield and nodded, noticing that both spell warriors and cultivators appeared equally exhausted. Her lips moved, giving the command. A group of black-robed men flew out from the spell warrior camp, arranged in a single row, each of them carrying 7 bulging bags at their waist. With this, the black-robed woman opened her mouth and spat out a small, exquisite flag. It was only 2 inches large and shined with faint black light, but as it traveled through the air, it expanded to the size of 3 meters. The woman coldly pointed at the treasure and soon, the black flag trembled and shined with black light as it streaked through the sky, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. A short moment later, the entire battlefield was enveloped in a dark wind as black clouds began to cover the sky, spreading darkness throughout the battlefield. When the cultivators in battle saw this, they couldn't help but look up in alarm. With the sky blackened, the black-robed men tossed out the storage pouches from their waist. Incantation leaving their lips, dense black fogs and eerie winds spouted out from the bags. In the blink of an eye, the land was covered in a black mist with vague, shuffling silhouettes emerging from within it. Scales glittered from them as if they were armored troops. This astonishing scene was to the dread of the cultivators who watched it. Long Han in particularly had frowned tensely as he inwardly sighed. Soon the bags finished emitting the mist with armies slowly emerging from within. The silhouette's true appearance finally became clear. They were fleshless corpses armored in copper. Although these refined corpses swayed as they walked with their armor clanking as they moved, each of these corpses had eyes shining with green light, exposed fangs, and a cultivation at foundation establishment stage. There were even 3 larger corpse lords that possessed core formation cultivation, their shifting eyes displaying a deeper intelligence. A cultivator from behind Long Han screamed with alarm, "Copper-armored corpses. How can there be so many of them? There are thousands of them." Long Han coldly said, "It's nothing." With a devilish sect from the Gian Empire assisting them, these armored corpses come as no surprise. If this were the start of the battle, we would have nothing to fear. But now that we've exhausted ourselves with the spell warriors, the copper-armored corpses will certainly defeat us. All we can do is head out and deal with them. When the others heard this, they glanced at each other and bitterly smiled. Even if they were to leave their posts and attack, the spell warrior would release their reserves as well. The battle would be already lost. As for the 3 great heavenly south cultivators and the Mulan sages, the battle was yet to be concluded. The sounds of their battle could still be heard from up above. In this fierce battle, it was unknown which side had the upper hand. They couldn't be relied upon. Just as Long Han and these other cultivators found themselves in a moment of helplessness and were preparing themselves to fight, they suddenly heard explosive howls from a distance. Silver light shined upon the entire battlefield when a huge beast appeared amidst the light. A 70-meter-tall ape with hair as black as ink, fur as sharp as arrows, eyes as lit like crimson flames, and a horrendously shaped nose. When the huge ape appeared, it turned its head to look at the copper-armored corpses down below. It hammered its chest before excitedly roaring and smashing its limbs on the ground, chasing towards a nearby group of copper-armored corpses. When the copper-armored corpses saw the huge ape growing closer, they each rose into the air without warning and spouted threads of black qi, enveloping the ape in a huge black cloud. While the refined corpses didn't possess very high cultivation, when such a great number simultaneously spouted out undead qi, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't dare to receive the attack. However, the huge ape didn't have any intention of dodging out of the way. Instead, it snorted at the black qi and spouted a dense beam of yellow light from each nostril, transforming into a yellow cloud that swept away at the black mist with lightning speed. It was quickly absorbed before being absorbed back into the huge ape's mouth. As the refined corpses possessed little intelligence, they remained still as this happened. Taking advantage of this situation, the huge ape continuously snorted and yellow mist surged on, absorbing the black threads of qi into its folds. The undead qi from the refined corpses disappeared and each of them fell to the ground, reverting back into ordinary corpses. As for the clouds of gray qi in the air, they had slowly scattered. A short moment later, several hundreds of the refined corpses had been swept clean by the huge ape. It then licked its lips and gazed at the other refined corpses with a trace of desire. The ordinary refined corpses knew no fear and remained motionless at the side. However, the 3 core formation stage corpse lords became restless at the sight and their eyes revealed a trace of fear and hesitation. Both armies were in complete awe of the abilities that the huge ape had displayed. The black-robed woman was particularly aghast. She gave the shriveled old man a quick word before personally shooting towards the huge ape in a streak of yellow light. When she saw the huge ape opened its mouth and was on the verge of releasing yellow light, she flusteredly waved her arm, forming a 10-meter-long blade of purple light that chopped down toward the huge ape. But before the blade could strike at the huge ape, thunder rang and silver light appeared. An azure-robed youth abruptly appeared on the huge ape's shoulder and he also waved his arm, summoning forth a blue light shield in front of it. With a loud clank, blue and purple light intertwined. An instant later, the blue shield and purple blade recoiled from one another. The azure-robed stumbled, his face in shock. The youth glanced at the black-robed woman and indifferently asked, A devil cultivator? He then twisted his hands, summoned forth various sized arcs of golden lightning all around him. They jumped all over his body, emitting a blinding golden light. Han Li had appeared. Chapter 779. A Ruthless Attack, Divine Devilbane Lightning. The black-robed woman shouted in alarm. Just as she thought to retaliate in fury from having her attack countered, she suddenly saw the lightning emitting from Han Li's body, a net of crackling thunder rushing to envelop her. Horror on her face, her body transformed into smoke as she shot back, attempting to avoid the lightning at all costs. With an emotionless face, Han Li unfolded his wings and disappeared from sight. When she saw this, the black-robed woman immediately recalled what she had heard about Han Li and hastily formed an incantation gesture with her hands, her body of smoke blurring and shifting into 8 identical copies, each one standing side by side. Each of them appeared real and took actions of their own, splitting up and scattering in different directions in streaks of yellow light. It was unknown which copy was the true. In a flash of silver light, Han Li appeared where the woman original stood, thunder ringing behind him. He glanced at the scattered streaks of yellow light in a calm manner. There was even a trace of a sneer on his face. Spiritual power entering his eyes, blue light shined from deep within his pupils, activating the bright-sight spirit eyes. Han Li raised his head and peered into the distance. The silhouettes within the yellow light were all dim and possessed sparse spiritual qi. They were all fakes. Han Li's heart trembled and he hastily looked around him to suddenly discover that a nearly invisible thread of smile was silently approaching him from behind. The woman had used an illusion technique to capture his attention, and decided to use this gap in attention to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on him rather than escape. The woman was both capable and bold. Were it not for his bright-sight spirit eyes, he wouldn't have been able to detect her. The woman's evasion techniques are no less skillful than Silvermoon's. Spiritual sense wasn't enough to find any trace of her. Shocked to the core, Han Li silently turned around and flew straight towards the huge ape as if he had no further intention to chase after the black-robed woman. The faint thread of smoke had already arrived about 10 meters away from Han Li. It paused and the woman's body suddenly manifested in the air. An inch-long blade of yellow light shined from her hand in an attempt to strike Han Li from behind. From how it appeared, it seemed she was about to incisively strike at Han Li's heart. If her attack struck true, his body was certain to be destroyed. But in the moment the woman was about to strike, Han Li turned around in a blur, his eyes immediately locking onto her. He opened his mouth, shooting golden light from his mouth. Ah! The black-robed woman's face turned deathly pale and she hastily attempted to dodge, but she was too late. She couldn't avoid the attack from such a close distance. Bang! A bolt of golden lightning shot out of Han Li's mouth and directly struck the woman's shoulder, filling the air with a burning scent. The woman screamed before falling down from the sky. Han Li flapped his wings, disappearing with thunder ringing behind him. Suddenly, Han Li reappeared behind the woman with a single hand enveloped in faint blue flames. He gently pressed it against her neck. Whoosh! A dense layer of blue ice covered her entire body, isolating her from any other sensation but the cold. She then continued to fall from the sky, clad in ice. Han Li motionlessly floated in the air, already prepared with a handful of lightning arcing from his hand. He released the lightning and caught the iced woman inside of it. Then with a malicious glint from his eyes, golden light brilliantly shined around her iced figure and in a series of explosions, the black-robed woman turned into specks of icy light before disappearing without a trace. The sole thing that remained in the lightning net was the woman's nascent soul. The nascent soul's complexion was deathly white as if it held the divine Devilbane lightning in complete fear. Han Li glanced at her and just as he was about to exterminate the nascent soul shrieked, "You cannot kill me. I am the Dao companion of the Jin Empire's Sifting sect master. If you kill me, my sect will not rest until you are dead." The Sifting sect master's Dao companion. Han Li coldly watched the nascent soul for a moment before suddenly relaxing his grip on the lightning and turning away. The woman's nascent soul was stunned for a moment before joyously flying through the gap, her mind filled with malicious thoughts of revenge. But just when she was 30 meters away from Han Li, the net suddenly tightened once more, tightly binding the nascent soul into the net. Soon after, thunder roared and the black-robed woman's nascent soul turned to ash. Now that I've already destroyed your body, how could I possibly allow you to the chance for revenge? Han Li muttered to himself helplessly and deeply sighed before turning his attention back to the huge ape. Although the series of events in which Han Li had exterminated the woman was complex, the matter had only occurred in the blink of an eye. The shriveled old spell warrior was already flying towards her in a streak of golden light during her time of danger. But in that moment, a strange pink light appeared nearby and turned into a large pink cloud, directly enveloping the shriveled spell warrior. In a series of rumbles, the shriveled old spell warrior managed to scatter the pink mist, and the light around him scattered to reveal an ashen complexion. He rigidly stared at the pink mist with eyes of rage. He truly didn't know what the Sifting sect master would do when he found out his Dao companion was killed. He could only grit his teeth in rage at Han Li and whoever it was that blocked him. A series of soft chuckles came from the pink cloud and soon it disappeared to reveal a handsome youth with a soft face. He was the harmonious bond sex Devil Cloud Part. Devil Cloud Part chuckled and glanced at Han Li. "Fellow Daoist Han, now that I've helped you, the debt is repaid." Having just flown back from killing the black-robed woman, Han Li replied, "It was only a chance matter that I freed you. I wasn't looking to be repaid. More importantly, Divine Sage Xu isn't something the two of us can deal with and he isn't alone." Once that was said, Han Li swept his gaze past the shriveled old man. In addition to the black-robed spell warriors that were doing their utmost to stop the huge apes massacre, there was an army of spell warriors flying across the horizon. As bold as Devil Cloud Part may be, his expression immediately revealed surprise when he saw their great numbers. Earlier, Han Li had managed to rescue Devil Cloud Part from the barrier in a fluke by using 2 of the lightning beads. But just as Han Li was making plans to fight together with him, he suddenly saw the Sifting sect release a vast quantity of copper-armored corpses. It was then that Han Li decided to release the Weeping Soul Beast, curious about its abilities now that he had refined the Weeping Soul Pearl in its entirety. As soon as it had appeared, it caused an uproar with great enthusiasm and began to vigorously absorb the refined corpses around it. But what came as a surprise was how effective the Weeping Soul Beast was against corpses that cultivators have refined. Han Li knew that the Weeping Soul Beast was adept at devouring the souls of demons and ghosts, but it seemed its strange abilities had undergone an evolution along with its body. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. Now that they found themselves facing so many spell warriors, Han Li and Devil Cloud Part glanced at each other, both intending to flee. However, the Weeping Soul Beast was still rampaging amongst the army's refined corpses. Han Li was unwilling to abandon it there. Just as Han Li thought to use the Weeping Soul Pearl to order it to retreat, he suddenly heard roaring laughter from behind him. "Have no fear, fellow Daoist Han. Since you've released this great beast to deal with the refined corpses, we will help you deal these spell warriors." When Han Li heard Long Han's voice, he felt his heart stir. He quickly turned and saw Long Han 100 meters away, leading a squad of cultivators. Han Li was delighted. It was no wonder the spell warriors didn't immediately launch an attack. It seemed they were treating the situation carefully, having seen cultivator reinforcements were approaching them as well. When Long Han saw Han Li's demon-formed self, a trace of astonishment momentarily appeared on his face, but he soon turned a blind eye to it. Now was not the time to ask about it. The cultivators were all watching the spell warriors across from them. The entire battlefield had already gone through a bitter struggle, and the time has come for the decisive battle. Both sides had their own victories and defeats as well as a vast number of losses. However, these battles weren't merely spars. Those that lost the battle lost their lives, and those that won would have to continue the fight, exhausted. Long Han had sent other cultivators to keep Tianzhong occupied, freeing his Dao companion Feng Bing for a different battle. It was only when they were together that he would mobilize their true strength. Now that matters have reached this stage, Long Han had nothing else to say to the shriveled old spell warrior. Long Han softly waved his arm. The troops that he had preserved until now were elites. They promptly summoned their magic treasures and began their momentous attack, their bodies glowing with bright light. The spell warriors they were facing were unordinary as well, and they summoned their spiritual chi to confront them. Suddenly, the final confrontation between each army was about to begin. Although the spell warriors had an additional late nascent soul spell warrior, with Devil Cloud part present along with 4 other mid-nascent soul cultivators, they would be able to forcefully restrain him. Han Li thought to join the attack against the shriveled old man's spell warriors, but when he swept his gaze over to the sacred bird, his expression vastly changed. Chapter 780. The Blood Ghost versus the Stone Giant. The 7 Great Truths cultivators and the Yin Yang devils were able to withstand the Mulan's sacred bird, but after a short amount of time, they soon found themselves on the disadvantage. The 2 devils were handling themselves relatively well and were able to release Yin winds and undead qi to ward off the azure flames. However, the 7 Great Truths cultivators were now running out of magic power and they could no longer endure. There were 2 old men that were particularly strained. A red-faced old man with dimming spiritual light and a pale-faced old man with white qi visibly wavering around his nose and mouth. The 2 were clearly pushing past their limits using secret techniques. Han Li frowned and glanced at some dead cultivators nearby before looking at the spell warrior, who was standing guard nearby the ancient lanterns. Look after the weeping soul beast and don't let anything happen to it. Withdraw it if it is ever in danger. I'm going to head off to exterminate the ancient lanterns. Han Li spoke in an inaudible voice and tossed the weeping soul pearl behind him. In a flash of weak white light, the pearl disappeared from sight. Yes, Master, please be careful. That peacock's abilities are truly powerful. Silver Moon's worried voice came from behind him. Han Li calmly nodded, and when he saw that nobody nearby paid him any notice, he blurred from sight and disappeared. Han Li used the nameless qi retraining technique to conceal himself. Although Han Li's concealment techniques were vastly inferior to Silver Moon's techniques, this qi retraining technique was able to rival her own. Han Li had reached the peak of this technique. Not only could he completely erase the spiritual qi from his own body, he was also able to forcefully conceal the aura from his own body. As of current, not only was he concealing himself from spell warrior Lu, but also the unfathomably profound Mulan sacred bird. In the distant, spell warrior Lu faintly revealed a trace of worry when she saw the cultivators tangle with the shriveled old man. Although she still guarded the ancient lanterns, she turned to the huge bird and beseeched the bird in an ancient language. When the azure flame bird heard this, it couldn't help but pause and turn around to glance at the shriveled old man's battle. With a trace of disdain from its eyes, it immediately turned its head back and shot several balls of azure flames into the sky, repulsing the 7 Great Truths cultivators and leaving them in confusion. Then with a clear cry, it spread its wings and took to the skies. It circled once in the air before facing the direction of the shriveled old man's battle. Then with a tremble of its wings, a large expanse of azure feathers began to drop down from its body, and in a flash of light, each of the feathers turned into foot-long azure firebirds. Without any need for a command, these several hundreds of firebirds cawed and spread their wings, shooting towards the battle. Spell warrior Lu felt relieved at the scene. With these phantom birds, it was only a matter of time before victory was theirs. At that moment she suddenly heard a series of explosions from the center of the battlefield. Spell warrior Lu bewilderedly glanced over at the source of the noise. Han Li, who was carefully sneaking closer to spell warrior Lu, was also astonished by the noise. At the very heart of the battlefield, a most important contest was taking place. The myriad soul formation, the mist that formed under the combined effort of several tens of ghost spirit sect disciples, had finally come to a stop and motionlessly floated in the air. Blocking it was an army of hollow spirit beasts formed by several Mulan sages as well as the stone giant. Under the command of the Mulan sages, the stone giant moved to block the myriad soul formation once it defeated the heavenly south cultivators attacking it. The recent noise was actually the stone giant slapping its hand down against the ghost mist. Before its palm even landed, countless boulders fell from its hand. No matter how confident were the ghost spirit sect disciples in the myriad soul spell formation, they didn't dare to receive the attack. With a prompt hiss, the ghost mist dodged out of the way, traveling a distance of 100 meters before stopping. When the heavenly south and Mulan combatants saw this, they all realized that the battle had reached its most critical point. As a result, The Ghost Spirit Sect elder in charge of the formation came to a decision to use the spell formation's killing maneuver, regardless of the cost. Before the stone giant could further pursue the ghost mist, a gloomy incantation was uttered by the cultivators within the ghost mist. As ghostly wails screamed from the mist, a pillar of crimson light soared into the sky, and the eerie black ghost mist followed suit as if tainted by the light, turning crimson as the incantations continued. When the two Milan sages who were standing on top of the stone giant's shoulders saw this, they appeared bewildered. A short moment, the incantations came to a stop and the crimson mist roiled to reveal several tens of various colored lights fleeing from the mist at utmost speed. They were the cultivators from the Ghost Spirit Sect. The two Milan sages were at a loss at the sight. At that moment, crimson mist came to life after being abandoned by the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators. Several various-sized tentacles intermittently emerged from the mist and wildly danced around as the center of the mist began to rapidly shrink. The Ghost Spirit Sect elder in charge of the formation turned to face it after flying 20 meters away. He glanced at the crimson mist and thought, having absorbed so much blood essence from the spell warriors and the voluntary blood sacrifice, surely it will succeed. As the Ghost Spirit Sect elder watched with restlessness, the crimson mist shrunk to over half its size before beginning to squirm. When the two Milan sages controlling the stone giant saw this, they immediately ordered the giant to fiercely stomp down upon it. Suddenly, the level ground was obscured from sight by sinister yellow-een winds, chilling to the core. Even the stone giant couldn't help but pause for the moment. By the time the Milan spell warriors could see what was happening, they astonishingly discovered that yellow gusts of een wind were surrounding the crimson mist, obscuring it from view. But then the yellow winds were forcefully blown open by a crimson silhouette as it emerged from within. When the two Milan sages saw the appearance of the silhouette, they felt their breaths turn cold. It was a 30-meter-tall blood-vial ghost. Its devilish head had 2 horns and 2 glistening fangs, both incisively sharp, and a ponytail seemed to form behind it. Its arms appeared to be sculpted out of wood with dagger-like fingers, and a layer of translucent scales seemed to wrap around them. Although vile ghosts were ordinarily said to be huge, it was several times smaller when compared to the stone giant. However, the ghost showed no fear and instead screamed at the giant as it stared at it with a cold glint in its eye. It lowered its head and its body darted like an arrow, launching itself at the lower leg of the stone giant. It extended its claws and swiped, immediately cleaving off a large portion of stone. The two Milan sages couldn't allow this to continue and immediately had the stone giant to form fists and strike down at lightning speed, knocking the blood vial ghost over 30 meters away. The strike had blown off half of its head, but it stood up as if nothing had happened. Then in a flash of crimson light, its head was restored as it charged to the stone giant once more. In the two sages' furious alarm, they ordered the hollow spirit beasts to attack and release their own magic treasures to assist the giant. As for the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators that had fled from the ghost mist, they immediately turned around and joined the battle. Explosions continuously ruptured as crimson light continuously flashed from the battlefield. Spell warrior Lu frowned at the sight of this and continued to watch the battle in silence. As a Milan sage, she knew of the might of the stone giant and was surprised to see that the Heavenly South cultivators were able to match it. But she wasn't overly concerned over the matter. So long as the stone giant could persist for a moment more, she could call for the Milan sacred bird to exterminate them and decide the battle. With that thought, she glanced at the huge bird a short distance away. As if knowing that it was a decisive moment on the battlefield, the Mulan sacred bird exerted the entirety of its fire spirit chi to envelope 300 meters of area into an azure sea of flame. In a spread of its wings, it separated the 7 old men and the yin-yang devils. The sea of flames down below split into 2, separating the 2 devils from one another. With 2 devils neutered, it then focused a majority of its attacks on the 7 Great Truths cultivators. Unable to endure, these 7 old men soon found their lives to be in danger. Spell warrior Lu was satisfied by the scene. When she turned around and saw that the lanterns were still half full with oil, her heart appeared particularly steadfast. Suddenly, the woman raised her brow and her eyes narrowed. In a swift motion, she summoned an ember of fire from one of the lanterns and in a wave of her hand, it disappeared. Azure light flashed in an area 100 meters away, followed by a shout of alarm. A silhouette appeared with his body sparkling in azure light. A layer of flame enveloped him. Soon after, Spell Warrior Lu formed an incantation gesture with her hand, combusting the flame around the azure light barrier. Then with a miserable scream, the flame turned the figure into ash. Chapter 781. Fight for the Lantern. To think of concealing yourself near the bright origin lanterns. You truly are seeking death. The woman muttered without the mind to carefully examine the results. It was enough knowing that the victim was a heavenly south cultivator. Ever since she ignited the ancient lanterns, she had 6 cultivators come after them one after another. After all, the huge bird only came into existence once the ancient lanterns were summoned, and they remained burning ever since. It took only a glance to know that there was something strange about them, so those that were skilled at concealment techniques thought to exterminate the lantern's flames. However, not a single one of them were successful. They were all exterminated by the woman's flames. At that moment, Han Li was several hundred meters away from her. When he saw that the nameless cultivator had been effortlessly killed by the woman, he felt his heart shiver. He ceased his gradual approach towards the woman. Although the woman simply muttered to herself, Han Li was able to hear her words using his astonishing spiritual sense. Han Li then turned his gaze to the ancient lanterns not far away. He rubbed his chin as he pondered to himself. They seemed to be an extraordinary existence. Not only were they able to summon that demon bird, but they also had the ability to see through concealment. It would prove truly troublesome. Han Li's expression wavered for a long while and his brow shifted, having finally come to a decision. He slapped his storage pouch and fished out a few items. He then glanced at a few spirit beast pouches at his waist with a smile. A short moment later, Spell Warrior Lu appeared vastly more on guard as she sat cross-legged in front of the ancient lanterns, a lotus mirage faintly visible around her. She was staring at them, fusing her spiritual sense with them and allowing her to sense any movements with 100 meters of them. A flash of light suddenly appeared 100 meters away to reveal a dozen tall apes. Their bold appearance caused the woman to look at them with surprise. There was another entire row of apes standing behind the first. They all raised their arms, shooting several tens of beams of light from their hands. Puppets. Spell Warrior Lu was shocked and soon frowned when she discovered that they were well crafted. She cautiously looked around, failing to spot who was controlling the puppets. Spell Warrior Lu paid little mind to the light beam attacks. With a single incantation gesture, the lotus mirage flickered and easily blocked them. Afterwards, the woman's body blurred and she picked off an ember of flame from one of the lanterns. This time the woman didn't immediately release the ember. Rather, she kept it floating in her hand as she stared at the ancient lanterns in preparation for any strange changes. In a mere short moment, the woman's expression stirred and she opened her mouth, spitting out a breath of spiritual qi onto her hand. The flame then blazed with azure light before disappearing without a trace. She turned her head and glanced at an area 100 meters away. With a light pop, a silhouette appeared covered in azure light. Then with an incantation gesture, the woman willed the flames to combust, a cold grin of satisfaction appearing on her lips. Why are they still alive? The woman's smile froze and discovered that this silhouette wasn't instantly incinerated as with the previous cultivators, nor did it show any sign of struggle. In her alarm, she hastily examined the figure. This person is... No, not a person. It's a puppet. The silhouette appeared the same shape as Han Li, but its expression and body was completely stiff. Additionally, it appeared as if it weren't being burned by the azure flames in the slightest. Not good. In that instant, something immediately came to mind and she hastily turned her head to look at the ancient lanterns, re-examining her surroundings with her spiritual sense. Meanwhile, a silhouette appeared 60 meters away in a flash of azure light. Then with a ring of thunder, he disappeared in a flash of light. When Spell Warrior Lu saw this, she formed an incantation gesture with both her hands in furious alarm, striking the lanterns with successive spell seals. However, she was too late. Lightning flashed beside the ancient lanterns, followed by the appearance of a youth. Soon after, a giant black-red hand was summoned in the air, growing to the size of 3 meters before fiercely swiping at the ancient lanterns. This person recognizes the main lantern. Only the caster could possibly know which one is the original. Even a late nascent soul cultivator shouldn't be able to see through them. When the woman saw this, she was shocked to the core. In this short distance, the large hand and spell warrior Li's spell seal struck the ancient lantern at the same time. The lantern flashed with life as it underwent a transformation, but in the process, the huge hand grabbed onto it, burning with black-een flames in an attempt to exterminate it. At nearly the same moment, the other 8 lanterns began to tremble, disappearing one by one in a flicker of light, dissipating into wisps of smoke. No. Spell warrior Lu blanched at the sight of this. With gritted teeth, she raised her hands, enveloping the black hand with a large lotus mirage in an attempt to seize back the ancient lantern. However, her attack was predicted. With the ancient lantern in its grasp, it immediately shot back without the slightest delay. Then with a cold snort, lightning rang once more, and both the black-red hand and the silhouette disappeared. In the following moment, the silhouette reappeared beside the puppet trapped in azure light, ancient lantern in hand. Han Li had used surprise to his greatest advantage. You will not leave. Spell warrior Lu flusteredly glanced at the azure bird and discovered that the sacred bird had yet to disappear. Her heart determined, she loudly screamed, enveloping her body in azure light as she chased after him in a clear wind. Han Li's expression grew sullen and white light flashed from his hands. With the ancient lantern placed inside his storage pouch, he unfolded his wings and disappeared to another location 100 meters away. At the same time, the woman appeared where he originally stood, pursuing him as a transformed wind. Han Li's gaze stirred and he suddenly formed a hand incantation with one of his hands, uttering, "Explode." At that moment, the lightning bead in the puppet's mouth ruptured. With golden lightning and azure flames intertwined, not only did over half of the puppet disintegrate, but it also caught spell warrior Lu that was nearby. The woman's lotus mirage moved to protect her. Although its master acted without regard for her safety, each of the lotus petals glowed and rigidly blocked the attack. However, the lightning bead was beyond powerful. Although she hadn't suffered any damage, she knocked back 10 meters, dissolving her wind movement technique for a time. Han Li sighed. Although he felt the lightning bead hadn't reached its full potential, he blinked away once more and fled into the distance. By the time spell warrior Lu regained her bearings, Han Li was already over 300 meters away. Spell warrior Lu gritted her teeth and was just about to give pursuit when the remaining half of the blown puppet began to release a monstrous sound. Having just suffered from it before, she hastily looked towards it in alarm to see it in azure light. Soon after, the remaining half of it began to scatter into swarms of tricolored beetles. Spell warrior Lu was forced to confront them and she hastily protected herself, shrouding her body in a white lotus. However, the tricolored beetles instantly condensed to form several large shields that blocked her path. Each time the woman attempted to use her wind movement technique, her casting was interrupted with wave after wave of attacks. In her immense fury, she launched series of spirit techniques to strike the beetles, only to find that they were ineffective. At that moment, she shockingly discovered that the tricolored beetles appeared nearly identical to the gold devouring beetles apart from the specks of black on their shell. Startled, she immediately reached the wood spirit treasure in her storage pouch to trap these flying insects, but before she could, the beetles scattered with a buzz. The woman changed expressions several times from shock and she hastily glanced into the distance. At an unknown time, Han Li had activated a concealment technique and already disappeared without a trace. Spell warrior Li's complexion changed between red and white as she remained still in the air, at a complete loss of what to do. At that same moment, the Mulan sacred bird just breathed out an azure fireball, destroying the protective treasure of one of the great truth's cultivators. Just as it rejoiced and was about to shred the cultivator with its talons, it suddenly felt spiritual power wildly drain from its body. In its shock, the bird was unable to injure the cultivator and it hastily turned its head around to discover that the ancient lantern had disappeared. The huge bird could only shriek in panic as its body quickly shrank, having instantly lost its ability to control fire spirit Qi. As for the sea of azure flames, it intensely burned for a moment more before disappearing without a trace, much to the astonishment of the 7 great truths cultivators. The yin-yang devils transformed into a green wind as soon as they were freed and fiercely struck at the weakened azure bird. By then the bird had already shrunk to a meter long. Its eyes were filled with resentment as it stared at the two approaching devils without the slightest intention of dodging. Before the twin devils could strike it, the bird had exploded, transforming into countless specks of azure light that soon faded away. Once this happened, the yin-yang devils paused and simply stood in the sky. How did this happen? One of the old men asked with joy, having escaped death. At that moment his magic power was already drained and he was nearly defenseless. Look over there. It seems they've had some problem with the treasure they used to summon the demon bird. The ancient lantern is no longer there. The leading old man let out a long sigh and he swept his gaze over to where the ancient lanterns once floated. He appeared completely relieved, as if he had escaped calamity. He felt as if he had been only a mere moment from death. Chapter 782. A distant message. The Mulan sacred bird's disappearance was soon known to both sides of the battlefield, causing a massive turnaround in morale. The spell warriors found themselves vastly in shock, and the cultivators with their spirits roused. When the shriveled old man and Tianzhong saw this while they were in battle, they wore an expression of disbelief. The sacred bird can't have disappeared because it ran out of lantern oil. The only possibility was that a cultivator has extinguished the bright origin lantern. The two divine sages couldn't have known that the Mulan lineage treasure had fallen into Han Li's grasp once again. From how they saw it, with their late nascent soul stage cultivators occupied and their other cultivators suppressed by the sacred bird, there was no possibility of a breach of spell warrior Li's defenses. This terrible reality has come as a vast surprise. Han Li had stealthily arrived by the side of the weeping soul beast before making a reappearance. By that point, the weeping soul beast had already exterminated a majority of the refined corpses. The remaining fraction of them had been hastily withdrawn by the Sifting sect's cultivators, as it was only a matter of time before all of the copper-armored corpses were eliminated. Having absorbed so much undead qi, the weeping soul beast grew even larger and its fur shined with even stronger black light. It appeared completely strengthened. Of course, there were many black-robed cultivators and spell warriors who wished to exterminate the huge ape. However, Long Han fully understood that this strange huge ape was the key to dealing with the copper-armored corpses and immediately dispatched men to protect it. There would occasionally be those that made it past, but Silver Moon would lead them astray with her illusion techniques, sending them off to their doom. By the time Han Li made it back, the weeping soul beast was finishing off the final copper-armored corpses that have yet to be withdrawn. He waved his arm at the beast and in a flicker of black light, the beast shrunk and flew into a spirit pouch at his waist in a streak of black light. When Silver Moon saw this, she approached him from behind. Having withdrawn the weeping soul beast, Han Li thought to say something further to Silver Moon when a kilometer of the sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, countless bolts of green lightning flashing from within. Han Li glanced at the sky in awe. Who is it? Who is it that killed my wife? I will take your soul and wipe it away. The thunderous roar of the Sifting sect master echoed through the skies. When Han Li heard this, he felt his heart thump and he gloomily watched him. Why are you so quick to leave before victory has been decided? I wish to experience your demonic techniques. Quickly following after the black-robed man's shout was Devil Concord's faint voice. Soon after, a gray mist shot out from the sky and blocked the black clouds from moving. I have no intention of sparring with you. Leave me be or I won't hold back. The piercing voice of the Sifting sect master echoed through the sky. Devil Concord chuckled. You won't hold back? Surely you haven't been holding back during our last fight? Go ahead and show me what you have. The black-robed man was silent for a spell before gloomily responding. Fine. Since you have no sense of propriety, I won't be wasting any more time on you. I'll have you witness the might of my sect's treasure, the ghost sifting banner. By the end of the sentence, it seemed almost as if the Sifting sect master was smiling. The ghost sifting banner? Devil Concord voice appeared to carry curiosity. This short exchange of words was cause for astonishment for the cultivators fighting down below. It also came as a great surprise to many that the Sifting sect's Dao companion had already fallen into the hands of the Heavenly South cultivators. Han Li's expression remained calm. but once he saw that Devil Concord blocked off the Sifting sect master, he felt greatly relieved. He didn't want to be chased down again by a late nascent soul cultivator. At that moment, everyone believed that Devil Concord and the Sifting sect master were about to descend from the skies and carry out their battle down below when something else occurred. A fierce whistle traveled from the direction of the Milan, followed by the arrival of tensome streaks of various colored lights. Before the streaks of light approached the spell warriors, someone had already shouted towards them, "Divine sages, quickly stop the fight." Something had occurred at the Milan plains. The voice spread throughout the battlefield, amplified by some sort of secret technique. Soon after, the streaks of light quickened and entered the battlefield. When those words were uttered, a majority of the battle had paused as both cultivators and spell warriors glanced over in astonishment. The shriveled old man felt his heart sink at these words, and his enemies had ceased attacking from the surprise as well. The shriveled old spell warrior took advantage of this moment to disengage from the battle and fly towards the tensome spell warriors that had just arrived. Long Han hesitated for a moment, but he didn't pursue them. The shriveled old man had the advantage in the previous battle. There wasn't anything to be gained by pursuing him. It was rather strange that these spell warriors had the cultivators hear the message too, but that was a matter to be left alone for another time. Since they've mentioned the Milan Plains, the matter might have something to do with the soaring tribes. Han Li also watched the shriveled old spell warrior with an odd expression and stared at the tensome streaks of light. The lights all disappeared to reveal variously dressed spell warriors. They were being led by a yellow-robed spell warrior possessing mid-nascent soul cultivation, much to Han Li's surprise. It was odd for such a powerful spell warrior to not be assigned to the battlefield. Could it be that he was guarding something important? Regardless, it only added credibility to his words. As for Devil Concord and the Sifting sect master, they had silently disappeared into the clouds. When the shriveled old spell warrior saw the yellow-robed spell warrior, he wore an incredulous expression. Before he could even speak, the yellow-robed spell warrior flew to his side and spoke to him through voice transmission, causing the old man's expression to grow sullen. Afterwards, the yellow-robed spell warrior handed over a jade slip to him. The old man received the jade slip and read through it. A short moment, his complexion grew pale. After a quick word with the yellow-robed spell warrior, the old man turned around and gloomily flew towards Long Han. When he arrived in front of Long Han, he calmly said, "We will not be continuing the war. The battle is over. Otherwise, a third party will reign over us both." Long Han's expression flickered and he neutrally said, "What do you mean by that? If you want to stop this battle, you must give me a reason." Because of Han Li's unexpected displays of might, both the copper-armored corpses and their sacred bird have been dealt with, evening out the battle. Long Han unconsciously felt that the spell warriors were retreating out of fear. The spell warrior sullenly asked, "Did you send a group of cultivators to infiltrate Soaring Heaven City's storehouse?" Long Han hid his alarm and maintained a calm exterior. With a flicker of his eyes, he calmly replied, "It seems you've discovered this matter." "Discovered?" The old man snorted with a furious expression and calmly said, "Were it not for the interference from the third party, it was likely you would have succeeded." "The third party?" Long Han frowned upon hearing this. Saying nothing further, the shriveled old man continued the conversation through voice transmission. When Long Han heard what he said, he cried out in alarm, unable to maintain his calm. "What, so it was like that? With matters having reached this far, what do I have to gain by lying to you?" the old man bluntly said. Long Han frowned and grew silent for a moment before suddenly raising his hand and releasing a talisman towards the air. It suddenly transformed into several golden spheres of light and erupted with blinding magnificence. Suddenly, the cultivators ceased attacking and hastily withdrew back to the defensive spell formation. The withdrawing cultivators appeared like swarming bees returning to the nest. Without the need for any commands, the spell warriors also withdrew. The blood vial ghost and the stone giant were forced to cease fighting in particular. In an instant, the battlefield became entirely empty. With both sides separated, it was clear to see that there were many casualties. However, there weren't many losses amongst high-grade cultivators on both sides. The spell warrior camp was somewhat better off. Although they were somewhat bewildered, they ultimately kept calm. But on the cultivators' side, there was a huge uproar. A few high-grade cultivators were speaking with Long Han to understand the situation. However, Long Han would only bitterly smile in response to the dissatisfaction of the cultivators around him. At that moment, the dark clouds and grue mist separated in the sky to reveal the silhouettes of Devil Concord and Een Sifting Sect Master, coldly staring at each other. At that moment, the sounds of battle in the sky had instantly ceased, and soon after Wei Wuya and Master Sunreach both flew down from the sky. Their appearances came as a great relief to the cultivator camp. A short moment later, the scholarly man surnamed Zhu and the dwarf flew down from the sky as well, arousing a series of cheers from the Milan. Once the three great cultivators have returned, Long Han began to speak to them. But out of fear of panic they could only limit the information to a select few. Only cultivators at mid-nascent soul stage and a few others were allowed to listen. With a few simple restrictions protecting them, they began to speak of the terrible news that the Milan had told them. Due to Han Li's amazing display of might during this battle, it was only natural for him to participate as well. Chapter 783. Aftermath of the battle. Long Han erected a soundproofing barrier and took out several small flags, forming a barrier of mist around them. Han Li couldn't help but ponder in silence at the sight of this. There weren't many cultivators present. Leaving out the several eccentrics still stuck inside the blood barriers, there were a little over 20 people. These people represented many of the factions fighting in the battle. Master Sunreach asked, "Fellow Daoist Long, what has happened? Why do the Milan no longer wish to fight?" Wei Wuya said in a doubtful tone, "It is strange. Matters have already reached past that point. Do they have some vain illusion of making peace?" Long Han bitterly smiled and said, "It isn't some vain illusion. I fear we may not have the option to choose." Devil Concord frowned and asked with an astonished tone, "How can that be? Has another party interfered with the war?" Long Han sullenly said, "That's right. The soaring tribes have attacked. It is also said that they've joined forces with several sects from the Jin Empire, jointly attacking the Milan. The greatest of the Milan tribes was stationed behind as a rear guard, watching over their homeland, but they were completely annihilated in only a month. News of this had been obstructed so well that the other tribes had no idea of this. It seems the soaring tribes wishes to sweep us both away and take our heavenly south continent for themselves." When the other cultivators heard this, their hearts grew sullen and silence filled the air. Han Li frowned as well, feeling that matters have taken a turn for the worse. A tiger may have approached them from the front, but there were wolves lying in wait the entire time. Daoist Shattered Soul snorted. "Is this information true? It is quite far between the soaring tribes and our heavenly south continent. Are they not simply bluffing? It can't be." Eccentric Heavenvenge and the other cultivators to infiltrate Soaring Heaven's city were defeated. It is said that the soaring tribe's spies had the same intentions as our own. They sent a group of cultivators to infiltrate Soaring Heaven's city and pillage the Milan's storehouse. As a result, Eccentric Heavenvenge came across them, leading to an unexpected discovery. Then with a helpless tone, Long Han continued, "With regards to the battle, I'm sure everyone understood that the fully deployed forces of the Milan were slightly inferior to our own, but they carried a dying resolve. Were it not for fellow Daoist Han's vast display of might in dealing with the copper-armored corpses and the Milan's sacred bird, I fear we would have suffered a huge loss. Although the powers of the heavenly south had done their utmost, the various sects have all left behind nearly half of their disciples to guard their bases. Had they joined the war, we would have been able to completely wipe away the Milan spell warriors, but that would have resulted in a huge loss in strength. With the soaring tribes soon to come, we would have been completely powerless to resist them." Many of the cultivators who hadn't known Han Li had both dealt with the refined corpses, and the azure sacred bird couldn't help but glance at him in astonishment. Han Li calmly turned a blind eye to their gazes. Wei Wuya gloomily snorted and coldly said, "The Milan wanted to seize our domain. How can there be talks for peace? Don't tell me we're truly giving them half of our land?" Long Han said, "That is absolutely out of the question. However, we can hand over 2 countries that border the Milan plains over to them. As such, the Milan will bear the brunt of the assault from the soaring tribes. Since they are mortal enemies, there is no chance of betrayal from the Milan. Of course, given how powerful the soaring tribes are, we will have to cooperate with the Milan in fighting with them. In the blink of an eye, these two irreconcilable enemies turned into allies. However, there were no objections raised amongst these ancient, well-experienced eccentrics. That territory belongs to our Nine Nations Union? Are we to hand it over? Wei Wuya's expression grew unsightly. Long Han explained, there is nothing that can be done about it. Those areas are the closest to the Mulan Plains. Of course, we won't allow you to accept this loss alone. After some talks, we'll be sure to compensate your union. Then let's leave that matter for later. We'll have to see what the Mulan think first. Wu Wuya was clearly satisfied with the matter, but he pushed the matter behind regardless. Han Li then turned his gaze to Master Sunreach and Devil Concord. They appeared to be pondering about the matter, but it seemed they've already decided. It was only on behalf of Wei Wuya's face that they didn't immediately agree. Han Li sighed. It seemed each power has returned to plotting against each other for their own advantage. When Long Han heard Wei Wuya, he didn't reveal the slightest surprise. Rather, he smiled and said, "This was something I had said without consideration. Of course, we will have a proper discussion on how we specifically deal with them, but before we start negotiations, we must immediately send men to the Mulan Plains and investigate whether the Soaring Tribe's invasion is true. If it is, the Mulan will not be able to continue fighting us and we will both have to make concessions. Otherwise, the Soaring Tribes will sweep us both away." The cultivators felt much more at ease with this explanation. Even Wei Wuya's expression relaxed as the discussion was carried out. During this time, Han Li kept silent. Since he had nothing to contribute, he saved his breath. If matters didn't involve the Drifting Cloud sect or himself, he was felt disinclined to put in any effort. And with Long Han there, he reckoned the Heavenly Dao Union won't suffer a great loss. Not long after, the eccentrics had finished discussing their plans and contingencies. Afterwards, they dispelled the restrictions surrounding them and the three great cultivators began to have a quick word about something else. Eventually, the Mulan and the Heavenly South cultivators both sent a few men to discuss the terms of the temporary ceasefire. As for the other matters, that would only be discussed in the coming days. The Mulan sages all wore a gloomy expression. With their way back blocked off and their home gone, the spell warriors felt at a complete loss. Their morale had dropped to complete low. Han Li and the other cultivators watched the Mulan armies withdraw and slowly evacuate towards Skyfirst City. The battle at the border between hundreds of thousands of immortal cultivators have come to an end. Several months later, in a seemingly endless barren mountain range, a streak of azure light quickly flashed through it at the speed of lightning. A silhouette could be faintly seen from within the light. He wore scholarly robes and had a common appearance. He was Han Li, who was returning to the Drifting Cloud sect. In the time since the border battle had ended, startling information that the Soaring Tribes were intending to take advantage of their weakened state had spread, forcing the Mulan and the Heavenly South to come to a reluctant ceasefire. By the time eccentric Heavenvenge returned to Skyfirst City and confirmed that there was another power attacking the Mulan, the many factions sent several waves of their own cultivators to sweep the Mulan Plains, discovering that the Mulan mortals had been pushed to the border of the plains. As for the original residents of the Mulan tribes, they have begun showing traces of the Soaring Tribes. As a result, the Heavenly South could no longer delay and began to negotiate with the Mulan with great intensity. At the start, the Mulan wished for a third of the Heavenly South continent, or they would risk extermination for the Heavenly South and restart the war. For a time, neither side could move the discussion. But soon after, the Mulan mortals began to gather at the edge of the plains and the Soaring Tribes began to openly pursue Mulan's spell warriors. As a result, the divine sages could only gradually concede. After all, the Mulan were now on the verge of extinction and they were able to have discussions with the Heavenly South cultivators, unlike the Soaring Tribes who they held several tens of thousands of years of mutual hatred with. With several rounds of discussion, they eventually reached an agreement to give 2 countries to the Mulan and move the native mortals to other countries. Then each of the 3 powers carved out a portion of their own territories to compensate the Nine Nations Union, housing the clans and sects that were displaced. In return, the Mulan had to resist the Soaring Tribes' invasion with all their might, in accordance to what the Heavenly South powers had planned. Of course, the Heavenly South powers did provide assistance to resist the Soaring Tribes together. As a result, although the Mulan acquired their own land to live on, They bore the same responsibility as the 9 nations once did. They were required to stand on guard for any attacks by the soaring tribes. And because they were only given 2 countries, the Heavenly South powers didn't need to worry about the Mulan expanding and becoming a threat later on. After all, one's potential power is limited to the number of cultivation resources one possesses. While the Mulan were confined to 2 countries, they managed to avoid extermination, and they wouldn't have to fight the soaring tribes alone. They would have the assistance of the Heavenly South factions. Under the current circumstances, both parties were satisfied with this agreement. But among this, there was something that occurred to Han Li. Since he had killed the Dao companion of the Sifting sect master, the sect master was unwilling to leave it be and sent him many challenges to fight him alone. However, whenever Han Li received these messages, he immediately extinguished them without any intention of replying to them. It wasn't reasonable to expect that an early nascent soul stage cultivator to fight a late nascent soul stage cultivator. And Han Li wasn't the reckless hot-blooded sort either. He wouldn't do something so stupid without reason. Once discussions were finished between the Mulan and the Heavenly South, the Sifting sect master seemed to have come to an agreement with the Mulan divine sages, and he immediately departed with his subordinates. It was reportedly said that he returned to the Jin Empire, much to the relief of Han Li. As for the ancient lantern that Han Li captured, it was the legacy treasure of the Mulan tribes, the Bright Origin Lantern. The Mulan divine sages have all expressed that the Bright Origin Lantern was something passed down to the Mulan through successive generations. As it wasn't something that should fall into the hands of outsiders, they immediately called for its return. Of course, Han Li wasn't about to refuse them or let this opportunity pass. He immediately demanded several chunks of auric essence in exchange, but it was a pity that the Mulan didn't possess much of it. They were only able to come up with what amounted to a small piece. As a result, Han Li reluctantly accepted other rare materials to compensate and return the ancient lantern. Han Li didn't truly wish to hold on to the lantern. While its abilities were truly profound, it would one day come to haunt him. If decided to keep it, there would come a day where the Mulan would conspire to acquire it back. As such, it was better to be rid of it. On his way back to the Drifting Cloud sect, Han Li glanced at the storage pouch at his waist. When Han Li returned the ancient lantern in exchange for the rare materials, the Mulan had returned the flower basket ancient treasure and the purple cloud lace without any prior discussion. It seemed the Mulan clearly understood that if they were to stay in the Heavenly South for long, they couldn't afford to offend their high-grade cultivators. As such, the ancient treasures were returned to him so that there would be no grudges between them. Since Han Li had shown immense power at his young age, even the Mulan divine sages viewed him with dread. With the ancient treasures returned, Han Li promptly gave the purple cloud lace back to Silver Moon. Although she only made use of the treasure while she was in her demon fox body, she had used it to great effect. Since Han Li wasn't the ungrateful sort, he gave the purple cloud lace over to her as a reward. When news spread out that the Heavenly South cultivators and the Mulan had joined hands, the soaring tribes grew hesitant for a time. Although they stationed a large number of cultivators at the border of the Mulan plains, they didn't immediately launch an attack. They merely observed the actions of the Heavenly South and the Mulan, deciding to only observe in the near future. However, the soaring tribe's actions only caused for greater concern to Master Sunreach and the other leading figures of the Heavenly South. The deliberation of their enemies only displayed a greater intent to invade the Heavenly South continent. Seeing that there would be quite some time before further confrontation, the various powers of the Heavenly South took turns guarding the border as they did before. Each sect would send a few of their elite disciples and garrison them near the 2 countries given to the Mulan. If the soaring tribes did attack, the Mulan would be hard-pressed and the stationed disciples would be able to provide immediate assistance. As for the other cultivators, they were allowed to return to their sections. As a Drifting Cloud sect elder, Han Li had much to do with senior martial brother Lu. After confirming that most of the sect disciples had survived, he was free to return to the sect. Lu Luo had a few other matters to deal with and had to stay behind for a few days. As such, Han Li returned first. On the way, Han Li used the wind-riding chariot to hasten his journey, allowing him to cut down on the time it took to travel back. But when he entered the state of Shi, Han Li put the chariot away to avoid any unnecessary attention. The remaining 100 kilometers were traveled in nearly the blink of an eye. When he saw the Dream Cloud Mountains in the distance, he couldn't help but smile as he thought of Nangong Wan's beautiful appearance. Soon Han Li found himself inside a secret room, glaring at a silver-haired old man, his senior martial brother Cheng. With a face filled with fury and malevolence, Han Li uttered, "What's going on?" When he had returned to the Drifting Cloud sect, he didn't immediately return to his cave residence. Rather, he was stopped halfway and was brought to a secret room brimming with glacial energy. It was there that Han Li saw an astonishing sight. Nangong Wan had transformed into a 7-year-old child, sealed inside a slab of ice. Her eyes were shut as if completely oblivious to her surroundings. Much to the fury and alarm of Han Li's senior martial brother Qing bitterly smiled and sighed. If junior martial brother Han had returned 2 weeks earlier, he might have been able to prevent this from happening. There is no danger to her life for now, but she is forced to use this method to delay the activation of the Soul Seal curse. The Soul Seal curse? How did this Een curse take effect? Wasn't this curse lost long ago in the heavenly south? Could it be? Han Li paused to a moment when something soon came to mind. Seeing that Han Li recalled something, senior martial brother Qing gave Han Li a detailed explanation of what happened to her. Half a month ago, Nangong Wan emerged from her cave residence in the morning to absorb the frost of a nearby mountain for the use of her incarnation arts. But she didn't expect to encounter a black-robed man on her outing. As soon as this man saw Nangong Wan, he immediately attacked her with a ferocious Devil Dao technique, breaking through several of her protective treasures. When Nangong Wan saw this, she hastily called for help and attempted to escape in the direction of her cave residence. By the time senior martial brother Qing and other Drifting Cloud sect disciples went to assist her, she had already fallen into the black-robed man's grasp. He simply pressed his finger against her forehead and soon released her. In his alarm, senior martial brother Qing immediately ordered his disciples to jointly attack the black-robed man. But when the black-robed man saw so many Drifting Cloud sect disciples present, he didn't make an attempt to fight them. With a cold smile, he left a jade slip behind and flew away at the speed of lightning. Unable to do anything to him, senior martial brother Qing brought Nangong Wan back to the sect in an attempt to heal her, only to discover that she had suffered from the Soul Seal curse, a secret restriction that was long lost to the Heavenly South Devil Dao. When the restriction is forcefully placed on a person, their intellect and spirit are slowly sealed. Then, depending on the target's cultivation, their soul is slowly destroyed after an unknown amount of time, turning the target into a living corpse. It was once an extremely malicious method to deal with an enemy. The old man was extremely frightened by the sight of this curse and was at a complete loss of what to do. But at that moment, Nangong Wan had managed to awaken on her own. After learning that she suffered from the Soul Seal curse, she paled and immediately thought of a method to save her own life. She decided to use an ability of her greater incarnation arts and temporarily seal herself using glacial qi. As a result, not only would this completely seal Nangong Wan's body, but it would also slow down the effects of the curse to a vast degree. The result is how you see her currently. Once that was said, he handed over an azure and a red jade slip over to Han Li, senior martial brother Qing side, and said, "One of the jade slips was left behind for junior martial sister Nangong by the black-robed man. As for the other piece, it was something he had left behind for junior martial brother Han in particular. Please take a look at them." Han Li sullenly received the 2 jade slips and examined them before deciding to first read through the jade slip meant for Nangong Wan. After immersing his spiritual sense into the jade slip, he wore a strange expression. Although he appeared somewhat worried, he appeared to be grateful as well. This had stunned senior martial brother Qing. The jade slip was left behind by Nangong Wan for Han Li. The old man hadn't read through this jade slip as there had been a small trick placed on it, allowing others to know if someone else had read through it first. Since it was easily seen through, the old man wouldn't rashly make such a mistake. Due to Han Li's recent rise in reputation and display of might, he couldn't afford to treat him lightly. After Han Li finished reading through the azure jade slip, Han Li sighed and moved to the crimson jade slip. Once he read through it, Han Li's expression sank and he twisted his hands in fury, immolating the jade slips in purple flames. The old man was astonished by the sight. Although these jade slips weren't meticulously refined, it was rather difficult to burn them without leaving even ash behind. Since Han Li was able to do this without much effort, it only validated many of the rumors of Han Li that claimed his own power was greater than that of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. He had found a rather formidable character on behalf of the Drifting Cloud sect. As the old man's thoughts appeared in his head, Han Li muttered to himself and asked, "Senior Marshal Brother Qing, did you catch the face of the person who ambushed Nangong Wan? Was he tall? And what was his cultivation? Perhaps he is someone that I know." The old man promptly replied, "I did manage to catch sight of him and he was quite tall. He was a youth with an ordinary face. He seemed to be using some sort of concealment technique to hide. My abilities were too poor to see through them. However, he should be at mid-nascent soul stage at the very least, as he was able to easily defeat fellow Daoist Nangong." A youth. Han Li's expression flickered. He felt it surprising. That's right. However, with his cultivation he is certain to be like Junior Marshal Brother. He must have taken some sort of medicine pill or cultivated some technique to halt his appearance. However, his age is also certain to be larger than your own. There are sparsely few cultivators in this world that are able to condense a nascent soul at your age. But Junior Marshal Brother, from what I saw of the jade slip that the black-robed man left behind, he wishes for Junior Marshal Brother to bring your magic treasure refined from golden lightning bamboo to the profound heaven mountains. Could it be this person is truly a Devil Dao cultivator from the Jin Empire? Do you truly possess a precious treasure refined from golden lightning bamboo? The old man was unable to hold his questions back. I can't be certain whether or not it is that person, but regardless, he has a relationship with me. He should be a devil cultivator from the Jin Empire's Sifting sect. I originally believed that they wished to take vengeance on me for killing one of their sect members, but I didn't expect for them to desire my golden lightning bamboo treasure. It seemed they wished to pay me a visit even if I didn't kill their sect member. As a result, Warner was involved. It is true that I possess a treasure refined from golden lightning bamboo. Once that was said, the anger from his face slipped away, only to be replaced with a harsh coldness. This comes as no surprise. Golden lightning bamboo is legendary for its ability to restrain devilish arts. And since they're from the Jin Empire, they don't have to show any restraint in dealing with cultivators from the heavenly south. How about this? I'll invite some of my close friends to join together and find that man. Chapter 785. Sword Refinement. Han Li shook his head and slowly said, "There is no need. If I've guessed correctly, his cultivation will be profound and he'll be a character on par with the Mulan divine sages. If common cultivators encountered him, they wouldn't be able to deal with him and they would only bring about their own deaths. Besides, he possesses the Soul Seal Curse's removal method. I don't want to scare him off." Senior Marshal Brother Qing shouted in alarm, "On par with a Mulan divine sage? Could he be a late nascent soul stage cultivator? If that's the case, Junior Marshal Brother definitely can't take him on alone. It will be too dangerous, so let's request some help from Long Han and Feng Bing." With a deep sigh, Han Li calmly said, "Although they will be able to deal with this person, they will need at least 4 months to arrive. It will be too late. The black-robed man is only giving 2 months of time past the assault. It seems he's calculated when I would return, but he didn't anticipate that I could travel so quickly. This will give me some time to consider how to properly deal with him. Most importantly, I will need to find out how to acquire the method to dissolve the Soul Seal Curse." Senior Marshal Brother Qing could only nod in agreement. "All right, if Junior Marshal Brother needs any assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. The sect's disciples are at your disposal." "Many thanks, Senior Marshal Brother." According to the jade slip Warner left behind, she is able to postpone the activation of the Soul Seal Curse for nearly 100 years. But in truth, this had never been tested before, so I can't help but worry. Han Li glanced at the girl in the wall of ice with worry. After a moment of thought, the old man consoled, "There is no need for Junior Marshal Brother to be so anxious. From what I see, she should be able to survive and pass this trial. How about this? In the next few days I'll go and look through a few ancient records and see if there are any methods of dissolving the curse, resolving any need to go seek out the black-robed man." Han Li forced a smile and said, "Thank you for the trouble, Senior Marshal Brother. If you have no objections, I wish to be alone here for a while. I hope you don't take offense. Of course. I'll be heading to the records library now. Please keep your wife company. Senior Marshal Brother Qing responded with a tone of empathy, and he promptly left, leaving Han Li alone in the room. Han Li then turned his attention to the ice wall, his face wearing a lonely expression as he let out a long sigh. After an entire day, Han Li had yet to leave the room. When Senior Marshal Brother Qing returned from the records library and saw that Han Li still remained inside, he couldn't help but worry. After half a day more, he felt the need to check up on him. But just as he thought to enter, Han Li suddenly emerged from the room. Junior Marshal Brother Han, has anything happened? The old man asked with bewilderment. Han Li's heart warmed, seeing the old man was waiting for him outside the door. He apologetically said, "It's nothing. I was only thinking of my plans on how I should deal with the enemy. Sorry for making you worry. There is still a month left before the deadline. I must prepare to enter seclusion. You won't need to bother me if there isn't anything important." "You're going to enter seclusion? What can you do in such a short amount of time?" Senior Marshal Brother Qing appeared baffled. Han Li vaguely replied, "I've acquired a bit of auric essence since I've been gone. I was prepared to further temper my magic treasures, but in such a short amount of time, I'll only be able to strengthen them somewhat." The old man suddenly came to an understanding and said, "So it was like that. Please go ahead, Junior Marshal Brother. I'll make sure none of the sect disciples will bother you." Han Li solemnly added on, "There is still something else. Since the ice wall is formed here, I cannot stray too far. Otherwise something could happen to it. However, I can place several more spell formations to surround it and better protect Wanner. I will have to trouble Senior Marshal Brother to attend to it. Please don't worry, Junior Marshal Brother. Fellow Daoist Nangong was attacked while within the domain of our Drifting Cloud sect, and as such I bear the responsibility. I've already had this place classified as a forbidden area. There will be no disciples wandering over here. There will be no problem with your wife's safety." The silver-haired old man replied instantly, as if having already considered the problem. A bright glint flashed through Han Li's eyes. "Since that's the case, I am relieved. With no time to lose, I'll first place down the spell formations before entering seclusion." Leaving the old man behind, he returned to his cave residence, surprised to see that Mu Peeling was waiting for him there. A trace of astonishment flickered from his eyes, but he still welcomed her inside. Once Mu Peeling entered the hall, she worriedly asked, "Is Big Sister Nanlong all right? I heard that she was wounded, but I didn't receive any precise information. I've been worried." Han Li took a seat and calmly asked, "Huh? You have a good relationship with Wanner?" Mu Peeling promptly replied, "We get along well. Big Sister Nanlong's temperament is quite good. While my lord was away, she gave me much guidance with my cultivation. I am indebted to her." After a moment of silence, he wore a bitter smile. "I should be happy from what you said. However, Wanner has suffered from the soul seal curse and has sealed herself, so I can take joy in what you said. But in the several months I haven't seen you, your cultivation has clearly risen. I am pleased that you haven't been slacking in your cultivation. As for me, I will have to spend the next month in seclusion, making preparations to dissolve Wanner's curse." Mu Peeling couldn't help but ask, "Soul seal curse? That devil Dao curse will be troublesome. My lord, do you have a way to solve it?" A harsh expression suddenly appearing on his face, Han Li gloomily said, "Solve it? I can only defeat the person who placed down the curse and acquire the method to dissolve it from his felled body." When Mu Peeling heard this, she could only frown. At that moment, the disciple who Han Li had picked up out of convenient Lu Yu came to visit him. In addition to sending her regards to her master, she also came to ask about Nangong Wan. As a clever person, she had befriended Nangong Wan, her master's wife. When she arrived, Han Li gave her a short summary of what had happened, including to mention the soul seal curse. This had worried Lu Yu, but given her lacking experience in cultivation, there was nothing she could do. With no intention of continuing to chat with the two women, Han Li escorted them out. Naturally, the two didn't raise any objections and obediently left. But just as the two left the cave residence, Lu Yu's eyes flickered and she smiled at Mu Peeling. "Fellow Daoist Mu, while you are the master's concubine, It seems that you are still a maiden and are treated only as a guest. Could it be that your beauty doesn't move him? Or is there some other reason? With Lady Nangong's beauty being above yours, you had better shape up. You mean? Mu Peeling blushed as soon as she realized what Lu Yu meant. Then with a smile Lu Yu shot into the sky in a streak of light. After blankly standing in place for a moment, she immediately flew off on her magic tool. When Han Li saw the two women depart, he checked the medicine garden and the insect room to see they were all doing fine. Then after bringing a few tool refinement materials into a sealed room, he began to use nascent flame to temper the auric essence into his 36 flying swords. In addition to the pieces of auric essence he had acquired from Master Sunreach and the Mulan, he was given another piece of auric essence from Long Han on behalf of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. As a result, he had more than enough auric essence to fully temper his 36 flying swords. Tempering additional materials into completed magic treasures wasn't a complicated task. However, it was rather pressing to do this as only in a month. Han Li could only sit down and do his utmost to temper his swords until they could form a minor version of the Grand Aureate sword formation, allowing him to battle against a late nascent soul stage cultivator. As for the person who placed the soul seal curse on Nangong Wan, he should most likely be the Sifting sect master. He needed to acquire the method of dissolving the curse, and the minor form of the Aureate sword formation would be his way of getting it. With those thoughts in mind, Han Li placed his hand against his storage pouch and summoned several various-sized pieces of auric essence on the ground. He then summoned the supplementary materials from his storage pouch by their side. Han Li sat down cross-legged and pointed to the smallest piece of auric essence. The faintly golden stone floated in the air and slowly flew towards Han Li. Han Li stared at it unwaveringly and waited until it was a meter in front of him before it stopped. Then with his hands held in an incantation gesture, he spat out a dazzling azure nascent flame. With a light bang, it struck the auric essence and instantly enveloped it. Han Li slowly began his incantation and the azure nascent flame suddenly flared, glowing ever brighter, slowly melting the stone inside. He stared at it with a stern expression. After an hour had passed, a majority of the impurities dripped onto the floor as quite liquid. The rest of the auric essence remained in the fire as a translucent liquid. Once Han Li saw this, he flung his sleeve and swept up a jade box from the ground. It instantly opened itself to reveal a fine silver powder. The powder was then swept into the liquid auric essence in a streak of silver light, roiling the azure flames. The transparent liquid then began to shine with silver light, and after striking it with several spell seals, it was entirely absorbed. Chapter 786. Sword Formation Minor Completion. Suddenly, a strange scene occurred as the transparent liquid began to split into 6 thumb-sized silver beads that slowly swiveled in the air. Han Li let out a deep breath before suddenly biting the tip of his tongue and spitting a cloud of blood essence onto the beads. They cleanly absorbed the entirety of the blood essence, turned them into pure gold. His spirits were roused at the sight and he spat out a streak of azure light. The light circled once around him before stopping, revealing itself to be a sparkling inch-long sword surrounded by azure mist. Han Li pointed to one of the purified beads of auric essence and had it cover the surface of the sword in a perfectly even layer. The small sword immediately began to flicker with a dazzling golden light. Han Li raised his brow at this and pointed at the ground several times, summoning several of the supplementary materials to fuse with the flying sword. He then beckoned to the flying sword and it instantly flew into his palm where it became embroiled in azure nascent flames. Han Li slowly shut his eyes and used his spiritual sense to control the nascent flames and begin the tempering. This process would only be completed when the blood essence-infused auric essence merged completely with the flying sword. Day after day passed and Han Li refined each of the bamboo cloudsworm swords without a single moment of rest. Were it not for the myriad-year spirit milk, Han Li's magic power wouldn't have been able to persist. As time drew closer to the black-robed man's appointed date, those who knew of the matter grew anxious, but the most worried of them all was Senior Marshal Brother Cheng. On the day before the deadline, someone delivered a jade slip to the Drifting Cloud sect using a flying sword. The jade slip detailed the precise location for the coming appointment. Not only was the terrain dangerous, but it was even somewhat far from the Dream Cloud Mountains. If Han Li did not leave seclusion soon, he may not have enough time to make it there. As the silver-haired old man restlessly walked in circles inside the official hall, Han Li silently appeared at the entrance. The old man saw that Han Li arrived and shouted with delight, "Junior Marshal Brother, you've finally arrived. Have you finished tempering your magic treasures?" Appearing more confident than he was a month ago, Han Li sullenly responded, "I've managed to somehow finish refining the treasures. Senior Marshal Brother, I heard that another jade slip has been sent explaining the meeting place. Is that true?" "That's right. He wishes to meet you at the peak of Heaven Pillar Mountain. Here's the jade slip that he sent." Senior Marshal Brother Qing nodded and handed over a green jade slip. Han Li took it and quickly read through it with his spiritual sense. With a snort, a stern expression appeared on his face as he said, "He wants me to come alone and bring the golden lightning bamboo magic treasure. It seems he's investigated me quite well. He even knew of my relationship with Warner, or else he wouldn't have been able to use it against me. With his vast abilities, it should prove to be an easy task to stealthily look into the matters between Junior Marshal Brother Han and Little Sister Nangong. After all, low-grade cultivators are completely helpless against powerful Devil Dao cultivators. Junior Marshal Brother, I can't have you face this danger alone, so I've already contacted the Child Fire Dragon and 6 other fellow Daoists. When you take off, we'll follow closely behind you. As soon as that person appears, we'll surround him and we'll be certain to keep him trapped. We'll make sure he knows that he can't do as he wishes in our state of Xi." Senior Marshal Brother Qing declared with a resentful tone. Senior Marshal Brother's methods are quite good, but this man will most likely be on guard. However, it's fine if Senior Marshal Brother and his companions follow me. If he is careless and arrogant, it will spell his death. After a moment of thought, Han Li agreed. Help was exactly what he was looking for. Good, it's settled. Although Heaven Pillar Mountain is extremely tall, it may as well be flat to cultivators like us. I will put a marker on your body and we will use that to follow you. If the opponent truly isn't someone you can fight, you only need to buy some time for me and my friends to arrive. I must thank Senior Marshal Brother for his troubles, and I will be sure to return the favor. As Han Li seldom accepted help from others, he spoke these words with complete sincerity. Senior Marshal Brother Qing smiled and chuckled as he said, "Junior Marshal Brother Han is part of our Drifting Cloud sect, so we can't treat you as an outsider. The arranged time is soon to come. You must hurry with your preparations and leave tonight, or you might not have enough time to arrive at Heaven Pillar Mountain." Han Li nodded in agreement and quickly departed. Senior Marshal Brother Qing sighed with relief after Han Li departed and wore a knowing smile. From Han Li's promise of paying back this favor, he knew that his efforts had not been in vain. Once he reached the end of his lifespan, he knew that his Junior Marshal Brother Han would do his best to repay the Drifting Cloud sect. Tension leaving the old man's heart, he slapped his storage pouch after a moment more of thought and took out several talismans. He then flung them in the air before they flew out of the hall in streaks of red light. After doing this, the silver-haired old man sat in his chair with a pensive expression and pondered over what had just happened. These sound transmission talismans would soon summon his good friends who had been staying at the sect's guest hall over the past few days. 2 hours after Han Li departed, Senior Marshal Brother Qing and them set off after him. In order to preserve his magic power, Han Li only flew in an ordinary streak of light, and while flew he fiddled with the 3-inch-long sword in his hand. It was one of the 36 swords that Han Li had infused with auric essence. For some unknown reason, the flying swords had turned gold after being infused with auric essence. If he guessed correctly, the change in appearance was only temporary. Once the auric essence had truly merged into the magic treasure, its original appearance would be restored. But when he saw that the 36 swords still retained their golden luster after fully refining them, he felt completely baffled. However, the effect the auric essence had on the swords appeared to be even greater than the legends had described. From his tests, the flying swords were at least 30% more powerful and their sharpness far surpassed what they had before. Han Li was confident that if they clashed with any magic treasures that were made from inferior materials, his flying swords would likely cleave through them. However, there were some misgivings that accompanied his delight. He eventually recalled the main material of the flying swords, the golden lightning bamboo, and the refined crystal that he had used to first temper them. Could it be that when these incredibly rare materials merged with the auric essence, they underwent some sort of unfathomable evolution? After some long thought, he found this to be the only explanation. Since this change was for the better, he wasn't willing to spend too much effort investigating the matter. Instead, he placed his mind on the aurate sword formation. Hanli didn't need to specifically cultivate it in order to use it. In fact, he had easily activated it while in seclusion to test its power. The sword formation's amazing power served to verify the words of the golden page. Although he was only able to form a simple version of the aurate formation, it already displayed a marvelous power that bolstered Han Li's confidence in facing the black-robed man. He needed to dispel Nangong Wan's soul seal curse, but if he didn't possess the aurate formation, Han Li definitely wouldn't have obediently sent himself off to death. Of course, Han Li hadn't ever fought against a late nascent soul stage cultivator and he couldn't truly know how well he would do. But he had fought against mid-nascent soul stage cultivators, and reckoned he would have at least an 80% chance of trapping and killing one. With such power, he should have more than enough ability to contend against a late nascent soul cultivator. However, it would prove rather troublesome to acquire the method of dissolving the soul seal curse from his opponent. Han Li will need to use his own discretion once he met the black-robed man and carefully navigate the situation. Han Li sighed and the small sword in his hand disappeared from his sight. He then swept his surroundings with his spiritual sense, discovering no trace of his senior martial brother or his allies, but wasn't surprised. They were sure to be hiding in the distance from fear that the black-robed man would discover them, since their opponent was possibly a late nascent soul cultivator. Heaven Pillar Mountain was an isolated, steep mountain tens of kilometers tall located to the west of the Dreamcloud Mountains. From a distance, it appeared extremely steep, with a third of the mountain reaching beyond the clouds. There were only a few short hills surrounding the mountain, allowing the surroundings to be clearly seen from the center of the mountain. This was also probably why the black-robed man had selected it. But when Han Li arrived 50 kilometers away from the mountain, he suddenly felt his spiritual sense roil. While his spiritual sense was at the level of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, he didn't dare to let down his guard. Who didn't know whether or not the black-robed man was deliberately hiding something in order to lull him into a false sense of security. As a result, Han Li simply had his spiritual sense probe his surroundings while feigning ignorance about being watched as he flew towards the peak of the mountain. At nearly the same time, a black-robed man sitting on the peak opened his eyes and stared in the direction of Han Li. He muttered, "You've come. It seems the information I acquired was correct, and your relationship with that woman is quite deep." Chapter 787. A black-robed youth, putting yourself in danger over a woman? It seems I've overestimated you. The black-robed man muttered to himself and turned to look at the simple transportation formation next to him. When he sensed that Han Li was only a few tens of kilometers away, he stood up and walked towards the transportation formation in large strides. A moment later, he disappeared in a flash of white light. At that moment, Han Li felt the black-robed man suddenly disappear. Alarm ringing through his head, he thought, what use is there in using a concealment technique? Is he plotting against me? He then continued onward with complete vigilance. When Han Li arrived at the top of Heaven Pillar Mountain and saw the eye-catching transportation formation placed there, his expression changed. His gaze then turned to the boulder at its side, which had the words, "Do not be late," carved into it. When Han Li read these words, his expression grew unsightly and he cursed his enemy's cunning. Although he was able to see that it was a simple transportation formation that couldn't travel far away, if he took it he would fall right into the enemy's trap. Even worse was that he couldn't know whether or not senior martial brother Cheng's party would follow him. From what was carved in the stone, it was clear to see that the black-robed man wasn't willing to meet with him and give him the opportunity to negotiate. If Han Li delayed for too long, the black-robed man may decide to leave and he couldn't afford to take that risk. If Han Li wanted to find the method to dissolve the soul seal curse, he could only take the risk of using the formation. Han Li's expression wavered for a time, before he eventually came to a decision. He first swept the nearby area to see whether or not there were any devil cultivators hiding nearby. Then he took out a sound transmission talisman and whispered into it before tossing it into the air, launching it through the sky in a streak of red light. Afterwards, Hanli took the spirit beast pouch from his waist and summoned its contents into the air. Black-tainted gold devouring beetles that just appeared then swarmed around him and transformed into a tricolored suit of armor covering his body. With a fling of his sleeve, he summoned a small blue shield in front of him, and in a flash of white light, an embroidered scarf appeared in his hand. Hanli lowered his head to look at the embroidered scarf, and a strange expression appeared in his eyes. The embroidered scarf was a protective treasure that Nangong had given him, and he stroked its smooth cloth as he silently stood there. A moment later, Hanli raised his hand and placed several protective barriers on his body before finally stepping into the transportation formation. He then took a deep breath and raised his hands, striking at the corner of the formation with a spell seal. White light flashed and Hanli disappeared without a trace. At the center of a nameless island in a small lake several thousand kilometers away from Heaven Pillar Mountain, Hanli appeared in a flash of white light. In the moment he arrived, he disregarded the discomfort from the teleportation and ordered his blue shield to enlarge and cover him, protecting a majority of his body. However, Hanli didn't detect any attack and had the time to glance around him instead. There is no need to worry. I wouldn't go so far as to launch a sneak attack against an early nascent soul cultivator like you, although I do hear that you are a rather extraordinary cultivator. A strange voice spoke from close to him. When Hanli heard this voice, his heart trembled. This wasn't the voice of the Sifting sect master. Could it be that this was another devil cultivator? Astonishment on his face, he turned to look in the direction of the voice. He saw a black-robed youth that looked to be in his 20s standing 100 meters away with his hands behind his back, staring at Hanli. Although Hanli hadn't seen the true face of the Sifting sect master, this man's body and voice were completely different from what he had seen. Hanli looked at him, unable to see through his cultivation. With narrowed eyes and a wary heart, he snorted and mockingly said, "If you won't perform a sneak attack, then why did you need to place the soul seal curse on my Dao companion?" After saying these words, Hanli took in his surroundings. He was at the edge of a swamp with muddied waters and damp air. He could hear the sounds of a lake and see a short grove close to them. Hanli frowned for a moment before regaining a calm expression. He felt that there were strange spiritual chi fluctuations around him and realized there were restrictions placed around them as he had expected. Although he reckoned they weren't formidable spell formations, they were certain to put him at a disadvantage considering that he was forced here. The youth chuckled and leisurely said, "I won't be needing to use them since fellow Daoist Han has obediently come. Although I possess some abilities, it isn't to the extent that I would be able to resist your entire sect." Hanli glared at the youth and asked, "You truly aren't the Sifting sect master?" "What? Do I look like my sect master?" asked the black-robed youth with a chuckle. "No. But you were able to easily sneak into the Drifting Cloud sect and safely leave after injuring someone. I don't know who else aside from your sect master who could have done it. Also, I don't recall ever seeing you before. Did you not appear during the Great Battle?" Puzzled, Hanli spoke as if musing to himself. The youth smiled and wore an odd expression as he said, "Although I do wish to give fellow Daoist Han an explanation, I did not invite you here to explain myself. Did you bring the golden lightning bamboo magic treasure?" When Hanli heard this, he glared at the youth in silence. The youth sighed and confidently said, "If fellow Daoist Han wishes to drag this on, I fear he will be disappointed. I specifically refined the transportation formation so that it will only work twice. After 2 uses, the other end of the transportation formation will destroy itself and your friends wouldn't be able to get here in less than half a day. I believe that will be more than enough time to settle the matter between us." A cold glint appeared in Hanli's eyes and he snorted, speaking with an emotionless tone, "You wish to know whether or not I have the golden lightning bamboo treasure on hand, but how about telling me the method to dissolve the soul seal curse first?" "The method to dissolve the soul seal curse is inside this jade slip, but let me take a look at the golden lightning bamboo treasure first. I am not like my sect master and I only want the golden lightning bamboo. I have no intention of trying to avenge his dead Dao companion." The youth's smile disappeared and he revealed a jet-black jade slip in his hand, then deeply stared at Hanli. With raised brows, Hanli firmly said, "Of course. Although the golden lightning bamboo treasure is valuable, It isn't nearly as important as my own Dao companion. He placed his hands on his chest and then slowly drew them away. In a clap of thunder, golden lightning jumped out as a small azure arrow appeared in his hand. Holding it with 2 fingers, Han Li expressionlessly glanced at the youth. When the youth saw this, greed momentarily appeared on his face. Then after a moment of thought he flicked his wrist and sent the black jade slip flying towards Han Li at an incredibly slow speed as if it were being dragged through the air by a rope. Han Li immediately understood what he intended. Without speaking another word he flung the small arrow over, making it travel through the air at a similar speed. Although the two were controlling each of the items, their gazes were fixed on each other's faces. By the time the 2 objects arrived in front of each other, Han Li and the youth both let out sighs of relief. The two took the exchanged items into their hands and quickly looked them over, only to find themselves wearing a bitter smile. "This is your golden lightning bamboo magic treasure?" The black-robed youth coldly smiled and pinched the small azure arrow in his hand. In a silver-white fire, it turned into ash. "I've also never heard that the simplest of the 5 elements techniques was capable of dissolving the soul seal curse." Han Li grasped the jade slip in his hand and burned it with blue flame, causing it to freeze and shatter into glistening light. The black-robed youth wore a stern expression and he snorted as traces of fiendish qi began to emerge from his body. "It seems neither of us trusts the other. However, that doesn't matter. I will ask you one last time whether or not you are willing to exchange the golden lightning bamboo treasure. So long as you hand it over to me, I will give you the method to save your Dao companion and leave. Otherwise, I will just seize the treasure after killing you. Since it isn't an ancient treasure, you must be carrying it within your body." With a light sigh, Han Li icily said, "As it just so happens, my plans are similar to your own. Since you're the caster of the soul seal curse, the method to eliminate the curse must be within your mind. Once I kill you, I will perform a soul search on your primal soul and acquire what I want to know." "You will perform a soul search on me? You are the first person to dare say that to me for several hundreds of years. I will honor your audacity by leave your corpse intact." The black-robed youth smiled in fury before he raised his hands and shot several spell seals all around him. Then with a series of hums, 7 pillars of blinding white light shot into the air. At the same time, silver-white flood dragons emerged from each of the pillars of light, roaring towards the skies. "Not good. The 7 pillar dragons. Master must quickly leave." Before Han Li could clearly recognize the pillars, he heard Silver Moon's terrified voice in his ear. Chapter 788. Sword Formation Revealed. Although Han Li didn't know how powerful the 7 pillar dragons were, when he heard the terror in Silver Moon's voice, he steeled his heart and summoned 36 of his bamboo cloudsworm swords with a wave of his sleeve, having them flow around him like a school of fish. Knowing that his opponent was a powerful devil cultivator, Han Li had no intention of slowly probing his abilities. With the full force of his newly tempered flying swords, he planned to subdue his opponent in a single blow. As the 36 streaks of golden light revolved above Han Li's head, he struck the swarm of swords with several spell seals. This caused the golden lights to faintly tremble and immediately form over 100 identical copies of themselves. Just as Han Li thought to execute another spell seal and form the swords into the Orate formation, the 7 pillars of light surrounding him rushed to attack him. The silver flood dragons inside the pillars looked at Han Li and opened their mouths, condensing sparkling silver balls of light. Without further thought, Han Li pointed to the blue shield in front of him, and in a flash of light it transformed into a barrier of blue ice that surrounded him. He then released the embroidered scarf with his other hand, and it transformed into a white mist of frost surrounding the ice barrier. At that same moment, a wild silhouette flew out of his sleeve and landed on the ground, revealing itself to be a beautiful woman. In Han Li's surprise, Silver Moon immediately raised her hand and released a streak of purple light, the purple cloud lace. With a tense expression, she made the cloud lace transform into a purple net of fire, forming the final layer of protection around them. Han Li's heart trembled as he had already placed down 2 layers of protection, and Silver Moon still didn't believe it to be enough. Just how powerful were the 7 pillar dragons? Just as these thoughts appeared in Han Li's mind, the 7 silver flood dragons silently released beams of nearly solid silver light. The beams of light immediately struck the net of purple flames. The net managed to endure for a short moment before 7 holes were melted through, and the 7 silver lights continued to strike the mist of frost formed from the embroidered scarf. The mist roiled as soon as it was struck, as if it wouldn't be able to endure for long. When Han Li saw this, his felt breath turned cold. As things were going, the 3 layers of protection were about to be destroyed in an instant. These beams of light were incredibly powerful. But just as these thoughts appeared in Han Li's mind, Silvermoon felt relieved and said, "So these turned out to be a counterfeit. I was worried over nothing." Silvermoon muttered to herself before forming an incantation gesture and spitting out a pearl the size of a thumb surrounded by a pink mist that carried a strong fragrance. Silvermoon then began to utter an incantation with a sweet voice and extended her finger towards the pearl. Bang! The pearl exploded and transformed into countless gleaming specks of dust that soon merged with the blue ice barrier. Han Li was somewhat surprised but didn't intend to block her in the slightest. Once the ice barrier absorbed the fragments of the pearl, it flourished with light and its exterior shined as if it were suddenly covered with countless identical mirrors. At that moment, the silver light pierced through the white mist and made its way towards the last layer of defense. Han Li grew nervous at the sight, but he continued to cast spell seals without interruption. At an unknown time, the golden lights revolving around his head had begun to disappear. The ice barrier released a blinding light as the 7 silver beams faintly trembled before being reflected, striking back at the 7 pillars of light at an even greater speed than before. Not only did this come as a surprise to Han Li, but the black-robed youth was caught completely unprepared as well. His attention was now focused on the beautiful woman at Han Li's side. When she had uttered the word, "counterfeit," a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Then in a series of explosions, the silver dragons within the pillars of light were submerged in silver light and disappeared without a trace. Han Li stared blankly and found it difficult to believe that such vicious treasures were so easily taken care of. Silvermoon pursed her lips, her face revealing a slight trace of satisfaction. She then pressed her hand against her chest and sighed with relief as spoke to Han Li. "Not only were they counterfeit, but they were only half finished. They had truly given me a fright." The black-robed youth's expression grew stern upon seeing the 7 pillar dragons being destroyed. When he heard Silvermoon utter the words, "half finished," he said with a harsh tone, "Half finished? How could you know the method to destroy the 7 pillar dragons?" Although he knew that the treasure he had acquired wasn't the genuine article described in legends, he had still felt that its abilities were somewhat lacking. This lingering doubt caused him to feel as if there was a ring of truth to Silvermoon's words. Silvermoon's gaze flickered upon hearing him, but she had no intention of replying. Instead, she formed an incantation gesture with her hands and struck the ice barrier with a spell seal. Suddenly, light flashed from the barrier and a pink mist shot out from it, instantly condensing back into the pearl. Silvermoon then spat out a mist of light and swept the pearl back into her mouth. The black-robed youth's initial fury soon disappeared and was replaced with delight as he exclaimed, "Demon core! Hehe. So you are a demon fox. However, your cultivation is only in the 7th grade. This is truly baffling. As it just so happens, there are many cultivators in the Gian Empire that wish for a demon fox concubine of their own. The price for a demon fox capable of transformation is incredibly high. It seems this trip wasn't a wasted effort after all." Silvermoon's expression changed, but soon her luminous eyes flickered. She then chuckled with her hand covering her mouth. "Although this servant does wish to leave with this immortal master, I already have a master. I'm afraid I cannot comply." Staring at Silvermoon with fierce greed, he casually said, "Your master? Soon that master will have his soul scattered. If you obediently follow me, I will spare your life. Otherwise, you are simply ignoring my good intentions. Following this senior will be much better than staying in this remote and desolate land." Still standing in place, Han Li derisively said, "Is your mind muddled? Her current master is doing quite well. If you wish to change my servant's mind, you should first pay attention to your surroundings." The black-robed youth glanced at the sword lights surrounding him and disdainfully said, "My surroundings? Are you talking about this rubbish sword light? Although it is surprising that you managed to refine so many flying swords, don't you know that a magic treasure's might depends on how much one has tempered it? Refining so many flying swords was an incredibly foolish decision. As for those transformed swordlights, that is merely a flashy but worthless trick. What use is this ability in a fight against cultivators of similar rank? I can stand in place and you swordlights still won't be able to injure me. When he heard this, Hanli wore a weird expression and killing intent burst from his eyes. Your words are reasonable. However, I must first ask you if you are a late nascent soul stage cultivator? If you aren't, then you will die. At that moment he completed a spell seal and activated the stealthily placed Aureate sword formation. When the black-robed youth heard Hanli, he felt a wave of unease and hastily flipped his hand, summoning a pitch-black hatchet. Talisman characters could be faintly seen on its surface and a vivid ghost face was carved on its handle. At that moment, streaks of golden sword light suddenly burst with radiance and released loud, clear rings as they streaked across the air, yet to attack. The black-robed youth hastily spread out his spiritual sense to find the sword lights, but he wasn't able to locate a single one of them. This caused his heart to drop. Without any further hesitation he snorted and released the black hatchet. In a flash of black light, it grew to 20 meters in the blink of an eye, and its edge gleamed from its sharpness. In a blur, the huge hatchet fiercely chopped at the air, only for a golden light to suddenly blossom. An unremarkable golden thread suddenly appeared from underneath the huge hatchet and flashed before instantly fading away. With a bang, the huge hatchet was split down the middle and fell to the floor. This is... The black-robed youth's disdain suddenly disappeared and his expression turned grave. He quickly raised his hand and summoned an emerald saber, which shot through the air before a similar scene occurred. The green streak flew about 30 meters before being shredded by several streaks of golden threads. Then in a burst of green light, it fell to the ground in 7 pieces. A sword formation. The black-robed youth recognized what this was due to his vast experience as his blood ran cold. This kind of sword formation required several hundreds of cultivators in order to employ it. However, Hanli alone was able to lay down such a fearsome sword formation, much to the black-robed youth's shock. Hanli saw he had recognized that this was a sword formation, but had no intention of giving the black-robed youth the opportunity to consider how to break it. Hanli promptly put his hands in an incantation gesture and contacted all of his sword lights with his spiritual sense, activating the entire Aureate sword formation. A strange scene suddenly developed near the black-robed youth as countless golden threads suddenly flickered around the youth, intermittently coming in and out of existence. These flickers appeared without a pattern and slowly closed in on him. When he saw this, the youth's expression turned pale and he suddenly patted his storage pouch and took out 10 white pearls filled with veins of crimson. He then began to spin and toss the pearls all around him. Chapter 789. Ghost Sifting Banner. Hanli's heart stirred at the sight of these pearls. They appeared to be the same as his own lightning beads. As the thought appeared in his head, he willed the Aureate sword formation to continue onward. The sword threads were one of the abilities of the Aureate formation, similar to the sword threads used by sword cultivators, but the formation was capable of summoning over 100 astonishing threads of sword chi. With the sword formation's might coupled with the auric essence-infused swords, these sword threads were far more formidable than those from common sword cultivators. Ordinary treasures were similarly incapable of blocking the sword's incisive strikes. As for items like the lightning bead, Hanli had no fear of them. So long as the true 36 swords were unharmed, the sword formation would easily reform itself even if the sword threads were scattered. The Aureate sword formation couldn't be set back by any attacks. Just as Hanli thought this, golden light flashed as the pearls contacted the sword formation, splitting the pearls into several pieces. Surprisingly, the pearls weren't explosives. Instead, they released a dense black-red mist of blood. The blood mist immediately dispersed and leaked through the air, spreading a pungent, sickly sweet scent. The bead was known as a blood mine, and it was said that they were refined from the most putrid materials found in the world. So long as one didn't have particular Devil Dao treasures, the treasure's spiritual nature and power would greatly decrease upon entering the blood mist. Even if a powerful magic treasure with a highly spiritual nature were to enter it, they would take days of purification with nascent flames in order to recover from the damage. Of course, these blood mines were incredibly rare. Not only were the materials used to refine them seldom seen, but the odds of a successful refinement were minuscule. These tensum beads were something the black-robed youth had spent over 100 years accumulating. This youth was an elder from one of the 10 great devil sects of the Jin Empire. With his vast experience, he immediately thought to use the blood mines to corrupt the swords comprising Han Li's sword formation. A sword formation needed great coordination in order to display its might. If a few of the swords fell out of balance, the sword formation would collapse. Using blood mines was one of the most common methods used by Jin Empire devil cultivators to combat sword formations. And since the blood mines were incredibly rare items, the youth normally wouldn't use them in solo battles. He would only deploy them in large-scale conflicts, as sword formations usually couldn't be activated by lone cultivators. Although Han Li didn't know what this blood mist was, he immediately sensed something strange about it. Just as he pondered about it, faint rolls of thunder could be heard coming from within it as flashes of golden light appeared from the blood mist, followed by arcs of golden lightning. When the golden lightning struck the blood mist, the mist scattered in an explosion. In the blink of an eye, the divine Devilbane lightning and the tensum pockets of blood mist had erupted in mutual destruction. Han Li was astonished by the sight, as this was the first time he had ever seen the divine Devilbane lightning take action on its own. It had shot out of his flying swords without any orders. It appeared that the wicked nature of the blood mist had counteracted the divine Devilbane lightning, a truly astonishing discovery indeed. Han Li didn't know that the blood mines were specialized in dealing with the treasures of the righteous Dao. When met by the divine Devilbane lightning, which specialized in subduing Devil Dao techniques, the two just so happened to counteract one another. However, the quantity of the lightning contained in the 36 swords was vastly greater than the amount of blood mist. As a result, the blood mist was cleanly eliminated in the blink of an eye. The black-robed man's complexion paled and he shouted with fright, "Divine Devilbane lightning!" The flying swords were treasures crafted from golden lightning bamboo. Impossible. How did you acquire so much of it? I'll answer that after I send you to the underworld. Han Li took a deep breath and ordered the sword formation to continue since the blood mist had temporarily stopped the golden threads. The sword's threads then continued to close in on the black-robed youth without a sound. Although the Aureate sword formation was immensely powerful, it was difficult for Han Li to sustain with his current cultivation. It was a massive drain on his magic power and he wasn't able to increase the speed at which the sword formation moved after activation. Otherwise, he would have had the sword threads close in on the black-robed youth in the blink of an eye and put an immediate end to him, preventing him from figuring out a way to resist. Han Li reckoned that the optimal time to cultivate the Aureate sword formation would be during mid-nascent soul stage. If he wasn't only using half of his flying swords, he simply wouldn't be able to activate the sword formation due to his level of cultivation, despite how his magic power exceeded that of ordinary early nascent soul cultivators. The black-robed youth surrounded himself in a layer of black qi and snorted. With an imposing tone he said, "You truly believe a trifling sword formation can truly trap me? Your sword formation may be incisive, but can it cut my sect's protective treasure?" He glanced at the golden threads that were less than 30 meters away and silently raised his hand before striking at his chest. Black blood sprayed out of his mouth as a green inch-long banner appeared from within the blood. As soon as the banner appeared, it flickered with green light and completely absorbed the black blood that surrounded it, turning it dark green. The black-robed youth gloomily waved at the banner and it shot into his hands as a streak of black light. The green banner brightly glowed and immediately grew until it was a meter tall. The banner now glistened with green light as if it was densely covered in clouds, causing its surface to be concealed. However, one of the corners of the banner seemed to be missing as if it were damaged. Han Li's pupils shrank at the sight of the banner. The Ghost Sifting banner. Originally, the Sifting sect master had wanted to use their sect protecting treasure to fight Devil Concord. While it hadn't actually been used in battle, its name had stuck in Han Li's mind. Now that the black-robed youth took out the small banner, Han Li managed to guess what it was. The black-robed youth coldly smiled after hearing that Han Li recognized it. He said with absolute confidence, "Aren't you clever? This is one of the main banners of the 20 Ghost Sifting banners. I'll have you experience its might." Soon after, the youth firmly grasped onto the banner and waved it towards one of the golden threads. With a gust, a dark green cloud flew out from the banner and surged, enveloping the body of the black-robed youth. The bone-chilling cloud expanded and the sky was suddenly turned pitch black, as the cloud blotted out the sun from the sky. This incredible darkness had somehow spread from the green ghost mist with ghastly wails and screams echoing all around. With a mere shake of the banner, the entire world around them had changed. It was no wonder why he was so confident in this treasure. Despite Han Li's confidence in the Orit sword formation, even he felt dumbfounded at the current situation. At that moment, the sound of tearing wind suddenly arrived from the flag, and several black threads shot out from the mist surrounding the youth, directly attacking Han Li. Golden light flashed as the sword formation's restrictions were activated. Countless golden threads chopped the black threads into pieces. However, the threads immediately turned into green mist and returned back to the main body. Before Han Li could react, the black-robed youth shouted in alarm from within the green mist. The ghost threads were said to be incredibly durable, but they were easily struck down in a single blow, much to his surprise. After a moment of thought, he decided to unleash the full power of the ghost banner. He suddenly tossed the green banner from the mist and it bore into the earth a meter in front of him. Soon he began to utter a cryptic incantation and a series of winds swept up the dense fog around him, sweeping towards the banner at its center. In the blink of an eye, the banner grew to 6 meters in height and the mist that had been covering it scattered, revealing its true form. Its appearance vastly shocked Han Li. Han Li fiercely shouted, "How many souls did you use to refine that banner? How many people have you killed?" The green banner's surface was densely filled by innumerable faces. They all continuously squirmed from the flag as if they were alive and wore expressions of agony. The youth's sinister voice spoke from within the fog. "How many? Who knows? It should be around 100,000 or so. There are also at least several hundred cultivator souls in there as they are required to refine a single main banner." Han Li grew silent and he coldly stared at the green mist. A moment later he said, "You are all damned." The youth sneered and said, "Damned? There are many that have said this to me before, but here I am, alive and well. And all the people who said this to me had their souls seized by the banner, becoming a part of it. You will be no exception." He then struck the banner with a red spell seal. Green light magnificently flashed, summoning a meter-wide hole in the flag. Black chi flowed out of it, releasing a series of winds and piercing whistles. Soon, huge skulls flew out in a line from the hole, their eyes glowing with ghastly green flames and trailing green smoke. The biggest of the skull had huge bull horns emerging from it, but the rest of its features appeared entirely human. Han Li was alarmed. Could it be that the skulls were from metamorphosis stage demon beasts? But for the time being he placed the thought at the back of his head. Once the first wave of skulls emerged from the flag, various flaming ghost skulls followed. In the blink of an eye, over 100 ghost skulls surrounded the black-robed youth. Pointing at Han Li from within the mist, the youth shouted, "Go!" Chapter 790. Devouring devils and ghosts. These eerie white skulls screamed before launching green flame wisps from their mouths towards Han Li. Of course, when the flame wisps traveled too far, golden threads suddenly appeared and flashed towards them. But something different happened this time. The golden threads sliced the skulls apart, but in a flash of green light, they restored themselves as if they hadn't suffered any damage. Additionally, they weren't impeded by the sword threads at all and continued their approach. Han Li was stunned when he saw this, but he soon realized that the ghost skulls had no physical body. They were refined ghosts. Although his sword threads may be fierce, they couldn't cut through something intangible. However, Han Li was hardly flustered. As the ghost skulls approached him, he willed a net of golden lightning to appear in the air and intercept them. Since they were ghosts, he decided to activate the divine Devilbane lightning. To Han Li's surprise, the ghost skulls revealed fear upon seeing the golden net and came to a stop, but after the horned ghost skull shrieked, all of the skulls opened their mouths and shot green flame wisps towards the golden net. In a roar of thunder, the lightning net flashed and exterminated the flame wisps, but the net's advance was stopped, restrained by their unending barrage. Han Li frowned and revealed an expression of surprise. If they were common flame wisps, they would have immediately turned to smoke after touching the divine Devilbane lightning, but these flame wisps were able to forcefully restrain the lightning, much to his alarm. The Ghost Sifting banner's title as the Sifting sect's protective treasure was well deserved. When the black-robed youth saw that the ghost skulls were able to block the divine Devilbane lightning, he couldn't help but smile in relief. While he appeared confident, he was actually filled with dread. If the flag wasn't damaged, he wouldn't be worried about the devil skulls being able to resist the divine Devilbane lightning. But without the opportunity to repair it after it was damaged, he had been worried about it being able to resist the divine Devilbane lightning. Since his worries had been addressed, the youth wickedly grinned and continuously sent spell seals into the banner. The meter-wide gap in the banner quickly swelled to the size of 3 meters, resulting in even more ghost skulls emerging. With ghost mist spreading through the air, loud ghost shrieks and wails accompanied the skulls. With the previous skulls resisting the golden net, the latter wave of skulls flew past the sword formation and charged straight towards Han Li. When Han Li saw this, he calmly slapped his storage pouch and summoned a streak of black light that circled once in the air before falling to the ground. The light disappeared to reveal a small jet-black ape, the Weeping Soul Beast. The ape appeared as if it had just woken up and its eyes were half closed. When it sniffed at the air, it suddenly opened its eyes and looked at the ghost skulls not far away, howling with excitement. When the approaching ghost skulls saw the Weeping Soul Beast, they were shaken and immediately began to spiral in place, unwilling to continue their charge forward. At that moment, the howls they had been releasing were abruptly cut off as if in a display of fear. When the black-robed youth saw this, his heart thumped as the sword formation was drawing ever closer to him. In his desperation, he shot gray light from his mouth towards his palm and lightly spun around his hand before severing his fingers in a bloody display. As the fingers fell from his hand, they exploded into clouds of blood mist and quickly drifted towards the horned ghost skull. A sinister light twinkled from the ghost skull's eyes and it opened its mouth to inhale the blood mist. The flames surrounding the skull suddenly rampaged around it, coercing the other skulls to launch a wave of green flame wisps towards the Weeping Soul Beast. When the Weeping Soul Beast saw this, it hammered its chest as black light wrapped around its body. In the blink of an eye, it grew 10 meters tall. It then snorted, releasing a yellow mist of light from its nose that swept away the ghostly flame wisps and directly approached the group of ghost skulls. As the yellow mist of light swept past them, the group of ghost skulls were sucked in without any resistance. When the remaining ghost skulls saw this, they scattered in terror and even the horned ghost skull's rage wasn't able to stop them. At that moment, the yellow mist of light spread around the fleeing ghost skulls and trapped them. When the horned ghost skull saw this, it condensed a brilliant mass of green light around its skull and grew a body the size of 2 meters, turning into a full-fledged devil ghost with hair draped around its face and curved horns. As soon as the ghost appeared, it immediately spread out its hands and launched a barrage of black fireballs towards the yellow light mist in a wave of explosive booms. As soon as the fireballs entered the yellow mist, they completely disappeared and not a sound was produced from the impact. When the devil ghost saw this, it wore an expression of terror and turned around to flee, but it was already too late. The yellow mist closed in on it and instantly absorbed it inside, leaving nothing behind. The yellow mist then quickly returned into the Weeping Soul Beast's mouth before it spouted out another mist from its nose, sweeping the air clean of any remaining skulls. When the black-robed youth saw this, he wore an expression of fright and rage. Although he had heard that Han Li's ape beast had absorbed the undead qi from the copper-armored corpses and destroyed a majority of them, he hadn't taken it to heart. He absolutely didn't think that the spirit beast would be able to devour the essence devil skulls created from the Sifting banner. Even the leading devil skull had been absorbed without being able to put up any resistance, leaving him feeling terror and helplessness. If he knew that Han Li's spirit beast had the ability to devour devils and ghosts, he definitely wouldn't have accepted the task of meeting him alone. The other elders of the sect knew of the spirit beast's abilities and had grown fearful. Its abilities were as much of a threat to them as the golden lightning bamboo. As these thoughts surged through the youth's mind, he felt a wave of regret. By then the golden threads were less than 10 meters away from him. With his death slowly drawing closer, he couldn't remain calm and hastily slapped his storage pouch. 8 treasures instantly shot out all around him in balls of various colored light. When they reached the edge of the sword formation, countless golden threads flashed by and shredded the treasures into scrap. The youth paled at the sight of this, and with panic filling his mind, he waved his hand to the ghost Sifting banner. With the flag back in his hand, he gritted his teeth and began to revolve around the banner with both his hands on it. He turned into one with the banner and transformed into a cloud of eerie green mist before shooting towards the sky. As of current, he could only hope that the might of his sect protecting treasure would be able to withstand the attacks from the sword formation and allow him to escape. Otherwise he could only sit and wait to die. When Han Li saw this, he knew that the youth had exhausted his options and was driven to desperation. As a result, he opened his mouth and shot a ball of golden lightning. As soon as the golden lightning left his mouth, it ruptured, forming a huge golden net several tens of meters wide. At that moment, the mist-formed black-robed youth had reached the edge of the sword formation. Over 100 golden threads waved around him, with each flash shredding away a fraction of the mist protecting him. In the blink of an eye, a majority of the mist had already been dispersed. The mist scattered in an attempt to escape, but there were too many golden threads blocking him path with no chance of escape. Every gap was immediately blocked with tens of golden threads, pushing the mist back and trapping him inside. With only a thin layer of the mist remaining, the youth's voice hoarsely shouted in rage, "You actually want to kill me? Don't you want the method to dissolve the soul seal curse?" Han Li calmly responded, "Don't worry. I will just extract the information from your primal soul. You want to use a soul search technique? You don't." The youth shouted in terror, but the last layer of the mist protecting him was shredded away, cutting him off. In a blood-curdling scream, his body was dismembered into a myriad of pieces. Only a ball of green light remained, his nascent soul. It took this chance to try and escape, but a net of divine Devilbane lightning had already been set up outside. Han Li pointed to the net and uttered, "Restrain," immediately closing the net around the youth's nascent soul. As soon as the nascent soul encountered the net, lightning flickered followed by screams of pain. The nascent soul suddenly shrieked with resentment, "If you wish to use a soul search technique on me, I will detonate my nascent soul. I won't let you have your way." "Detonate your nascent soul?" Han Li frowned and immediately stopped the net from closing in. The nascent soul rejoiced upon seeing this and immediately shrieked, "So long as you let my nascent soul go free, I will tell you the method to dissolve the curse and save your Dao companion. Otherwise you will have no way of finding out." Silent, Han Li's gaze flickered as he considered the conditions. At that moment, a light suddenly appeared around the nascent soul as a purple net wrapped around it and immediately tightened. At that moment, Silver Moon silently appeared behind it in a flash of white light. She quickly spat a fragrant pink mist from her mouth and launched streaks of silver from her fingers. Chapter 791. Along the way, the nascent soul grew dizzy as the fragrant pink mist gathered around it, and its mind weakened. When the silver light struck it in quick succession, its body was frozen and completely disabled, rendering it incapable of detonating itself. The nascent soul's face paled and stared at the white-clothed woman next to Han Li in disbelief. "Not bad. Your actions have resolved the situation cleanly." Although he was the one who had ordered Silver Moon to attack, he praised her nonetheless. Silver Moon smiled and said, "It was all because Master told me to attack at an opportune time. This person only wished to escape and was careless, allowing me to replace myself with an illusion and escape his notice." Afterwards she waved to her illusion and it dissolved into a ball of white light. Han Li said nothing further and smiled. He had the giant net of golden lightning transform into a golden ball that flew into his hand and disappeared without a trace. As for the aurit sword formation, Han Li had already dissolved it and had the 36 swords shrink before flying back into his sleeve. Han Li took this opportunity and calmly looked at the black-robed youth's nascent soul. It tried to curse as loudly as it could, but it lacked the strength to even open its mouth. Han Li's expression sank and he sullenly said, "Silver Moon, bring him to the edge of the forest and search him for the method to dissolve the soul seal curse." After speaking, he took to the skies and flew towards the other side of the forest. Silvermoon respectfully answered, "Yes, master." Grabbing onto the nascent soul, she followed after him. A pink fragrant mist soon scattered across the forest after they left. About 100 kilometers away from the island where Han Li battled with the black-robed youth, 6 streaks of light were making their way towards the island. The one that headed the party was a silver-haired old man, Elder Qing of the Drifting Cloud sect. A red-nosed fat old man following after him asked, "Fellow Daoist Qing, did you sense correctly?" The transportation formation was rather simple. It seems somewhat out of the ordinary for it be able to transport someone so far. I can't be wrong. I sensed it clearly, and Junior Martial Brother Han should be close to here. Be careful, everyone. He should be a devil cultivator at mid-nascent soul stage at the very least. Although we greatly outnumber him, we must be careful with regards to our weaker cultivation. At the side, the child fire dragon smiled and said, "Don't worry. Brother Long has brought along the divine bewildering bell. Even if we are no match, we shouldn't have a problem escaping." Senior Martial Brother Qing glanced at the gray-robed old man and gratefully said, "That's true. If it weren't for Brother Long bringing along such a precious treasure to assist us, I wouldn't have dared to bring you all to brave this danger. After all, if the devil cultivator is truly the Sifting sect master, we would find ourselves in dire straits." The gray-clothed old man smiled and politely said, "It was nothing. In the past, Brother Qing had done me a great kindness. It is only fair that I exert myself to help. Furthermore, this Sifting sect cultivator must hold us in little esteem to dare to injure someone so deep within our state of Xi. Naturally, we must show him that the cultivators of the state of Xi are not to be trifled with." Amongst the group, a large man with a dignified appearance smiled and said, "However, I am rather curious about your sect's fellow Daoist Han. I've heard your junior martial brother made a magnificent display of power in the war against the Milan, even to the point of turning the tide of the war. I hold him in very high regards and wish to become his friend." The red-nosed old man chuckled and agreed, "That's right. I've also heard about fellow Daoist Han's thunderous reputation lately. I also wish to make his acquaintance." "That will be easy. Once we help Junior Martial Brother Han resolve this matter, I will introduce you all. However, I am worried about Junior Martial Brother Han's safety. That devil cultivator is truly cunning, using that transportation formation to rid him of us. Perhaps something has happened to him during this time while he fought against him alone. Don't worry. Since he schemed to have Han Li alone, his cultivation can't be too high, or else he wouldn't resort to such tricks in the first place. With fellow Daoist Han's cultivation, there shouldn't be too great a difference. I hope fellow Daoist Ji is correct." Senior Martial Brother Qing bitterly smiled. From what he saw on the day that Nangong was attacked, he clearly understood that if the devil cultivator wasn't at late nascent soul stage, he was at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage at the very least. He wouldn't be easy to deal with. Senior Martial Brother Qing didn't wish for such a powerful newly joined elder of the Drifting Cloud sect to immediately suffer from something like this. Fortunately, he was able to sense a trace of Han Li's existence and was able to calm himself down, knowing that Han Li was still alive. As the 6 nascent soul cultivators chatted, they slowly drew closer to the small island where Han Li had battled the black-clothed youth, and their expressions grew more solemn. Senior Martial Brother Qing yelped and the party came to a sudden stop. "Brother Qing, what's the matter? Junior Martial Brother Han seems to be flying towards us. I'm not sure whether the matter was already resolved or..." Senior Martial Brother Qing didn't speak any further, but the others naturally knew what he meant. It was possible that he had been captured alive or was running away. The gray-robed old man calmly said, "Let's make our preparations. If something truly happened to fellow Daoist Han, we'll be able to rescue him." Soon after, he slapped the storage pouch, taking a small yellow bell in his hand while silently watching his front as he held it. When the others saw this, they all took out their own treasures in preparation for a battle. Senior Martial Brother Cheng's expression grew sullen, slight fear betrayed from his face. A short moment later they saw an azure light flying towards them. "It's Junior Martial Brother Han. Nothing happened to him." When Senior Martial Brother Qing saw the azure light, he sighed with relief and smiled. The other cultivators were astonished to see this. Since Han Li was safe, Could it be that the matter with the devil cultivator had been handled? As the other cultivators pondered over this, the azure light quickly arrived before them to reveal Han Li. Han Li frowned when he first appeared as if he were worried. But when he saw these cultivators he forced a smile and saluted them. Senior Martial Brother Qing, fellow Daoist Fire Dragon, you're here. These fellow Daoists must have also come to help me. I can't thank you enough for troubling yourselves over me. After closely examining Han Li, the gray-clothed old man surnamed Long humbly said, Fellow Daoist must be joking. We were too late and there is nothing to help you with. We're rather embarrassed. As if headed by the gray-robed old man, they all glanced at Han Li with forced smiles. When Senior Martial Brother Qing saw that there was no one pursuing Han Li, he couldn't help but ask, Junior Martial Brother Han, what happened with the devil cultivator? Did you escape from him? Han Li indifferently replied, I've already killed him and disposed of his nascent soul. However, he wasn't the Sifting sect master, merely one of its elders. Senior Martial Brother Qing asked with a tone of disbelief. What? You've already killed him? Although he wasn't a late nascent soul cultivator, he should have been at the mid-nascent soul stage at the very least. You really managed to kill him? When Old Man Long and the others heard this, they revealed astonishment. Since the devil cultivator was able to injure an early nascent soul cultivator in the Drifting Cloud sect and easily escape, they naturally knew that he was a formidable character. If Old Man Long hadn't brought the divine bewildering bell, the others might not have been brave enough to come. Now that they heard that Han Li was able to destroy even the devil cultivator's nascent soul, they were greatly surprised. It was only a matter of luck. I just happened to be able to subdue his techniques. Han Li casually spoke and pondered for a moment before tossing a black object towards Senior Martial Brother Qing. The old man caught the item and examined it with a grim expression. There was a dense layer of talisman characters on the medallion, and the character for Sift was engraved at its center. Having already guessed what it was, Senior Martial Brother Qing still asked, What's this? Han Li faintly smiled and said, This is the command medallion of a Sifting sect elder that the devil cultivator left behind. It's an ancient treasure of some power and should be sufficient to confirm his identity. The others turned their gazes to the medallion upon hearing this. When they saw how strange the medallion was, they didn't doubt Han Li's words. The others couldn't help but ask about the details of the battle, but Han Li simply played the matter off. When the others saw that he didn't feel like talking, they tactfully remained silent. However, they all still intended to befriend Han Li. After all, he was someone who could slay a mid-nascent soul-stage devil cultivator, and there were many benefits to befriending such a powerful figure. Since the others had come with the intention of helping Han Li, he treated them courteously and chatted with them on the way back. Halfway back, Han Li and Senior Martial Brother Qing took their leave from the rest of the group and returned to the Drifting Cloud sect. Within the official hall of the sect, the silver-haired old man asked the question that was lingering in his mind. Did you find the method of dissolving the soul seal curse? I saw that you had a heavy heart on the way back and were forcing yourself to appear calm. Could it be that you didn't find it? Han Li took a seat on a chair and wryly smiled as he answered, The Sifting sect elder only knew the method to cast the curse, not dissolve it. According to what I found out from the soul-searching technique, only the Sifting sect master and the sect's great elder know it. All the other elders wouldn't know the method to dissolve it either. He didn't know the method to dissolve the curse? Senior Martial Brother Qing frowned and spoke with a tone of disbelief. Han Li's wore a gloomy expression. That's right. It seems that the removal of the soul seal curse involves an incredibly powerful technique belonging to the Sifting sect. Only the sect master and the great elder are ever taught it. Senior Martial Brother Cheng's expression turned grave. Without the method to dissolve the curse, little sister Nangong will. Han Li's gaze flickered and he continued. Although there is no way to directly dissolve the curse, it's not as if there are no other methods in this world. From what I managed to discover by searching the soul of the Sifting sect elder, there is a method to forcefully break the curse with the assistance of a few particular items. With roused spirits, the old man asked, What items are able to dissolve the curse? Please tell me. Han Li sighed and said, These items are all incredibly difficult to find in this world. I fear I may not be able to find them. He then muttered the name of the items, leaving Senior Marshal Brother Ching alarmed. The old man muttered, not to mention the heavenly south, but I fear that the entire world might not have these items. Han Li's mouth twitched and he calmly replied, this might not be certain. I just so happen to know the whereabouts of one of the items, but it will be difficult to acquire. I must carefully prepare to even have a chance at it. The old man was shocked by what he heard, but seeing that Han Li didn't intend to give any further details, he didn't ask further. Instead, he sincerely said, is this a matter that the sect can help with? Please do not restrain yourself. After a moment of silence, Han Li shook his head and said, no. This isn't a matter that can be solved with numbers. The old man twirled his beard. Since Junior Marshal Brother seems to be well aware of the situation, I won't ask about it. But if there is anything that you need, please don't hesitate to use the sect. Han Li smiled and said, thank you, I appreciate your kindness. I'll be going to visit Wanner now. Senior Marshal Brother Ching bid Han Li farewell and remained alone in the hall. After a moment of thought, he sighed and flew towards his cave residence. The hidden room was untouched as well as the block of ice that laid within. Han Li stood in front of it and looked at the girl frozen inside with a confused expression. It was unknown how long Han Li stood there before a complicated expression flickered over his face. He softly muttered, Wanner, your courage is truly great. To grasp the chance for life, you refine the most dangerous technique of your incarnation arts, the youthful celestial moon. Could it be that you didn't know that this technique would cause you to be reborn? If I truly dispelled your soul seal curse, it could trigger something from your technique. How could I not be worried? His voice grew softer as he spoke. He then touched the thick and dense block of ice and caressed Nangong Wan's face. You couldn't have known that the cultivator who placed the curse on you didn't know how to dispel it, but there isn't too much to worry about. From the soul search I found another method to dissolve the curse by using some items. Although these items are extremely rare in this world, it is fortunate that Devilfall Valley happens to contain one of them. While the inner core of an ancient flame beast would normally be impossible to find, it just so happens that an ancient flame toad is currently within Devilfall Valley. I will not hesitate to enter the valley in several years' time. But it was said that this method can only dissolve the curse halfway. And even if it isn't successful, it will greatly weaken it and give me enough time to pay a visit to the state of Gian. When that happens, I will return with the method to rid you of this curse, regardless of what must be done. As Han Li spoke those last words, his voice grew frigid. After speaking to Nangong Wan, gloom filled his heart. After staying inside the hidden room for a moment more, he walked out and flew back towards his cave residence. In the main hall of his cave residence, Han Li sat down with his head lowered in thought. Silver Moon obediently stood by his side, her eyes continuously shifting toward Han Li's with a trace of playfulness. Without turning his head, Han Li indifferently asked, what is there to look at? Did something break out on my face? Master must be joking. I simply wish to know what Master will decide. It is neither a long nor short time before entering Devilfall Valley. Also, both Violet Spirit and Marquis Nanlong invited you to head in. Who are you planning to head into the valley with? Silver Moon's smile faded away and then she hesitantly continued. Devilfall Valley is known to be the most dangerous area in the heavenly south. Even if Master's abilities are great, it will be exceptionally dangerous to head inside. Are there no other methods to save Miss Nangong Wan? Entering there is simply too great a risk to take. Han Li shook his head and calmly said, the other items? You mean the eggshell of the myriad dark gold bird? Or the fruit of the enlightened flower? These items have long been extinct in this world. Even if they still remained, they would be concealed in a desolate corner of the world and be impossible to find. The demon core of the ancient flame toad is the easiest option. So long as I follow Master Tsong Kuan's route inside and don't act with greed, I shouldn't meet my end there. As for which party I will join, I'll have to decide that later. Silver Moon lowered her head and offered no contest. If Master has already decided, then there is nothing for me to say. Han Li smiled and rubbed his chin. Before we enter Devilfall Valley, I must prepare to go to the Far West and acquire the final 2 layers for the Great Development Technique. I'll also have to go and see whether or not the Thousand Bamboo School has any designs for high-grade puppets. As for the puppet refinement methods that I acquired from Soaring Heaven City, They can't be used for some time. The materials used to refine them are far too rare. Additionally, their main ingredient, the myriad-year ironwood, requires a large amount of green liquid to mature. They aren't something that I'll be able to refine in a short amount of time. The Thousand Bamboo School should have some puppet designs that possess the strength of a core formation stage cultivator. With those puppets, it will be safer to enter Devilfall Valley. With only a few years, honing my magic treasures or cultivating my techniques wouldn't have much effect. With that said, Hanli narrowed his eyes as if having already thought out his plans. Master's words do hold reason, let us do as you say. After some thought, Silvermoon smiled and agreed. For a time, a charming expression appeared on her face. Suddenly, something came to Hanli's mind and he frowned. However, it will be somewhat difficult to arrive at the Far West despite it being adjacent to the heavenly south. I'll have to pass through the righteous Dao state of Zhou and thousands of kilometers of desert. Desert. Silvermoon opened her mouth in surprise. That's right. Not to mention that there is something odd about the desert. For some unknown reason, its skies are always plagued by fierce windstorms. If we wish to pass through it, we'll only be able to walk or our magic power will be exhausted halfway through the journey. Additionally, the Far West is the size of only 2 medium-sized countries in the heavenly south and are quite impoverished. As a result, while most of the heavenly south know of their existence, no one finds it worth the effort to make it past the desert. It is also said that the entire area is ruled by the Thousand Bamboo School. Silvermoon frowned and worriedly said, since we can't fly through the desert, wouldn't it take far too long? If we walk the entire distance, the round trip would take around a year even if it goes smoothly. That's why I must make preparations before I leave. While preparations are underway, I must also have you help me and will leave this in your hands. Pour green liquid on it and see whether or not it shows signs of life. As Hanli said this, he took out a jade box from his storage pouch and handed it over to her. Silvermoon recognized the contents at a glance and spoke with surprise. The profound goddess palm. Master, you are letting me handle it? Hanli mysteriously smiled at Silvermoon and said, if this item doesn't revive, then it will simply be used as a material for tool refinement. Also, I may as well take advantage of this time to refine the wood spirit nascent. Additionally, I'll have to go down and deal with the corpse demon. I've acquired a method of refining a devil corpse suitable for it from the Sifting sect elder. After all, leaving the corpse demon alone is like leaving a calamity waiting to happen inside the Dreamcloud Mountains. With so many matters to attend to, I'll have to hand the matters inside the cave residence over to you. Fine. I'll follow your orders as I was the one who recognized you as my master after all. Silvermoon pursed her lips and agreed with a tone of helplessness. Hanli grinned and spoke a few words more before leaving the main hall. At that moment, Silvermoon suddenly shouted for Hanli to stay after a moment of hesitation. Master, there is something that has been on my mind for a while. Can I ask you about it? She wore a stern expression. Chapter 793. Conquer, what is it? Hanli turned his head to look at Silvermoon, his curiosity written all over his face. With a deliberate tone, Silvermoon asked, ever since Master has taken me in as an artifact spirit, he hasn't used me as an artifact spirit in battle or to boost the power of his flying swords. Could you tell me why? Hanli frowned in surprise and asked, why are you asking this? Silvermoon lowered her head and whispered, it's nothing but a casual question. After all, my true identity is that of an artifact spirit. After a moment of silence, Hanli said, artifact spirit? You believe yourself to be a common artifact spirit? Common artifact spirits don't possess any intelligence. Why even ask such a question? Even if I summoned you as an artifact spirit, it would consume too much of your spirit essence. If one relies on using their artifact spirit too often, it may even lead to the spirit's dispersal. And from my point of view, your demon fox body is very useful to me. Unless it is a last resort, I will not be using you as an artifact spirit. Also, if your cultivation suffers as a result, it wouldn't benefit me either. Afterwards, Hanli turned around and left the hall. Silvermoon remained in the hall, her head lowered as she grew lost in thought. A short moment later, she glanced at the jade box in her hand and walked away with a smile. Once Han Li entered the cave residence, he began to prepare to cultivate the ability for a second nascent soul. Since a divine ability this powerful went beyond the realm of normality, Han Li's preparations to refine this technique lasted for quite a while. At the moment, Han Li was sitting cross-legged on the ground. His hands held a faint azure jade slip and he was reading through it with his spiritual sense as if trying to comprehend something. The profound nascent formation arts were recorded on the jade slip. A short time later he withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and closed his eyes. He then formed a hand gesture and began to whisper an incantation. His body froze and azure light flickered from the top of the head, suddenly summoning a nascent soul intertwined with azure light, the nascent soul that Han Li bitterly cultivated for 200 years to create. The nascent soul appeared slightly more powerful than when it first appeared several years ago. Its eyes were a shiny jet black and appeared intelligent. Having only cultivated his nascent soul for several years, he only dared to manifest it in an extremely safe area, else it could be weakened if something unexpected happened. It sat on Han Li's head for a moment more and glanced around the room before suddenly enveloping itself in a ball of azure light and floating around the hidden room. At first it was unaccustomed to fly, but as it became more practiced, it was able to do it increasingly faster. In the end, the nascent soul was able to fly erratically around the hidden room in a display of vast skill. After another moment, the nascent soul stopped and floated at the corner of the hidden room as if thinking of something. It grasped its small hands in an incantation gesture and in a flash of light, the nascent soul suddenly disappeared and then reappeared above Han Li's head, its complexion slightly pale from having exhausted so much of its vitality. This was the divine ability that only nascent souls were capable of, true instantaneous movement. The nascent soul stretched its back and turned into a streak of white light before entering Han Li's head. Han Li then slowly opened his eyes, his expression appearing grave. It appears the nascent soul has consolidated after several years of nurturing. Although it cannot compare to the nascent souls of those old eccentrics, there shouldn't be a problem if I refine the second nascent soul. Han Li muttered to himself. Soon after he slapped his storage pouch and summoned a jade box covered in talismans. Han Li swept his sleeve with a stern expression and dispersed all the talismans from the box. He then pointed to the corner of the box and had it open by itself. As it slowly opened, it revealed a sparkling golden sphere that sealed the wood spirit nascent within it. The soul fade technique that I placed on it is almost complete. Han Li muttered to himself. Then after a moment of thought, he raised his hand and reached out towards the golden sphere. In a clap of thunder, golden light flickered and countless arcs of lightning shot out from the lightning sphere. The lightning quickly flew into Han Li's hand and disappeared without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the sphere disappeared to reveal a small green figure several inches tall with a delicate appearance. It was the wood spirit nascent. But at the moment, the wood spirit nascent was densely covered in jet black needles and its eyes were shut as if it were sleeping. The fine black needles would occasionally flicker with green light in a rather strange display. Han Li didn't dare to be careless as he carefully examined the wood spirit nascent and jet black needles once through. When it appeared that everything was as expected, he slowly extended his index finger towards the forehead of the wood spirit nascent. Before he fully extended the finger, a bean-sized ball of green light burst from his fingertip and transformed into a green thread of light. Han Li's hand remained still as the thread pierced into the nascent soul's forehead, reading the internal circumstances of the nascent soul. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li sighed and withdrew his finger, recalling the green thread as well. Han Li stroked his chin as he pondered over his next actions. Suddenly, he waved his hand and the needles surrounding the wood spirit nascent flew into his sleeve. As a result, the wood spirit nascent remained inside the wooden box, still entirely unconscious. Having already decided what to do, he formed a strange incantation gesture with his hands and struck the wood spirit nascent with a spell seal. The wood spirit nascent floated from the jade box and reached the height of Han Li's head. It then sat cross-legged across from Han Li, who shut his eyes and gave a command. An azure light shined from the top of his head, manifesting his nascent soul once more. This time the nascent soul did not appear as happy as it was before. Instead, its expression was taut and solemn. It raised its head to glance at the wood spirit nascent floating across from it. Its figure then blurred as it approached the wood spirit nascent that sat cross-legged. The wood spirit nascent was only 2 inches tall, an inch shorter than Han Li's nascent soul. When the two stood side by side, they appeared at odds. But at that moment Han Li's nascent soul began to utter a cryptic incantation before shooting a ball of azure spirit essence directly onto the face of the wood spirit nascent. The spirit nascent's expression stirred and it slowly opened its eyes. However, its expression was dull and its eyes were lifeless as if it were a puppet. Han Li's nascent soul appeared as if it were facing a great enemy. It quickly formed incantation gestures and glared at the wood spirit nascent with wide eyes. In that moment 2 beams of azure light shot out of the nascent soul's eyes and directly entered the eyes of the wood spirit nascent across from it. Suddenly, the 2 figures shook and the wood spirit nascent screamed in pain before dropping from the sky and rolling on the floor as if suffering from immense pain. At that same moment Han Li's nascent soul floated in the air and also wore a pained expression on its face, but it was still able to forcefully retain control. The painful screams from within the room intermittently appeared throughout the entire day before eventually disappearing. 2 days later Han Li walked out from the room with a tired face, but a trace of excitement was betrayed from his eyes. In the past he was scared of the potential backlash from invading the wood spirit nascent's consciousness. As a result, he didn't immediately cast the techniques to establish a second nascent soul and instead used the soul fade technique from the profound Yin arts and the fading needles to weaken the wood spirit nascent. After being weakened for such a long period of time, the wood spirit nascent's consciousness was now completely weakened. Under such circumstances, Han Li was able to easily erase the last trace of its consciousness with his immensely powerful spiritual sense. With the wood spirit nascent's consciousness erased, he poured a fragment of his spiritual sense into it and used the secret technique to assimilate the nascent soul as his own. Although it was said that there was a danger of backlash during assimilation, Han Li had a powerful grasp over his spiritual sense and wasn't likely to suffer a problem in this regard. And if something did happen, he would only have to abandon the fragment of his spiritual sense at most. Given how powerful his spiritual sense was, the loss wouldn't cause him much harm. As for the duration of the assimilation process, it would take anywhere from 3 to 8 years, or 10 if he were unlucky. Han Li didn't believe that the second nascent soul would be usable during his time in Devilfall Valley in the first place, so he wasn't worried about the delay. After leaving the sealed room, Han Li rested for a day and went to purchase some tool refinement materials from the market city. Afterwards he stayed in the tool refinement room for half a month, crafting a dozen variously sized silver stakes. He then brought them to the mountain next to the swamp where the snow-cloud foxes dwelled. When Han Li arrived at the stone room at the center of the mountain, he stared at the cadaver demon laying on the stone platform. Although he had expected this, he still felt some relief. He took out a jade box from his storage pouch that was sealed with a golden talisman and then took out the silver stakes one by one as he watched the reclining cadaver demon. Chapter 794. Sovereign Devil Corpse. The cadaver demon didn't appear any different from when he last saw it. There was green fur on its body and it was completely bound in silver chains, not to mention that it still only had a single arm. Han Li took the time to carefully examine the entire stone room once through. After recognizing that it was exactly the same as he had left it, he felt at ease and tossed a jade box onto the floor. He then slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist and summoned a streak of black light before him. The weeping soul beast had just appeared in its miniature foot-tall form. As soon as the beast appeared, it immediately saw the cadaver demon lying down on the stone platform and began to howl. Before Han Li even gave a command, its entire body glowed in black light and it expanded. Fortunately, the beast knew the area was narrow and only grew to a height of 3 meters, but it still stared at the cadaver demon with excitement nevertheless. Han Li frowned at this, but while he sank into thought, the weeping soul beast soon calmed down and crouched on the ground in an obedient manner. When Han Li saw the back of the weeping soul beast, a baffled expression appeared on his face. The image of the blood ghost on the back of the weeping soul beast was far clearer than before. The ghostly image even began to protrude from its back as if it were alive, much to Han Li's excitement. It seemed that the last 2 feasts for the Weeping Soul Beast were almost enough for it to undergo another strange transformation. A trace of anticipation accompanied Han Li's surprise, but now was not the time to closely examine the Weeping Soul Beast. The only reason he had released it right now was to protect against any surprises from the cadaver demon. Han Li slapped his storage pouch and summoned an antique jade stick into his hand with a flash of yellow light. Han Li glanced at the jade stick with a raised brow. The item was a hair ornament that he had acquired from the black-robed youth's corpse after searching through his consciousness. The ornament contained over 10 different methods for refining corpses. These methods were something the Sifting sect had acquired after stealthily fighting for them with other sections. As for this specific Sifting sect elder, he turned out to be particularly knowledgeable about the methods for refining corpses. These dozen corpse refinement methods were all things that came from his own understanding. There were even some alterations that he had made that increased the might of a refined corpse. However, it was a pity that he had never shared these methods with his fellow sect members. He had always wished to refine a few top-grade corpses to run amok with, but he had never found any suitable corpses to refine. One of the methods he recorded mentioned the Sovereign Devil Corpse, a top-grade corpse the black-robed youth had always wanted to refine. This method required a ferocious corpse that possessed an intelligence of its own as an ingredient. After erasing the consciousness of the corpse, one would use many kinds of secret techniques to refine it, hopefully turning it into a sovereign devil corpse. Naturally, the resulting power would be even greater than that of other intelligent corpses. According to what was recorded, it was one of the most optimal methods for refining the cadaver demon. Once refined, the ferocity of this naturally formed corpse would become even stronger. As a result, Han Li immediately thought of the cadaver demon once he read through this technique. This was a prime opportunity that he couldn't let slip by. But before Han Li could refine it, he needed to erase the cadaver demon's consciousness, just like with the wood spirit nascent. As a result, he had taken out the jade box that contained the cadaver demon's primal soul. Han Li looked at the silver stakes in front of him and waved at them, causing the stakes to float into the air. Then with an incantation they began to glow with a faintly silver light. Next he rolled his hands together, summoning several arcs of golden lightning from between his palms. Thunder roared with the appearance of the astonishing golden light. Han Li then expressionlessly raised his hands, shooting out over 10 fine arcs of lightning, striking each of the dozen stakes. As golden and silver light intertwined, the stakes trembled. When Han Li saw this, his expression sank before uttering the word, "Go," and striking the stakes with a spell seal. All of the stakes immediately shot out as streaks of silver, quickly surrounding the cadaver demon on the platform. They were all aimed at the vital points and limbs of its body in preparation to strike. With all of this done, Han Li took a deep breath and looked at the jade box in front of him that was still sealed with a golden talisman. He then opened his mouth and azure light shot, engulfing the jade box. The golden talisman trembled several times and eventually floated off the surface of the box. Whoosh! The jade box immediately flew 10 meters forward as if it was struck. Han Li's pupils contracted as he watched, his lips tightly closed. A dense green fog suddenly roiled out from the box and a wild laughter sounded from it. "I am finally freed. Who was the fool that released me? Since you freed me, I'll be consuming your flesh. A nascent soul cultivator." The green mist condensed to form a woman's face, exactly the same as Silvermoon's human form apart from the fearsome green light glowing from her eyes. She appeared stunned upon seeing Han Li. Han Li was also surprised to see such a familiar face, but soon all emotion disappeared from his face. The transformation of Silvermoon's demon fox body had been something that the cadaver demon originally created, so this appearance was to be expected from the primal soul of the cadaver demon. The green ghost face was stunned for a moment before coldly laughing. She opened her mouth and blew out strong winds. The ghost face soon grew 3 meters tall and it charged towards Han Li in an attempt to enter his body. However, Han Li had already prepared for this. No matter how powerful the cadaver demon had been when it was alive, Han Li had no fear of it since it was now just a primal soul that had been trapped for many years. As he watched all of this happen, a cold glint flickered in his eye. Without receiving an order, the weeping soul beast snorted and shot out a mist of yellow light. The light swept past half of the ghost face and immediately prevented it from moving. What's this? In a display of quick wits, the ghost face felt that something was amiss and struggled to break free. But unfortunately for it, the Weeping Soul Beast's ability was specialized in restraining souls. Not only was the ghost face unable to escape, it was also slowly being absorbed by the mist of yellow light. The ghost face was now filled with fear, but in a display of decisiveness, the green mist violently swayed and split off the portion of it that was trapped in the yellow mist of light. It then took advantage of this opening to roil and form a smaller ghost face. At the same time, it hastily turned around and shot towards the cadaver demon at the center of the stone platform. Knowing that Han Li couldn't be trifled with, it planned to return to its original body and then tear Han Li apart. Han Li smirked upon seeing this. He calmly pointed to the 10 or so stakes revolving around the cadaver demon, and they fell upon it as quick as lightning the moment the ghost face entered the cadaver demon's body. With gusts of wind, the cadaver demon suddenly found all of its vitals and limbs had been struck by the silver stakes. Although its limbs were incredibly hard and hadn't been harmed by the silver stakes, the golden lightning from the stakes attacked without compromise, instantly forming a golden net around the cadaver demon. Suddenly, a fishy scent filled the air from the direction of the cadaver demon's body. Just as the cadaver demon's primal soul had entered its body, the stakes had actually knocked it back out. Green ghost mist then surrounded the body where a large and a small ghost face could be faintly seen inside the mist. The two ghost faces were doing their utmost to enter the body of the cadaver demon's body. However, the golden arcs of lightning sparking off the silver stakes warded them off, each strike resulting in a pained scream. As expected, there was a fragment of consciousness hidden inside the body. It seems these preparations wasn't done in vain. Han Li appeared delighted at the sight of this. With his last trace of worry now resolved, he promptly commanded the Weeping Soul Beast. It instantly snorted, puffing out 2 mists of golden lights towards the ghost faces, both far brighter than the one from before. The 2 ghost faces weren't as lucky as they were before. When the mists of yellow light swept over, the 2 ghost faces released cold screams before being swept into the Weeping Soul Beast's mouth. The Weeping Soul Beast swallowed several times and pounded its chest with excitement while appearing quite satisfied. Han Li smiled at the sight of this and returned his gaze to the silver stakes. He then walked towards the cadaver demon's body. When Han Li arrived at the stone platform, he looked at the silver chains surrounding the cadaver demon. Then after a moment of thought he flicked his finger and chopped at them with a golden sword streak. With a loud ring, the silver chains remained unharmed. Han Li appeared to have anticipated this and spat a small golden sword from his mouth. With a hand seal command, the small sword glowed with brilliant light and silently streaked past the chain. With a brittle clang and a flash of golden light, a rice-sized hole appeared through the chain. Han Li's expression stirred. Although he knew that the silver chain was extraordinarily strong for it to be able to restrain the cadaver demon, it was still greatly surprising that the auric essence-infused bamboo cloudsworm swords were only able to harm it to this degree. During his amazement, Han Li continued casting incantation seals from his hands and ordered the flying sword to continue striking the same location on the chain. Only after a long while was the silver chains eventually severed by Han Li. He then curiously beckoned to the 2 pieces of cut silver chain and it marvelously slid off the cadaver demon's body as if it were a snake and flew into Han Li's hand. After stroking the silver chains in his hands, he discovered that its surface was exceptionally smooth and was densely covered in small talisman characters. They were so small that they could barely be seen by the human eye. Han Li's expression stirred, shock appearing in his eyes. Chapter 795. Before the journey, such tiny talisman characters weren't something that could be created in the current cultivation world in the heavenly south. That meant this chain was an extremely rare ancient treasure. With that thought, silver light flashed from his hands and the cut pieces of silver chain were withdrawn into his storage pouch. When he had the time later, he planned on seeing whether or not he could restore the chain and test their might. With the silver chain gone, he lowered his head to look down at the cadaver demon's sinister body. His expression grew sullen and he flicked his fingers, piercing several parts of the cadaver demon's body with azure threads. Han Li then began to examine it, revealing an expression of satisfaction afterwards. Apart from the missing arm, the cadaver demon was ideal for a refined corpse. Not only was its body incredibly formidable to the point where common magic treasure couldn't harm it in the slightest, but just a small amount of the corpse fire and poison that it produced could immediately kill a cultivator. But when he looked at the cadaver demon's destroyed arm, a thought appeared in Han Li's mind. He slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist and released a swarm of black-tainted gold devouring beetles. They loudly buzzed as they circled around his head before he raised his hand and struck them with a spell seal. Then with a mental command, the beetles condensed around the corpse demon's missing arm. A moment later, a new black, silver and gold arm appeared in the gap. Apart from the color contrasting with the green fur on the rest of its body, it appeared exactly the same as its other arm. Han Li smiled, revealing a trace of satisfaction. In the following moments he took out several formation flags and formation discs and arranged them in a profound spell formation. After spending 2 months at the center of the mountain, Han Li returned to his cave residence. His face was extremely pale as if he had exhausted much of his vitality. After Silvermoon greeted him, he wordlessly secluded himself in a hidden room and didn't mention anything about the cadaver demon. After a month, the large door opened once more and Han Li calmly walked out from the room. Standing guard outside his room, Silvermoon respectfully said, "Master, the 6-winged frost centipedes have already begun to hatch in the insect room." Han Li smiled upon hearing her and said, "Let's go and have a look then." Soon after, he quickly made his way to the insect room with Silvermoon following him in an elegant motion. Han Li opened the restrictions guarding the way to the insect room and clearly saw what laid within. The newly hatched 6-winged frost centipedes were larger than the first generation and the glacial chi they breathed was far stronger than before. Although it wasn't comparable to the celestial ice flames, it would still be fatal to cultivators at the core formation stage. Of course, when fused into the purple apex flames, they became far more deadly. The eggs of the 6-winged frost centipedes shined with black light at the center of the insect room. They were fist-sized and surrounded by 3-meter-wide chunks of ice. The ice chi pervading the room clearly originated from these eggs. Han Li swept his gaze across the room. The huge centipedes seemed to have sensed something and raised their heads, snarling in the direction of the stone door as if they felt threatened. With a changed expression, Han Li glanced down at the insect eggs and closely examined them. After counting the number of eggs, Han Li nodded and said, "There are 24 eggs, enough to use. Silvermoon, call for my in-name disciple to come over and tell her she can take her centipedes." "Yes, I will send the voice transmission talisman." Silvermoon agreed and took out a talisman. After whispering a few words into it, she tossed it into the air and it flew off in a streak of red light. Finished with the centipede eggs, Han Li turned his attention to the gold devouring beetles in the next room. Because the green liquid had been prioritized for the 6-winged frost centipedes, Han Li hadn't paid much attention to his specifically selected gold devouring beetles. There were no changes to the beetles in the room. They were still concentrated in a huge golden ball, suspended on a spirit tree that Han Li had specifically planted there. Although he had anticipated this, Han Li still frowned at the sight. When those flying beetles evolved once more, they could be considered fully mature. Even with the acceleration from the rainbow skirt grass, the long process of their evolution was nearly unbearable. Han Li hadn't thought that in a mere several tens of years, the gold-devouring beetles would finally reach the last stage of maturation. Han Li withdrew his gaze from the insect room and asked, "Silvermoon, how is the profound goddess palm?" "It's been several months. That should be enough to tell if it can be saved." Silvermoon replied with hesitation, "It's hard to say. It would be better if Master took a look personally." What could be hard to say? Han Li appeared puzzled. But after a moment of thought, he ordered Silvermoon to take him to the medicine garden. A trace of astonishment appeared in Han Li's eyes when he saw the stalk root of the profound goddess palm. Its original faint yellow color was turning green, but it was still bare and small without any hint of emerging buds. How can this be? Is the plant alive or dead? Contrary to what he saw, Han Li didn't sense any aura of life from it. Silvermoon sighed and slowly said, "This was what I wished to tell Master. The The profound goddess palm's root was watered several times by the green liquid without any change. It was only after using both the myriad-year spirit milk combined with the wine nectar that I was able to change its color. I originally believed it was brought back to life, but apart from the change in color, it's exactly the same. The green liquid also had no effect on it. As a result, I was left with my hands tied. It's unknown whether the profound goddess palm root is actually alive or dead. Looking at the profound goddess palm root, Han Li indifferently said, "Since it reacted, there is still a chance of reviving it. We simply need to find another method, but now is not the time to continue experimenting with it. We'll have to settle our affairs in the Far West first. It is about time for us to leave." "We're going now?" Silvermoon asked. Han Li firmly replied, "We're leaving tomorrow. In a moment I am going to bid farewell to Senior Marshal Brother Cheng. Afterwards I will seal my cave residence and take the most important items. The Far West shouldn't have any formidable high-grade cultivators, so it shouldn't prove very dangerous, just time-consuming. Also, we must make it back within 3 years, or we'll miss the prime window to enter Devilfall Valley." Silvermoon nodded after he finished speaking. Soon the two left the medicine garden. As Han Li left to see his senior martial brother Cheng, Silvermoon was left behind in the cave residence to put it in order for their departure the next day. The next morning, Han Li brought Silvermoon out of the cave residence to discover there was a beautiful woman of graceful stature waiting outside for Han Li. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes as he asked, "What is it? Didn't I give you enough medicine pills to last you for several years of peaceful cultivation?" Mu Peeling lowered her head and whispered, "My lord, after some thought, I've decided it may be better for me to go on this journey with you since my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. As your concubine, serving my lord is only natural. Will you bring me?" Her beautiful appearance was capable of arousing a feeling of great adoration. When Han Li heard her, he gave her an appraising look and pondered to himself for a moment. As Silvermoon stood behind him, her eyes wandered and she mysteriously smiled. Not long after, Han Li nodded and said, "Since you wish to go, then so be it. On the way, I can give you some guidance on cultivation. The sooner you can reach core formation stage, the better it will be for me." "Many thanks, my lord." Mu Peeling was overjoyed upon hearing this and wore an expression of excitement. When Han Li saw this, he smiled and flung his sleeve, releasing the wind-riding chariot in a streak of white light. When Silvermoon saw the carriage, she giggled and entered Han Li's sleeve in a blur. When Mu Peeling saw this, her jaw dropped in shock. Han Li paid this no mind and calmly said, "I'll talk to you about Silvermoon on the way. Let's head out first." "Yes, my lord." Mu Peeling quickly restored her calm and made her way toward the carriage with lithe steps. Just as she stepped inside, Han Li entered the carriage in an azure blur. He formed a hand incantation and a layer of white light suddenly covered the flying carriage. Then with a clear ring, the wind-riding chariot streaked across the sky and disappeared from sight. Not long after, some information began to spread in the Drifting Cloud sect that their elder Han had suffered a slight loss in vitality as a result of a confrontation with a devil cultivator, and would be secluding himself for several years to restore his cultivation. When the two other sects in the Dream Cloud Mountains heard this, they sent several people to inquire about the state of Han Li's injuries, but Elder Qing didn't give them a concrete answer. The cultivators that were friends of the Drifting Cloud sect were also denied an answer over the matter. Thus, news that the newly famous Elder Han of the Drifting Cloud sect had sustained heavy injuries quickly spread throughout the state of Xi and through the sects of neighboring countries. The cultivators of these sects didn't suspect this news in the slightest. After all, the last devil cultivator that injured him was an elder of the Gian Empire's Sifting sect that rumored to be at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. It was no surprise that killing him would result in a large loss in vitality. But even so, Han Li quickly became viewed as a vastly powerful cultivator who stood on par with eccentric Heaven Venge. Likewise, the fame of the Drifting Cloud sect rose rapidly alongside him, and there were few sects that didn't begin trying to befriend the sect. There were even a few vagrant cultivators with profound cultivation that came to the Dream Cloud Mountains to enter the Drifting Cloud sect. In a short amount of time, the Drifting Cloud sect gained a faint standing of the top sect in the state of Xi. Many Drifting Cloud sect disciples grew excited about their mysterious Elder Han, and he rose to be their most well-regarded idol for a time. Chapter 796. The Devilfall domain. The heavenly south continent's state of Dongyu is one of the few rare countries that didn't belong to any of the continent's four superpowers. This wasn't because the country was too small or that it was lacking in resources. Rather, the country's size and wealth of cultivation resources placed it among the top 10 countries in the heavenly south. The reason why the state of Dongyu was unaffiliated with any of the four superpowers was due to its location. Apart from the Nine Nations Union, who was too far away, the country shared a close border at the center of the three other superpowers. As for the country's cultivator sects, their histories and affiliations were varied as well. There were righteous and devil Dao sects as well as a few small leisurely sections. But most important of all were the native sects that couldn't be suppressed by any other power. They became the deciding factor that prevented the state of Dongyu from being influenced by the other superpowers. None of the three neighboring superpowers wished to relinquish control of the country, and they continuously conducted their own maneuvers, both covert and open, but to little effect. In the end, there was only a vague agreement between the three superpowers that they would not interfere with the country and had the state of Dongyu become a neutral territory. Of course, the various native sects of the country had secretly received backing from the three superpowers, forcibly maintaining a balance of power. This led to various cultivators gathering in this neutral country, causing it to flourish for some time. In the state of Dongyu's northern Chang province, there was a depression that took up 2/3 of its land. The majority of the depression was covered in dense forest, and there was an unbroken mountain range that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers at its center, known as the Myriad Link Mountain Range by the locals. No one truly knew if the mountain range consisted of 10,000 mountains, but it still had an abundance of demon beasts and rare medicines. However, no cultivators dared to rashly enter the mountains. The Myriad Link Mountain Range was known by a far more sinister name in the heavenly south cultivation world, the Devilfall domain. And somewhere hidden in the mountain range lay the most dangerous area in the heavenly south, Devilfall Valley. Ever since Devilfall Valley came into existence, countless vastly powerful cultivators entered the valley in search of treasure. But the veil of mystery and death that surrounded it over the years prevented anyone from treading too closely. Of course, its fearsome reputation alone hadn't stopped cultivators from extracting the mountain's resources. That was due to the miasma that would occasionally sweep across the mountains and seal it off for years at the time, perhaps as a result of Devilfall Valley's influence. Not only was the miasma incredibly toxic, but it was also as thick as something produced by a spell formation and would cover the mountains in complete darkness. It was impossible to tell direction once inside. Even if one could make it past the miasma, it was impossible to catch any demon beasts or pick any herbs. All one could do was stare at the mountains with envy or go to the few areas where the miasma was most thin. But every 50 years or so, the miasma around the mountains would disappear and the spatial tears surrounding Devilfall Valley became more stable and sparse. During this time period, treasure hunters from all over the heavenly south would gather for this year-long opening to seek riches. With such a large mountain range, only a small portion of cultivators were able to reap the treasures despite how abundant the demon beasts and spirit medicines may be. Despite this, there would be thousands of cultivators that came during each opening. Furthermore, there were a few merchants being backed by various clan powers nearby the mountain. They would create several temporary market cities in the area, prospering from the medicines and spirit beasts acquired within the mountains. Recently, the miasma around the Devilfall domain had already begun to grow thin and would soon disappear. It would be at least several more months before the miasma disappears, but there were several times more cultivators there than during the previous opening. Furthermore, a large number of high-grade cultivators had appeared amongst them, startling the local cultivator sects and clans. The local powers hastily restricted their disciples from rashly going out and sent men to investigate the cause of it. As a result, they were stunned by what they found. On the top of some nameless hill on the border of the Chang province, there was a core formation male-female pair that were standing side by side. The man was wearing dark blue robes and appeared to be 30 years of age with a scholarly appearance. The woman wore palace robes and her body was ample, but her face appeared unremarkable. The couple appeared to be calm, but a trace of anxiousness was betrayed by their flickering eyes, exposing their true emotions. After a moment, a silver light flickered from a distance, followed by the appearance of a silver streak shooting towards them. When the pair saw the streak of light, they appeared overjoyed. The silver streak arrived above the small mountain and flew a circle around them before revealing an embroidered-robed scholarly man around the age of 40. When the woman saw the scholarly man, she smiled and said, "Big brother, you've finally arrived. How did it go? Did you manage to receive the command medallion to enter the valley?" I've managed to acquire it right on time." The scholarly man smiled and raised his hand as two streaks of azure light shot towards them. The man and the woman quickly reached out their hands to receive the two bronze command medallions. They were both carved with the word Devilfall in red on one side, and with the same word written in gold on the other. There were traces of spiritual qi emitted from the talisman. The woman immediately revealed a face of excitement, but the man frowned and appeared pensive. The woman excitedly said, "This is great. With the Devilfall medallion, we'll be able to enter the valley in search of treasure. If we are able to find even a few spiritual medicines from the age of antiquity, we may find the opportunity to condense a nascent soul." Standing at the woman's side, the blue-clothed man sighed and said, "Such a small pendant is actually worth over 30,000 spirit stones. They actually dare to sell it at that price?" The 3 command medallions had cost them over 100,000 spirit stones. It took the entirety of the wealth they had gathered over several hundred years to obtain them. It was only natural for him to feel a bit of heartache over the matter. The scholarly man helplessly said, "Second brother, don't feel too bad about it. If it weren't for the friendship we forged with them and the lacking manpower of their sect, we definitely wouldn't have had the opportunity to acquire these medallions from them. Being able to purchase even a single command medallion for 100,000 spirit stones is something that many would fight over. Furthermore, the Ghost Spirit sect originally planned on pursuing the treasures of Devilfall Valley by themselves. Now that the other sects are pressuring them, they have no other option but to allow outsiders to join them on the treasure expedition. Otherwise, the Ghost Spirit sect wouldn't have agreed to allow us to enter the valley even if we gave them 100,000 spirit stones." When the blue-clothed cultivator heard this, he wasn't able to say anything back. But when he looked at the command medallion in his hand, he worriedly asked, "However, can we trust the Ghost Spirit sect's method of entering the valley? I heard that the valley's opening has many spatial tiers. If one isn't careful, they wouldn't even leave any remains behind. There's also the news of the Ghost Spirit sect elder coming back from the valley alive. Does elder brother believe this to be true?" The scholarly man promptly responded, "Apart from the fact that the Ghost Spirit sect treats the entire Heavenly South cultivation world as an enemy, there should be no question over the matter. Furthermore, didn't we also hear that only the Ghost Spirit sect elder's nascent soul made it out of Devilfall Valley? It sounds reasonable since his body met its end in the valley itself." After listening to the scholarly man's explanation, he hesitantly said, "However, even if we can enter the valley, it's still extremely dangerous. Could it have been a mistake to buy these medallions to enter the valley?" The woman snorted and carelessly said, "With our talents, we've already reached the peak of our realm. If we don't have any chance encounters, we will definitely perish in 200 years. It is natural to take this opportunity when it presents itself to us. Also, I heard the spatial tears on the outer areas of Devilfall Valley are far less dangerous than those inside the depths. So long as we are careful, it shouldn't pose too much danger." The scholarly man calmly said, "I heard that the Ghost Spirit sect had issued several hundred Devilfall medallions. Furthermore, most of them were dropped into the hands of various sections. It is even said that a few Milan spell warriors are participating and that the Ghost Spirit sect are sending several hundred cultivators into the valley. With so many people inside, what do we have to fear? Besides, if worst comes to worst, we can simply leave. But if we miss this opportunity, we will live the rest of our lives with regret." The woman at his side nodded at his words as if having deeply thought of the matter. Since Big Brother has said as such, this little brother will follow him into the valley. The blue-clothed man bitterly smiled and said nothing else. As this was happening, various other movements occurred throughout the Chong province. Half a year ago, rumors began to spread that the Ghost Spirit sect had acquired a method to enter Devilfall Valley and that they wished to conceal this information from other sects so they could monopolize the treasures of the valley. These rumors had caused a massive uproar throughout the continent. The various righteous Dao sects and heavenly Dao sects wishing to recuperate from their war with the Milan could no longer sit still, so they each sent men to the Ghost Spirit sect to ask over the matter. As for their fellow Devil Dao sects, they also sent men to verify the truth of the matter. The higher echelon of the Ghost Spirit sect was enraged by this, but after being held under such scrutiny and pressure, they were forced to admit the truth. After all, so long as someone carefully investigated the matter, traces of the truth would eventually be revealed. As a result, the other sects bluntly requested that they share the method to enter the valley, but the Ghost Spirit sect had refused to agree for as long as they could. In the end, they could only compromise and issue a few command medallions to enter the valley to various sections. So long as one possessed the medallion, the various sects would be able to send men together with the Ghost Spirit sect cultivators into the valley when the spatial tiers of Devilfall Valley stabilized. And naturally, each medallion came at a cost of spirit stones. Of course, in order to prevent any resentment from vagrant cultivators, they set aside over 100 medallions specifically for them and a fewer small sections. Now that the time was drawing near, the Chang province became incredibly lively. The vicinity of the myriad Link Mountains became filled with cultivators from other countries, all hoping to enter Devilfall Valley in search of treasure. Needless to mention, they were all the cautious sort as well. Chapter 797. Han Lee's return. The city nearest to the Chang province was named Birchleaf City. It was thousands of kilometers from the myriad Link Mountains, but there were cultivators unwilling to sleep outside and they decided to sleep in the city instead. This had scared off the small sect originally occupying the city and made them flee back to the sect's mountain. Although there were many cultivators gathering there were many inns in the city as well. There were no problems for them finding accommodations. Among these inns was a somewhat mediocre one by the name of the Good Fortune Tavern. There were two groups of cultivators checked in there, with each one staying in a different wing of the courtyard. In one of the rooms, there were 3 people sitting around a wooden table and discussing something. These 3 were all young and beautiful female cultivators. They were Violet Spirit and Mei Ning, who Han Li had last seen at Skyfirst City, and the third woman was the white-robed woman surnamed Song. At the moment, Violet Spirit was concealing her true appearance under the guise of a common female cultivator with only a slight beauty. The 3 were softly discussing something with a serious expression. The walls around them glowed with white light as if under a restriction that prevented them from being eavesdropped on. Violet Spirit frowned and asked with a worried tone, "Big Sister Song, you still haven't received word from Brother Han? It won't be long before the miasma clears entirely. If Brother Han doesn't appear, we will miss the best time to enter Devilfall Valley." Cultivator Song smiled and said, "Little Sister Violet Spirit, you might not know this, but despite Marshal Senior Cheng's proclamation that Marshal Uncle Han had suffered injuries, I had learned in truth that he actually journeyed to the Far West. Although I don't know what business he has there, the journey there and back should take a year at the very least. He won't be returning here in a hurry. Besides, there are still several months left. I've left behind the location for where to contact us back at the sect. Once he returns, he will immediately seek us out. We just have to hope that he arrives on time. It's not as if there are cultivators in the Far West that can hold down Marshal Uncle Han Li." Reminded of the matter of the Umbra realm, Violet Spirit couldn't help but say, "That is hard to say. Even if fellow Daoist Han's cultivation is profound, there are matters that can't be resolved with a powerful cultivation." Then with a flicker of her eyes she continued, "Big Sister Song, now that you've mentioned Marshal Uncle Han, it seems you now speak of Brother Han with great respect. When you spoke of him before, you didn't hold him in such high esteem." With that said, Violet Spirit wore a mysterious smile. Cultivator Song faintly blushed, but she soon regained her calm. "If little Violet Spirit is also capable of slaying a cultivator at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage, I would also hold you in high regard. Senior Marshal Uncle Han is now on par with the 3 great cultivators of the Heavenly South. As his junior, is it strange for me to speak of him with respect?" Violet Spirit giggled and said, "This is only natural. It came as shock to me when I heard of his accomplishments. 10 years ago he was still only a core formation cultivator like us, but now he possesses astonishing abilities worthy of our admiration. It is hard to believe. Had we known this earlier, it would have been better to force him to take little sister Mei as a concubine. That would have guaranteed little sister Mei Ning a stable path of cultivation. When Mei Ning heard this, she blushed, but she only snorted and said nothing else. A trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. Han Li had given her the choice, but it was a pity she had hesitated. With Han Li being the giant figure he was now, she could no longer easily mention the matter. Mei Ning nearly became Martial Uncle Han's concubine? This is the first time I've heard of this. After a moment's pause, Cultivator Song smiled and turned to Violet Spirit. I've always believed there was some kind of relationship between little sister Violet Spirit and Martial Uncle Han. After all, your beauty is otherworldly. It is hard to believe that there is a man able to resist your charms. Violet Spirit snorted and said, had I known at the time that fellow Daoist Han would later possess such powerful abilities, I might have devoted myself to him. Had I become his Dao companion, my cultivation would be making far greater progress than now. She curled her lips to form a mysterious smile, hiding whether or not she was joking. This led to Cultivator Song feeling at a loss as to whether or not she should cry. After a moment's hesitation, Violet Spirit deliberately said, if Brother Han truly agrees to help us, we'll be able to smoothly acquire the Spirit Kindle fruit, given his vast abilities. Big Sister Song, are you certain that you will not be entering Devilfall Valley? Mei Ning also doesn't wish to go because of the sudden rise of cultivators entering the valley. With her cultivation, it will be too difficult for her. With a moment of thought, Cultivator Song earnestly replied, I've put much thought into it, but I'm different from the two of you. Although I am only at the early core formation stage, I am only a step away from the next level. It isn't worth it for me to brave such great dangers. As for the treasures of the valley, I am not willing to exchange my life for them. I know my limits. Since Big Sister Song has already decided, I won't persuade you. In truth, if fellow Daoist Han doesn't arrive on time, I will not be heading into the valley alone. With so many high-grade cultivators coming along, the danger will be greatly increased and killing for treasures won't be an uncommon affair. If an early core formation cultivator like me were to enter, that's just asking for trouble. My mind isn't that muddled. Violet Spirit bitterly smiled and spoke with a dejected tone, leaving Mei Ning and Cultivator Song stunned. With a strange expression on her face, Cultivator Song muttered, I didn't expect for the ghost spirit sex plans to be leaked out. At the start, I believed that little sister Violet Spirit had leaked the information and planned to take advantage of the chaos. In a display of feigned anger, Violet Spirit bluntly said, take advantage of the chaos? How could I do that? Naturally, the fewer cultivators that enter the valley, the better. It is only under those circumstances that we are able to forcibly catch the ghost spirit sect off guard and pick the Spirit Kindle fruit. Suddenly, a familiar man's voice appeared outside the room. Oh? So it wasn't fellow Daoist Violet Spirit that spread the information? It seems to be the doing of someone else. Martial Uncle Han. Brother Han. Violet Spirit and Cultivator Song immediately recognized his voice and shouted out his name with pleasant surprise. Violet Spirit raised her hand and struck the door with a spell seal. In a flash of white light, the door slowly opened. There was a youth in his 20s standing there with his hands held behind his back, wearing half-worn-out clothes. He looked at the three women with a slight smile on his face. It was Han Li, who had returned from the Far West after spending 2 years there. He was carrying a foot-long yellow bamboo tube behind his back that was slung there as if he didn't have the mind to keep it in a storage pouch. After some careful examination, Han Li appeared somewhat different from before. His bearing and temperament seemed to have undergone a significant change. He appeared even more unwavering and collected so that it gave people an unfathomable impression. Without further thought, Cultivator Song hastily stepped forward and gave him a curtsy, respectfully saying, I pay my respects to Martial Uncle Han. Brother Han, you finally arrived. I was starting to think that something had occupied you and you wouldn't be able to make it on time. As if flustered, Violet Spirit stood up with a trace of a blush on her face. It was unknown how long ago Han Li had arrived. Could it be that he had heard the entire conversation? When she recalled saying that she would have devoted herself to him, She couldn't help but reveal a trace of embarrassment in spite of her quick wit and relaxed manner. Since I've made an agreement with you, it is only natural to come on time. Han Li smiled and took a deep look at her before calmly entering the room. Mei Ning bit her lip and gave Han Li a salute. He waved his hand and had her stop before taking an empty seat by the table. Violet's spirit quickly regained her calm and sat back down. As for Cultivator Song, she hesitated before sitting back down. Leaving the matter of Devilfall Valley for later, Violet's spirit asked, "Brother Han, when did you return to the Heavenly South? Was your journey to the Far West smooth?" She then re-examined him with an odd gaze. Han Li smiled and said, "I encountered a few small problems in the Far West. Although they were resolved smoothly, it had taken up a bit of time. Else I would have returned half a year ago." Violet's spirit and Cultivator Song couldn't help but look at each other, curiosity filling their hearts. A small problem for the current Han Li couldn't have been a small matter. But so long as Han Li didn't want to talk about it, the two would not pursue the topic as a matter of shrewdness. "Earlier I heard that only Lady Violet's spirit wishes to enter Devilfall Valley." Han Li turned his gaze to the other two women and calmly asked, "Martial niece Song Mei Ning, have you already made up your minds over the matter? Since Martial Uncle already knows this, Martial niece won't conceal it. After some thought and discussion, fellow Daoist Mei Ning and I both feel that this journey will be too dangerous, so it'd be better for us to not go. I don't wish to risk my life over saving 30 years of cultivation." And not long before, fellow Daoist Mei Ning acquired a medicine pill that will benefit her core formation. She also doesn't wish to put herself in danger. Devilfall Valley's title as the most dangerous area in the Heavenly South isn't something to scoff at. And since the spirit kindle fruit is in the depths of the valley, the risk is even greater. Chapter 798. The Monarch of Soul Divergence. Having heard Cultivator Song's careful words, Han Li nodded and didn't ask any further questions about the matter. It is good that Martial niece Song and Lady Mei don't go. There are undoubtedly villains lurking in the myriad Link Mountains. Even if I enter Devilfall Valley, I may not return alive. Lady Violet's spirit, are you still set on entering the valley? Han Li asked with a casual tone. With a smile, Violet's spirit calmly said, "So long as Brother Han is willing to enter the valley, I am willing to brave the risk. I hold fellow Daoist Han in complete confidence." Han Li stared at Violet's spirit and said, "Since fellow Daoist Violet's spirit has said this, I won't try to persuade you otherwise. But before we enter the valley, there are several matters I must first make clear." Violet's spirit replied without surprise, "This is as it should be. If Brother Han has any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. First of all, I need to confirm whether or not the matter of the spirit kindle fruit is true." Han Li's expression grew solemn. "I don't want to enter Devilfall Valley in high hopes only to discover that it didn't exist. I hope Lady Violet's spirit can confirm this for me." Violet's spirit was already prepared for Han Li's question and she immediately fished out a green jade slip and handed it over to Han Li. "The spirit kindle fruit is real. The ghost spirit sect's nascent soul that managed to escape from Devilfall Valley by a fluke had spoken of its existence. Why else would a ghost spirit sect nascent soul elder strive their hardest to brave the danger of Devilfall Valley?" Han Li took the jade slip and submerged his spiritual sense into it and silently looked through it. A moment later he withdrew his spiritual sense and expressionlessly returned the jade slip. Han Li frowned and hesitantly said, "According to what is said, the spirit kindle fruit does exist. However, it is located deep in the depths of Devilfall Valley and its precise location is somewhat unclear. It will be difficult to find the spirit kindle fruit with this information alone." Violet's spirit explained as if in fear that Han Li would back down. Because the ghost spirit elder had accidentally stumbled across the spirit kindle fruit after manifesting his nascent soul, he couldn't remember its precise location. However, he also noted several notable facts about its location. It shouldn't be too much of a problem to find it. When Han Li recalled the details inside the jade slip, he pondered, weighing the potential risks and gains. A moment later, Han Li raised his head and calmly asked, "Even if we find the spirit kindle fruit, won't we need to refine it inside the valley because it would quickly lose its medicinal power?" Has Lady Violet's spirit finished preparing the supplementary pill ingredients? Violet's spirit was overjoyed at his response, but she promptly suppressed her excitement. With a bright expression she said, "The supplementary ingredients for the nature origin pill aren't easy to find, but I've managed to piece them together over the past few years. So long as we have the spirit kindle fruit and our luck doesn't take a turn for the worse, there shouldn't be a problem with refining the nature origin pills." Han Li's face turned grim and he emotionlessly said, "Since it shouldn't be difficult to find, I will make an attempt. But Lady Violet's spirit, you should know of the dangers of Devilfall Valley. I will make an effort to protect you inside, but be warned that if I encounter a danger that even I cannot withstand, you must be prepared to defend yourself. This is natural. If something truly happens to me, I will not hold it against Brother Han. Besides, I am quite confident in my ability to survive." Violet's spirit replied without any hesitation, the soft lines of her face replaced with staunch resolution. Han Li's expression relaxed as these words were much to his satisfaction. Can you three fellow Daoists inquire on how the Ghost Spirit sect will be entering the valley? When I arrived, I heard that the Ghost Spirit sect are issuing Devilfall medallions to restrict the number of people that can enter the valley. Seems strange. Under such circumstances, there is no difference whether a few hundred or a few thousand cultivators enter the valley. Yet there seems to be a limitation on how many people may enter. Otherwise, the Ghost Spirit sect would definitely capitalize on this opportunity as they're selling each Devilfall medallion for several tens of thousands of spirit stones. After a moment of surprise, Violet's spirit smiled and said, "As expected, Brother Han is quite discerning. You've just about guessed the truth. Although Mei Ning and I haven't managed to acquire the specifics of the method to enter the valley, we've faintly discovered from our source, that Ghost Spirit sect disciple, the method of entry requires the power of many Ghost Spirit sect disciples as well as a large quantity of spirit stones to enter to valley at a specific time. It does seem that the number of people that can enter the valley is limited. Regardless of the method to enter the valley, our Drifting Cloud sect has been given 3 Devilfall medallions and I acquired one when I had returned to the sect. There should be no problem entering the valley for me, but the depths are a different matter. I have no certainty of making it out safely. I believe that the majority of cultivators will be staying on the outer reaches of the valley and search for their treasure there. Only nascent soul cultivators would dare to enter the depths. Naturally, there will be core formation cultivators that will wish to fight one another, but there shouldn't be too many. Fellow Daoist Violet Spirit shouldn't experience too many dangers in the outer valley and should be able to handle herself there. As for when we enter the inner valley, Han Li's eyes flickered and he continued speaking to her through voice transmissions. When Cultivator Song and Mei Ning saw this, they showed no dissatisfaction. Given the immense danger, it was only expected for them to be more careful. When Han Li finished speaking, Violet's spirit hesitated for a moment before nodding. "It is all as Brother Han says. Then I will see you again inside Devilfall Valley." "Ah yes, Marshal Ni Song. I've heard from the sect disciples that Senior Marshal Brother Qing has already arrived. Do you know where he is?" Cultivator Song paused before hastily responding, "I do not know. Marshal Senior Qing had arrived here with a group of his close friends. I haven't seen him yet." So it was like that. It seems Senior Marshal Brother Qing wishes to enter the valley before he reaches the end of his lifespan. Han Li muttered as if speaking to himself. After a moment of silence, Han Li frowned and asked, "I've also heard that the Mulan will be entering Devilfall Valley as well. Is this true?" "Do you have any information on this?" As if feeling a slight headache over the matter, Cultivator Song could only helplessly respond, "We've also heard rumors of this, but the matter is unclear. We don't know if it is true." Han Li stroked his chin and remained silent. A moment later his expression faintly changed and he bid them farewell. As a result, the 3 women in the room looked at each other with dismay. What's going on? Why was Brother Han in such a hurry to leave? Violet Spirit's eyes flickered with bewilderment. Mei Ning frowned, appearing slightly disappointed. "I don't know, but it seems Senior Han has other business to attend to." Cultivator Song glanced at the room's door and muttered to herself for a moment. At that moment, Han Li was walking down a remote street in a calm and methodical manner. But in truth he was harshly scolding someone in his mind. "Were you trying to scare me out of my mind?" An aged voice carelessly replied within Han Li's mind. "Hee hee. I was merely thinking that girl named Violet Spirit was deathly beautiful. Stirring a few of your thoughts is only natural." Han Li snorted and angrily continued. "Don't tell me you forgot how you affected the emotions of my second nascent soul when you used the 7 passions art on it? You can feel whatever you wish but don't involve me. After all, my second nascent soul is linked with my consciousness. Besides, Violet Spirit's current appearance isn't anything special. You've yet to see her true appearance. And your concubine in the past, Ryun, was said to be a beauty peerless in this world. How can a woman with an appearance like that drive you out of control? You aren't trying to trick me, are you? I originally thought to use the 7 passions art in order to deal with your primal soul, but who could have thought that a trifling early nascent soul cultivator possessed a second nascent soul and was able to resist calamity? How else would I have met my end here? Although the 7 passions art cannot control a cultivator's consciousness, it can still control their emotions. Likewise, it can reduce one's will to live in a fight and one's resolution to kill. As for the girl, although she is using some sort of secret technique to hide her true face, I am able to see through it with my spiritual sense." The old man's voice slowed near the end as if somewhat resentful. "Even if your 7 passions art was more powerful, you will have little luck in leading me astray from my objectives. Although I do share some sensation with my second nascent soul, your 7 passions art won't prove to be anything more than a minor hindrance. However, I completely didn't expect that the core founder of the Thousand Bamboo School and the creator of the Great Development Technique, the Monarch of Soul Divergence, had survived until now by possessing a puppet. Were it not for your inconceivably powerful spiritual sense and your complete knowledge of the Great Development Technique, I wouldn't have believed it. But regardless, if you casually stir my emotions over a female cultivator again, don't blame me for being impolite." Han Li's tone turned harsh at the end. The old man snorted and disdainfully said, "Youngster Han, you should know that even with the assistance of the soul nurturing my soul would last only several tens of years more before it disappears. Or if not for the fact that I had mostly finished my final puppet, I would have gladly passed on and reincarnated. After spending countless years inside a sensationless puppet, I've felt I've lived long enough. And if you hadn't seen a woman for as long as I had, you'd be the same as well." When Han Li heard him, he rubbed his nose and felt his head deeply ache. The true body of the old eccentric was actually hidden in the tube behind his back. Were it not for his agreement to teach Han Li the final 3 layers of the Great Development Technique and his willingness to impart several powerful puppet designs onto him that had never been published, Han Li would have dealt with him with several methods and exterminated him. But most annoying of all was the old eccentric's unfathomably powerful spiritual sense. Even as he was currently, his soul-searching techniques still had no effect on the defenseless eccentric. Rather, the old eccentric was nearly given the opportunity to control Han Li's soul, scaring Han Li away from using such a method again. When faced against the Monarch of Soul Divergence, an eccentric that had lived over 10,000 years, Han Li found himself feeling completely powerless. Chapter 799. The Soul Attachment Technique. Han Li paused for a moment and asked, "Old eccentric, when you possessed the puppet body, you didn't think about moving your primal soul out of it? It shouldn't be difficult with your abilities. You think the Soul Attachment Technique is so simple to use? In the past, during my lifetime of great genius, I had divided my attention to too many things. Not only did I create the secret technique to strengthen one's spiritual sense, but I also founded the Thousand Bamboo School and researched the long-extinct puppet methods of the Heavenly South. These matters consumed a majority of my lifespan, not to mention that I had also cultivated during this time. Eventually, I reached late nascent soul stage and I ran amok in the region without match." "You ran amok in the region and were without match?" Han Li wore an odd expression on his face. "What, you think I'm just running my mouth? When my cultivation reached great heights, I had challenged renowned cultivators, but I had always kept a low profile about my successes. As a result, My name didn't spread and only a few peak cultivators knew of my reputation. Not to mention other lands, the #1 cultivators of the Heavenly South Righteous and Devil Dao at the time had both been beaten into submission by my hand. They were even willing to hand the Far West over to me and relinquish their forces over it. Do you truly believe that the Heavenly South cultivators would stay away otherwise? Even if the Far West was lacking even more resources than it was now and only had enough land for 2 countries, it is still enough to support many sections. The monarch of Soul Divergence spoke with a prideful tone. The Far West was something you fought for? Hanli asked. The old man continued with an even greater air of pride. Not only that, but I forced the 2 leading figures of the Righteous and Devil Dao to swear a venomous oath. Within 10,000 years, their disciples and ancestors are not to tread into the Far West. For someone of their stature to be driven as such. The corner of Han Li's mouth curled from disbelief. If they were unwilling, I would have clearly exterminated their disciples and descendants. Do you believe me to be the soft-hearted sort? If they wished to surround me with numbers, my 1,000 puppets would prove to be a fair fight. However, it is surprising that neither the Devil or the Righteous Dao haven't invaded the Far West until now. Could it be that they are still obeying their ancestors' orders until now? The monarch of Soul Divergence seemed somewhat baffled. Hanli grew silent. The old eccentric wasn't simply talking big. Even if he were exaggerating about the past, the 1,000 puppets that the 1,000 Bamboo sect possessed weren't something to take lightly, even if they were only at foundation establishment stage. As for the Righteous and Devil Dao's oaths to prevent them from conquering the Far West, there was also the matter that the distance to the Far West was too great, the resources too sparse, and the disinterest as well. Hanli didn't bother to think too much about it, as if it had little relation to him. As he thought about this, he heard the old man sigh. Just as I finished this and believed I stood at the peak of the cultivation world, I discovered I'd made a fatal error. My lifespan had fallen short and my cultivation had halted at late nascent soul stage. Although my aptitude and abilities were amazing, I only had a mere 200 years of time left, not nearly enough for me to break through to the deity transformation stage. If I hadn't been distracted with puppet arts from the very start and created my own designs, I believe I would have had a very real chance of entering the deity transformation stage and ascended to the spirit realm. Instead, I was trapped inside of a puppet body for over 10,000 years, leaving me terror-stricken the entire time. The monarch of Great Divergence spoke with a sullen voice as if he were dejected. When Hanli heard that, he pursed his lips and rolled his eyes. He even felt a tinge of envy. Ordinary cultivators would find it extremely difficult to form a core or condense a nascent soul. As for this old man, he spoke of entering the deity transformation stage as if it weren't a difficult matter in the least. If his words were true, then he was a heaven-defying existence, a cultivation genius that was seen only once in 10,000 years. After seeing that I no longer had any hope to enter deity transformation stage, I was unwilling to helplessly wait for my death to approach. It is said that the soul is immortal and that it reincarnates into another life. But is that still me if I don't have any memories from that lifetime? I would be an entirely different person. In the next world, I may simply be an ordinary commoner lacking spirit roots. The chances of becoming a cultivator are extremely small. With this fear in my heart, I spent my remaining 200 years of life toiling to create a way to extend my life or to retain my memories after reincarnation. As a result, I failed many times only to discover the soul attachment technique by using the Great Development technique as its base. It was a secret technique that hadn't been discovered before. With that said, the old man coldly laughed. Hanli mysteriously smiled and said, "You abandoned a majority of your cultivation only to put your consciousness into a puppet. As a result, you became a living corpse for about 10,000 years. Don't you understand? I didn't have any time and could only complete the soul attachment technique halfway through. Regardless, I used it due to a lack of a better choice and I ended up as I am today. After attaching myself to this puppet, I didn't think that my cultivation would disappear and I was only barely able to use my spiritual sense. Manifesting my nascent soul was out of the question. As for the secret room I was located in, it was guarded with fearsome spell formations and over 100 puppet guards. Without a body or magic power, I wouldn't be able to control the puppets even if I managed to break the restrictions. Because I feared retaliation from my enemies, I hadn't told anyone about the secret room, and my disciples were only at core formation stage and were without the ability to find me, leaving me stuck there for 10,000 years. Or if not for my puppet body and the many spirit stones I stored in that secret room, I would have long since perished. Near the end, the old man's voice turned ice cold. Hanli frowned and became pensive. But soon his expression grew lax and he asked, "Old eccentric, why are you so talkative today? When I asked you about the past before, you were always indifferent and lazy, but now you are speaking in such great detail." The old man snorted and angrily said, "Who said that I wasn't going to tell you? Since you've cultivated the great development technique, you can be considered some kind of a disciple. Also, if you hadn't found the secret room at the Thousand Bamboo School so quickly, my soul would have soon scattered. After all, the soul attachment technique isn't a true method to extend one's life. Even if the puppet body managed to last 10,000 years, my soul would have burned out since it had lacked the nourishment from a true body for so long. I didn't expect that you would be so clever as to notice that my body was different from the other puppets and would rush to strike me first. You even nearly killed me. I was the one who rushed to strike? Were it not for you launching a sneak attack on me with your rubbish Seven Passions art, I would have left you alone despite sensing there was something different about you. As a result, you formed a codependent bond with my second nascent soul and couldn't further act out of fear of repercussion. It is true that you are able to drive my second nascent soul mad with the Seven Passions art, but likewise I can have my main nascent soul use the assimilation technique to remove your existence from the second nascent soul. How could I have known that a young eccentric such as yourself was able to condense a second nascent soul? You should know that I could only use my spiritual sense at the time as I wasn't able to use any magic power. Also, I only attacked you out of self-preservation." Feeling that he had done no wrong, the old man instead spoke with a righteous tone. At that moment, Hanli grew silent and no longer wished to continue the conversation. After a moment's pause, the old man said with a self-mocking tone, "All right, let's drop the conversation for now. I didn't expect that you'd have a treasure made of soul-nurturing wood. Else, I would have perished after a year at most even if I had taken a hold of you. This is indeed a silver lining." Hanli came to a sudden stop and calmly said, "I only allowed you to use the soul-nurturing wood because you agreed to teach me the last 3 layers of the great development technique, not to mention my interest in your puppet designs. After all, you had spent the last 10,000 years sealed inside that secret room researching puppet designs. Since I've cultivated your great development technique, I cannot allow those puppet designs to go to waste. This is simply a matter of business between us." The old man roared with laughter from the back of Han Li's mind. "Youngster Han, you are becoming more pleasant to me by the moment. In the past I also held deception and disdain. Were it not for the fact your aptitude is too poor and you are incapable of cultivating my art, I would have taken you in as a disciple and imparted my knowledge to you." Han Li paused and blinked for a moment before wearing a slight smile. "I actually have many techniques right now, but while my spirit is willing, my talents are lacking. Even if you gave me a cultivation art that was 100 times better than what I have now, I could not divert the attention to cultivate them. However, I am quite interested in your secret techniques." The old man carelessly said, "Secret techniques? You're going to be disappointed. My secret techniques are all tied to my main cultivation art. If you do not cultivate it, you will be incapable of using any of my secret techniques." Han Li grew somewhat disappointed, but he changed the topic and said, "Then let's leave the matter be. I am already very satisfied with being able to cultivate the great development technique and acquire the puppet designs. My trip did not end up being a waste. However, I am confused about why you didn't impart the true last 3 layers of the technique to your disciples, and instead gave them false but seemingly true incantations." The old man clicked his tongue and said, "My disciples? In the past hundreds of years, not a single one of them were able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and take on my legacy. If I gave them the true final 3 layers of the great development technique, it would only be inviting disaster upon them. As a matter of fact, while you aren't a disciple of the Thousand Bamboo School, you were able to acquire the first layers of the great development technique. It seems my reasoning actually held true." Chapter 800. Elder Devil Realm. Han Li's gaze flickered and he indifferently said, "The great development technique wasn't something that I fought for over in the Far West. It was something that was delivered to me." The Monarch of Soul Divergence casually replied, "Relax. The current Thousand Bamboo School is no longer being controlled by the lineage of my personal disciples. Even if you truly robbed it, I wouldn't mind. So long as it doesn't influence our agreement, you may think as you wish." Then with a hesitant expression Han Li said, "However, I must ask you if you are truly incapable of dissolving the Soul Seal curse. It's not impossible, but it isn't something that I can do given the limitations of my lifespan. Otherwise, no curse, no matter how wondrous it may be, cannot be seen through by me." The old man replied with a ton of disdain. Although Han Li had anticipated his answer, he still felt his heart weighed down with immense disappointment. With a neutral expression on his face, Han Li replied, "All right, since you are unable to dissolve the curse, I can only make the journey to Devilfall Valley." After an unexpected moment of silence, the old man said, "Youngster Han, entering Devilfall Valley is not a wise decision. I had once planned to enter there when my lifespan was nearing its end, but that changed once I discovered the soul attachment technique. However, I had done my due research. Do you truly believe that you'll be able to safely leave the valley just because one or two fools manage to occasionally return alive? Not mentioning the ancient restrictions present, but the spatial tiers are unimaginably fearsome. They would occasionally." The old man's words trailed off and eventually came to a stop. Han Li's heart stirred and he asked, "They would what?" "The spatial tiers would occasionally open pathways to other worlds and release demonic and devilish monsters. If you come across any of them, you had better hope for the best." "Open the way to other worlds. What does that mean?" Han Li asked in alarm. "In addition to the spirit realm, the immoral realm and the underworld, there are other worlds," the old man calmly explained. "In the past, I had acquired an ancient book. It happened to mention a few matters relating to other worlds. The immortal realm has no connection to our mortal world. The spirit realm and the underworld are both worlds on a higher plane than ours, but they aren't easily passed through. They are filled with vicious demons and ghosts, but it is impossible for them to arrive in our world of their own volition. They are most similar to the elder devils of our world from the age of antiquity. If they have the opportunity to cross over into our world, they will take it with certainty. There are even a few elder devils that are named. If they send even a few doppelgangers into our realm, they will prove incredibly fearsome. As of current, you will not be able to handle them in the slightest." "Elder devils? I've never heard of them before." Han Li spoke with an expression of astonishment. "It's hard to say what they're like. They aren't like us humans or the demon beasts. They also take on a myriad of forms. During times of antiquity, it was said that there was once a path between the realm of elder devils and our world. As a result, these elder devils wreaked havoc in the human world. As a result, the ancient cultivators battled against them for countless years. Eventually, the cultivators were able to kill them one by using numbers to our advantage. However, the injuries and casualties in the war were said to be innumerable, leading to the extinction of many ancient techniques and spirit beasts. It had much to do with the decline of ancient cultivators." The Monarch of Soul Divergence spoke with a solemn tone. "The ancient cultivators warred with these elder devils?" Han Li's expression vastly changed. From the miraculous techniques and treasure they left behind, Han Li knew how formidable the ancient cultivators were. From the old eccentric's tone, the ancient devils seemed to be an entire level above the ancient cultivators, much to Han Li's shock. Not only that, but a few Devil Dao cultivators who cultivated ancient devil arts later established themselves after discovering the existence of the Elder Devil realm. They established techniques that were similar to the abilities of Elder Devils and even used secret techniques to part the boundaries of the world so that they could use the devilish chi of the named Elder Devils, greatly increasing their abilities. While these devil techniques are admittedly powerful, when cultivated to their pinnacle, the user doesn't ascend to the spirit realm. Instead, they are sent to the Elder Devil realm and become one of their members. Of course, this is only something from legend and hasn't been verified. However, there are many devil cultivators that covet this ferocious power and brave the dangers of cultivating these devil arts. After all, entering the Elder Devil realm is something that can only occur when one reaches the deity transformation stage. There is no need for most cultivators to even consider it. Of course, the odds of Devilfall Valley's spatial tiers opening a path to another world is very small. It is possible you'll make it through just fine and that this was only a groundless fear. Han Li suddenly recalled the several instances of demonic transformation arts he had seen in the past as well as a few odd silhouettes. He felt his blood run cold, feeling that the old man's words held true. After solemnly pondering for a long while, Han Li puzzlingly asked, if an elder devil could truly pass through a spatial tear in Devilfall Valley, why wasn't the heavenly south thrown into chaos in the past? The old man coldly laughed and said, what do you mean? The spatial tiers aren't true pathways to another world. Only a few incarnations or lower-grade devils are able to pass through. But because their cultivation isn't great enough, they aren't able to withstand the restrictions of our realm and stay here for too long. But before they return, they will have more than enough time to torture the cultivators entering Devilfall Valley. So it was only restricted to lower-grade devils and they are only able to stay for a short time. Han Li's stern expression relaxed and he sighed with relief. It appeared to be the same circumstances as when the Mulan used the ancient lantern to summon their sacred bird. Youngster Han, don't be so happy so soon. Although it is only speculation, the elder devils that truly appear in the valley may be weaker for them to make it through the spatial tiers, but their abilities and techniques are incredibly strange. Even if a human cultivator were to match them in cultivation, they would be certain to die. Han Li tensely frowned and let out a long sigh. He emotionlessly asked, how does Senior know this without entering the valley? Could it be you're just trying to scare me away? While I haven't entered the valley, several good friends of mine had entered. Their luck had failed them as soon as they entered the valley. They had encountered an elder devil, leaving only one of them alive to tell the tale. They were the same as me, vastly powerful cultivators who held little fame. As a result, few in the heavenly south knew of them. That's enough talk out of me today. If you still wish to enter Devilfall Valley, you had best be prepared to fend for yourself. Here is the 5th layer incantation for the Great Development Technique in 2 core formation puppet designs, a portion of the reward that was previously agreed upon. As soon as that was said, a white jade slip flew out from the bamboo tube and it spun around his head once and then directly fell in Han Li's grasp. I had believed that Senior had forgotten. Although Han Li was still pondering about the elder devils, he revealed an expression of delight upon seeing this. He grabbed the jade slip and quickly sank his spiritual sense into it. I must now nurture my soul. It is fortunate that the Heaven Fortune cask still has my puppet designs. If you have no further business, don't bother me. After lazily speaking these words, the old man's voice came to a sudden stop. After Han Li finished looking through the jade slip, he turned around to look at the bamboo tube he carried on his back with a wavering expression. He knew the old man was still concealing something, but he couldn't do anything about it. As for the Heaven Fortune cask, that was the name of the bamboo tube that Han Li carried on his back. While the bamboo tube was completely unremarkable, it was a true spatial treasure and concealed the puppet body of the Monarch of Soul Divergence. Otherwise Han Li would have kept it in his storage pouch instead of carrying it on his back. A long while later Han Li put away the jade slip and glanced around before looking towards the sky. He then shot off the ground in an azure streak and directly flew out of the city. By this time the sky was already dark. Han Li stopped above a forest near the city and descended near a huge tree. There seemed to be something vaguely close to it. It was a giant head that had disheveled hair. If a mortal were to see it, they would immediately flee from fear. But if one were to closely look at it, they would discover that its entire body was buried in the earth. The head had long green-black hair with its face concealed behind the mass of hair. When Han Li approached it, the green giant sensed something and began to stir, opening its ghastly green eyes. When it clearly saw Han Li, the light from its eyes immediately disappeared and it wore an expression of obedience. Han Li smiled and took several steps towards it before circling around it with interest. Not bad, it's already begun to nurture a simple consciousness. It seems I'll be able to put it to good use in Devilfall Valley. Han Li muttered to himself with a happy tone. Soon after, Han Li placed down several restrictions in the surrounding area before sitting down cross-legged. He didn't immediately meditate, instead deciding to grab his storage pouch and fiddle with a yellow medallion, engraved with the words Heaven Peak Sect. As Han Li squinted at it, his eyes glistened in the darkness. Chapter 801. Qiaotian. After spending the night in the forest, Han Li withdrew the sovereign devil corpse and made his way to the Myriad Link Mountains. Before he sought out Violet Spirit and the others the day before, he hadn't discovered traces of the Heaven Peak sect disciples. As a result, he continued to hold on to the medallion that the Heaven Peak elder had given him but hadn't had a chance to use it. It was also out of the question to seek out Marquis Nangong. It seemed the Heaven Peak sect had either found another area of residence or that they hadn't even arrived yet. Han Li wasn't worried about this and instead prepared a temporary place to stay nearby the mountains and refine a few core formation stage puppets in the downtime. With the yin-yang rings in his possession, he reckoned Marquis Nangong would take the initiative to seek him out. As of current, Han Li faintly realized that the Great North Essence light wasn't something that existed outside of the entrance to the valley. Most of it appeared at the entrance of the valley. Were this not the case, the Ghost Spirit sect wouldn't have the ability to take several hundreds of cultivators simultaneously into the valley, regardless of how skilled they may be. As these thoughts appeared in Han Li's mind, he flew in a streak of azure light and calmly went forward. With his speed, he was able to fly tens of kilometers away after only a short moment. Less than half a day later, he arrived near the Myriad Link Mountains. He had heard that there were several market cities that had recently opened nearby the Myriad Link Mountains and decided to pay a visit to them along the way and collect a few materials for refining puppets. Additionally, Han Li had acquired quite a few rare materials after the war with the Mulan in exchange for their ancient heritage lantern that he had seized during the battle. Those materials were nearly priceless and would allow Han Li to craft an amazing quantity of high-grade puppets. As such, he would only be purchasing a few basic puppet materials while inside the city. As for the materials needed to refine the ancient nascent soul stage puppets, the Thousand Bamboo School in the Far West had managed to gather 3 of the materials, but they were still missing a material known as the Blood Phoenix wood. The material was a rarely seen peak-grade tool refining material. Although it wasn't as nearly difficult to acquire as the auric essence, it was also impossible to find in markets. One would only be able to come across it as a matter of luck. Fortunately, Han Li had already ordered the Drifting Cloud sect to be on the lookout for the appearance of such a material. If they acquired any information, they were to directly notify him. It would only be a matter of time before he acquired it, but not before he entered Devilfall Valley. Suddenly, Han Li's expression stirred and he came to a sudden stop. Not far away from him, there was a surge of spiritual chi fluctuations and flickers of light, where a few cultivators were having a fierce battle. Han Li frowned but didn't pay it much heed. As of current, the area was swarming with all sorts of characters and it wouldn't be rare for enemies to occasionally encounter one another. With Han Li's cultivation, he approached them from a kilometer away. Meanwhile, the cultivators were still fighting, oblivious to his presence. There were 4 men and 1 woman, battling against each other in 2 parties. Han Li swept his gaze past them only to discover that they were all core formation cultivators at the mid and early stages. However, hostilities between the sides were great. Not only were magic treasures soaring through the skies, but various talismans also ruptured around them. However, the party of 3 with the woman were being completely suppressed by the other 2 cultivators. However, it wasn't due to a more profound cultivation. It was because of the several hundred huge moths that they surrounded the opposing 3 cultivators with. These frightening moths were the size of a palm and their wings emitted a poisonous rainbow powder. As a result, the 3 cultivators had to use a majority of their energy toward keeping themselves free from it. And under the additional assault of the 2 cultivators' magic treasures, the 3 found it difficult to endure. While the 3 cultivators found themselves at a disadvantage, the battle was far from over. Apart from the poisonous moths and the silver brush and golden scroll magic treasures that the scholarly man wielded, Han Li found the battle to be little of note given their cultivation. Although he didn't know what sex these cultivators belonged to, Han Li had little interest in being involved with other people's affairs. Just as he thought to fly away, he suddenly spotted an emblem of Yellow Maple Valley from the robes of the scholarly man. Yellow Maple Valley? Han Li glanced at the scholar's face with surprise. As Han Li paused, the battle quickly shifted in favor of the two cultivators controlling the moths. When Han Li decided to approach, the two cultivators hastily spread out their spiritual sense in alarm and their expressions vastly changed. The pair of cultivators hastily withdrew their magic treasures, but they had their poisonous moths continue to tangle with the three other cultivators. They flew distantly to the side and saluted Han Li. "May we know the senior that has graced us with his presence? We are disciples from the Controlling Spirit Sect." "The Controlling Spirit Sect? You two are devil cultivators." When Han Li heard this, he ceased flying and vanished the light he was flying in, revealing his true form. "You are the Drifting Cloud Sect's senior Han." The taller of the two cultivators immediately recognized him and cried out in alarm. Han Li shot a glance at him and indifferently asked, "You recognize me?" The Controlling Spirit Sect cultivators grew restless, but they maintained a respectful appearance, and one of them replied, "When Senior fought in the border battle, I witnessed Senior Han's vast abilities." "That is good. Although I don't want to interfere with the affairs of juniors, I have some kind of a relationship with Yellow Maple Valley. Put away those spirit insects and abandon the battle for today." Han Li spoke resolutely with a glint shining in his eye. When they heard Han Li, they couldn't help but glance at each other in dismay. "What? Do you two fellow Daoists feel that this is difficult to do?" Han Li's expression grew sullen and his tone turned harsh. The taller of the cultivators felt his heart drop upon seeing Han Li's change in expression, and he inwardly cursed. Since Han Li had decided to involve himself, they had no leeway. He hurriedly replied, "Since it is Senior's orders, we will naturally obey." He meaningfully glanced at the other cultivator, and the two grasped their hands in an incantation gesture. After hastily casting a spell seal to the swarm of moths, they summoned their spirit beast pouches into the air. In an instant, the moths surrounding the three opposing cultivators scattered and they darted into the storage pouches. The three cultivators had already seen Han Li, but they were unable to clearly hear the conversation the other two had with him due to being assaulted by the moths. But now that they were unfathomably released from the moths, they knew it had something to do with Han Li. In their delight, they exchanged a glance with one another and hastily flew towards him. At that moment, the two Controlling Spirit Sect cultivators felt unwilling to further stay. One of them carefully said, "Would Senior have any other commands for us? We will follow them as best we can." Han Li guessed their intentions and waved his hand. "There is nothing else. You two may leave." "Then we will both take our leave." When the two heard him, they hastily bowed and immediately set off in streaks of green light. At that moment, the other three cultivators flew over. Seeing that the Controlling Spirit Sect cultivators had left, the three glanced at each other in astonishment. Their leader, the middle-aged green-robed scholarly man, stepped forward and saluted Han Li. He wore a respectful expression and said, "Many thanks for Senior's rescue. I cannot thank you enough. May I know Senior's name?" The scholarly man was surprised to see how young Han Li appeared, but he felt as if his appearance was somewhat familiar. Instead of answering, Han Li expressionlessly asked, "You are cultivators from Yellow Maple Valley?" "Junior is Yellow Maple Valley's Qiaotian. These are my sworn siblings, disciples of the Saber Transformation Doc. Is Senior acquainted with martial ancestor Ling Hu?" When he saw that Han Li had assisted them despite not belonging to the Six Sects of Yu, he realized that this nascent soul senior should have a relationship with their martial ancestor Ling Hu. "Qiaotian, you're a member of the Chen clan?" A strange expression appeared on Han Li's face. The scholarly man revealed a stunned expression. "Senior knows of my clan?" Han Li grew silent and began to closely examine the scholarly man, much to the unease of the three core formation cultivators. Han Li sighed and slowly said, "The Chen clan is one of the three great clans of Yellow Maple Valley. How could I not know of it? What is your relationship with Qiaotian?" "Senior recognizes my younger sister?" the scholarly man asked in alarm. "Qiaotian is your little sister?" Although Han Li had guessed this was the case, a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. As for the scholarly man, he was at a complete loss as to what relationship this expert had with his little sister. Han Li's expression wavered for a moment before he slowly asked, "Is she doing well?" With an odd expression, Qiaotian replied, "My little sister was unable to form a core and died over 100 years ago from an illness. She's dead." Han Li couldn't help but mutter this as her lovely appearance suddenly appeared in his mind. He suddenly recalled the last time they had seen on their trip to the mountains, where she bared her feelings to him. He stood in place for a time as if at a complete loss. Seeing that Han Li had remained silent with an odd expression on his face, Chen Qiaoan couldn't help but ask, "Senior knows my little sister?" Forcefully suppressing the sadness in his heart, he calmly replied, "Of course I know her. When I last saw your little sister she said she was going to marry. But that was before the invasion of the Devil Dao. I don't know whether or not the marriage went through." Chapter 802, Core Formation Grade Puppets. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Qiaotian said, "My little sister was supposed to marry that year, but the clan she was supposed to marry into switched sides to the Devil Dao. Naturally we couldn't allow the marriage with Qiaotian to go through. Afterwards, my little sister became taciturn and showed little interest in men, remaining alone for the rest of her life." Han Li suddenly recalled a rumor that had spread throughout the sect and his expression unconsciously changed. "She didn't marry?" An odd expression appeared on Han Li's face and he wordlessly looked to the sky for a moment. After a long while, Han Li lowered his head and said, "From your expression, it seems you should know who I am, so I won't speak further of myself. The righteous and Devil Dao have currently gathered together here. Since you plan on entering Devilfall Valley, you had best fend for yourselves." Once Han Li said this, he paid no further attention to the three and tore through the skies in a streak of azure light. The three core formation cultivators respectfully remained silent as Han Li quickly disappeared from sight. A while later the woman couldn't help but ask, "Elder brother, why did that senior help us? Does he have a relationship to your Chen clan?" Glancing in the direction that Han Li disappeared, he bewilderedly said, "Relationship? Our Chen clan isn't worthy of having a relationship with that senior. If I guess correctly, you should also know of his esteemed name. In the past he originated from my Yellow Maple Valley and escaped unscathed from the hands of a Mulan divine sage. In the battle at the border he defeated the Mulan sacred bird and executed the Jin Empire's Sifting sect elder. Surely you should know of his name? But from what he said he seemed to be close to my deceased sister. How baffling." The woman was greatly shocked and shouted in alarm, "What? It was that legendary figure? He looks as young as expected. From what my seniors said, this person was once a member of our six sects of you. It is inconceivable that his abilities are as magnificent as they are now." Chen Qiaoan sighed and said, "That's right. When he entered Yellow Maple Valley I had just reached Foundation establishment. Later he entered the Trial of Blood and Fire at the same time as me and my little sister. From then on, things spiraled beyond the scope of imagination and he is now in existence on par with the three great Heavenly South cultivators." The third cultivator, the blue-clothed man, curiously asked, "I heard that Marshal Senior Ling Hu had implored this person to return to the sect, but he was unwilling. Is this true?" After a moment of hesitation, Chen Qiaoan vaguely said, "I'm not too sure about this. It is possible though." Despite their sworn brotherhood, he was unwilling to mention the matter further. Fortunately, the other two cultivators dropped the matter. The blue-clothed man changed the topic and said, "We were quite lucky this time around. Elder brother had just recently refined his golden book and silver brush magic tools and was able to block most of the moth's poisonous powder. Senior Han managed to interrupt the situation and we were able to escape calamity without harm. If elder brother had fully refined the golden book, surely we would have nothing to fear from the Yun brothers." The female cultivator eagerly said, "That's true. I have previously heard that the Qin clan had the golden book and silver brush inheritance magic tools. But I didn't think that there was also a refinement method for a magic treasure. Didn't elder brother use a flying sword before?" Chen Qiaoan happily explained, "The golden books and silver brushes that our Qin clan disciples use are mere counterfeits of the magic treasure. Although I had wished to refine these magic treasures from the start, I never had the materials as I was only able to gather together the materials to refine a flying sword. Fortunately, I was able to gather enough materials over the past few years to refine these magic treasures. I had hoped to use them in Devilfall Valley. But soon he paused and continued, enough. Regardless of what it is said, it is better for us to be careful, as Senior Han has said. Cultivators that dare to enter Devilfall Valley are by no means ordinary. It'll be better if we accompany our fellow martial brothers from the 6 sects of you. The two nodded. Elder brother's words are reasonable. Good. We'll do as elder brother has suggested. The 3 cultivators then took off, leaving any further discussion for later. A distance away, Han Li felt his heart in turmoil. He forcefully suppressed the grief he felt for Qiaotian and buried it in the deepest depths of his heart before forcing himself to continue on his way. 4 hours later, he caught sight of the myriad Link Mountains as well as the thinning miasma that surrounded it. The verdant forests and towering peaks could all be vaguely seen. The mountains on the edge couldn't be said to be huge, only wide. As far as the eye could see, the mountain ridge spread to either side as a continuous black line. Han Li slowed down when he arrived nearby and took a look at his surroundings. It was quiet and had no other traces of cultivators. With an indifferent expression, he flew a bit further and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, he spread out his immense spiritual sense and quickly searched a 50 kilometers perimeter around him. A short moment later, he frowned and opened his eyes. Then, with an indifferent expression, he shot through the skies towards a certain destination. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, he arrived at a small mountain. There was an old cultivator accompanied by a youth who were sitting cross-legged across from each other and were chatting. At that moment, an azure light flashed above their hands to reveal Han Li standing in the air. The two were frightened by his sudden appearance and they hastily stood up. The old man managed to preserve his calm, but the youth wore a face of alarm. Han Li swept his sights past the two and saw that their cultivations weren't very high. The old man was at the mid-foundation establishment stage while the youth was only at the 6th layer of qi condensation. It was unknown what they were doing so near the myriad Link Mountains when their cultivations were so low. At that moment, the old man used his spiritual sense to glance at Han Li only to discover that his cultivation was at an unfathomable realm. With alarm in his heart, he was just about to perform a deep bow as Han Li's cold words echoed through the air. There is no need to be alarmed. Can you point me in the direction of the nearest market city? That is all you need to do. Han Li's voice was filled with unquestionable authority. When the old man heard this, he quickly replied in a respectful manner, "Head west about 200 kilometers. There is a newly opened market city that Senior may take a look at. Head west 200 kilometers? I got it." Then with a flash of azure light, Han Li disappeared without a trace. The old man watched with amazement as the azure streak disappeared and turned into a speck of light across the sky and disappeared. The old man and the youth remained dumbstruck by the sight. About 200 kilometers west, there was an extremely crude temporary market city that had been created with stone formation techniques. There were very few cultivators wandering within. Han Li didn't pay this any mind and purchased a large number of materials from the stores before flying off towards the mountain range. He walked over 5 kilometers deep into the mountain range as the miasma suddenly grew thicker. Soon he arrived on top of a small, unremarkable mountain. It was easy work for Han Li to open a new cave residence. With over 10 flying swords cutting about, a small and simple residence was carved out of the mountain after only a short moment. After looking at the results, Han Li nodded with satisfaction and promptly placed 2 simple spell formations around it before entering the cave residence. He first released Silvermoon and had her cultivate within the cave. He then released the sovereign devil corpse and buried it in a dark room. Afterward, Han Li brought a large number of materials with him in a hidden room. He sat at the center of the hidden room and took out the jade slip that the Monarch of Soul Divergence had given him before looking through the 2 core formation puppet refinement methods that it contained. These 2 types of puppets were the same size as the Foundation Establishment Grade 8 puppets that he had previously created, and they each had their own merits and drawbacks. One of the puppets had the shape of a huge tortoise with a dense and rough exterior that could withstand over 3 blows from a nascent soul stage cultivator. Additionally, it attacked by spitting out balls of lightning flame, an attack on the level of a mid-core formation cultivator. However, its sole flaw was that it was incredibly slow and clumsy. If a cultivator were to attack it from close range, it would become an immobile target that wouldn't be able to defend itself. The other puppet design was that of a tiger and the tortoise's exact opposite. This puppet didn't have any long-range attacks, and its only defense was its swift and light movements. It had crystal claws that were 6 inches long and capable of easily shredding through the protective barriers of a common core formation cultivator. It was completely dedicated to close-quarters combat. After looking through the puppet's characteristics, Hanli decided to refine a few puppets from both designs. As such, he would be able to better deal with any situations that Devilfall Valley may place him in. With that decided, Hanli immersed his spiritual sense into the jade slip and committed the refinement methods to memory. Afterwards, Hanli spent 3 entire days inside the hidden room while he sat cross-legged and didn't move. But on the 4th day, Hanli's expression stirred and he pursed his lips before withdrawing his spiritual sense from the jade slip. He then pondered for a moment more, and with a flip of his hand, the jade slip disappeared in a flash of white light. He flung out the storage pouch at his waist and countless tool refinement materials appeared on the floor with a flicker of white light. Rare woods, metal essences, various colored gems and jade boxes of all sizes. A short moment later, these items were all gathered together in a large pile in front of Hanli before he recalled the storage pouch back to his waist. Afterwards, he swept his gaze past the materials in the pile. His eyes dropped onto the jet-black ironwood and with a deep breath he pointed at it, summoning it towards him. Chapter 803. Search. The door to Hanli's hidden room wasn't opened for several months. During this time, Silvermoon took note of what happened on the outside, preventing Hanli from missing his opportunity for entering Devilfall Valley. With each passing day, the miasma grew thinner and the number of cultivators near the myriad Link Mountains grew. Additionally, a majority of them were gathering in a certain part of Birchleaf City as it was the closest city to Devilfall Valley. All of the various cultivators who acquired a Devilfall medallion were all present, and many of them had made a temporary cave residence nearby as they waited. The spell formation Hanli arranged outside of the cave residence wasn't a top-grade restriction. As such, there were many cultivators that had discovered Hanli's cave residence, and there were a few that even wished to pay him a visit. But regardless of the sound transmission talismans that had arrived at the restrictions outside his residence, none of them were given a reply. Although there were a few cultivators that weren't very pleased at the fact that the cave residence's master didn't wish to see any visitors, they were unable to do anything about it as they didn't know who the owner of the residence was. There was a risk of creating a formidable enemy. However, Hanli's behavior of refusing guests was the exception, not the norm. There were countless cultivators who arrived here, both proud and arrogant, but in the most dangerous area of the Heavenly South, they all felt the need to be careful. As a result, they either formed small groups of around 5 or joined together with their friends to enter Devilfall Valley. Although there wasn't much benefit in searching for treasures together with others, if anything dangerous occurred, they had better odds of survival than if they traveled alone. Under that mindset, even solitary and reclusive cultivators began to strive to make friends. During that time, the miasma was near the point of scattering and Silvermoon was wondering whether or not it was time to call for Hanli to leave the hidden room. But before she could come to a decision, the door opened and Hanli calmly walked out. In the several months he was secluded, Hanli had refined over 30 puppets in succession, with the tortoise and tiger puppets equally divided in number. It was fortunate that Hanli had managed to acquire a large number of high-grade demon beast souls in his time in the scattered star seas. Even if he had an abundance of all his other materials, he wouldn't be able to craft anything without those powerful and rare souls. When the Monarch of Soul Divergence saw Hanli readily taking out high-grade demon beast souls to refine personally researched puppet designs, he couldn't help but call Hanli a young monster. But he said nothing else after that outburst. When Hanli emerged, he still had enough materials to refine more puppets but reckoned that he didn't have enough time for more, and there wouldn't be a big difference with a few more puppets. Since Silvermoon had been giving Hanli reports during the time he was refining puppets, he only nodded towards her and said nothing else. He soon arrived at a dark room and watched the sovereign devil corpse and saw that everything was in order, much to his satisfaction. Then he withdrew the corpse and had Silvermoon enter his sleeve before emerging from his cave residence. Han Li immediately took off and arrived at the peak of the mountain of his cave residence. After sitting down cross-legged, he spread out his spiritual sense and slowly swept past the cave residences of the cultivators nearby. With his powerful spiritual sense, even early nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be able to detect Han Li's prying unless they were attentive. As a result, Han Li was able to sense everything within a radius of 50 kilometers with the exception of a few areas with particularly strong auras and restrictions. But a short moment later, Han Li opened his eyes and shook his head with a frown. He didn't find who he was looking for. With some thought, Han Li then glowed with light and flew towards the nearby market city. Given current circumstances, it should have gathered quite a profit by now. The market city nearest to Han Li's cave residence was opened by a large cultivator clan from the state of Dongyu. The clan had done this for ages and indifferently opened their market city despite the news of the treasure hunt in Devilfall Valley. As a result, business thrived due to the appearance of a large number of high-grade cultivators. There were even a few common cultivators that took advantage of the thin miasma and harvested the resources that were exposed, managing to reap a profit without any intention of entering Devilfall Valley. Inside a simple medicine shop in the market city, a white-clothed cultivator pair were pointing at a medicinal herb and talking about it with a shopkeeper. A short moment later, the three came to an agreement and the pair took out a pile of spirit stones, much to the delight of the shopkeeper. The two cultivators were the only ones walking on the street at that moment. The scholarly youth smiled to his female companion and said, "Junior Martial Sister Yuan, our luck has turned out to be quite good. After spending only a short while in this market city, we managed to buy a gold spirit branch. You've been looking for this herb for a good while. You can start refining the breath refinement pill. This was because of the spirit stones that Senior Martial Brother Bai lent me. Otherwise I would have missed the chance." The white-clothed woman had a common appearance, but her eyes were bright and spirited, adding a bit of seductiveness to her charm. "Junior Martial Sister's affairs are mine as well, so this small number of spirit stones is nothing." Although the white-clothed youth did feel a bit of heartache over the large purchase, he wore an expression of complete adoration towards the woman at his side. The white-clothed woman pursed her lips in a smile, but just as she thought to say something, a person suddenly appeared in their way. He immediately raised his hand and shot a yellow streak of light towards them. In his alarm, the white-clothed youth's hand flashed with white light and he unconsciously caught the yellow streak of light in his hand before discovering that it was a shining yellow command medallion. The youth recognized the medallion and raised his head to look at Han Li in alarm. "The Heaven Peak Writ? Your Senior Han?" This youth was the Heaven Peak disciple by Shujun, who had attempted to grab Han Li's attention in the past through Mu Peeling. After Han Li arrived at the market city, he had immediately found him with his spiritual sense and rejoiced. Through him, Han Li should be able to find his master, the Heaven Peak Sex Lu Wang. However, Han Li didn't have a very good impression of this person and treated him without regard. Without a trace of politeness, he spoke in an oppressive tone, "I need to see your master. Lead me to him, fellow Daoist Bai." "Senior Han, you wish to see my master?" "I." After closely inspecting the talisman in his hand, he respectfully replied, "Yes, I will bring you to him." Han Li was no longer a newly ascended early nascent soul cultivator. He was now in existence on par with the three great heavenly south cultivators. This had caused Bai Shujun to greatly regret his impudent actions from the past. Now that he had verified the command medallion, he promptly agreed in hopes of improving Senior Han's impression of him. As for the woman by his side, she examined Han Li with slight astonishment. With a flicker of her eyes, she remained silent. Under the guidance of Bai Shujun, the three left the market city and flew off toward the east. After flying for over a quarter hour, Bai Shujun brought Han Li back to the Myriad Link Mountains. After heading in for a couple tens of kilometers, they arrived at a small mountain. Han Li's gaze swept past the mountain, observing that although the mountain was small, it was well hidden by the tall surrounding mountains. After activating the bright sight spirit eyes, Han Li revealed a pensive expression after penetrating the mountain rock. At that moment, Bai Shujun took out a sound transmission talisman from his robes and tossed it into the air. It flew into the mountain stone in a streak of fiery light and created a series of ripples throughout the wall before disappearing from sight. Standing at Han Li's side, the youth eagerly offered Han Li an explanation. "This is my master's temporary residence. It is often concealed with the minor shimi restriction." He gave his disciples orders that unless it was important, we were not to bother him. Even junior martial sister Lu cannot rashly pay him a visit during this time. However, since Senior Han has sought him out, it must be important. My master definitely won't scold me. When the woman heard the youth mention her, she snorted and wore an unhappy expression, but she remained silent in Han Li's presence. She had already guessed who Han Li was. As Lu Weiyin's descendant, she didn't dare to be disrespectful in front of Han Li. Han Li glanced at the woman at his side and casually asked, "Oh? Your surname is also Lu? Could you be fellow Daoist Lu's descendant?" The woman sweetly smiled and said, "Elder Lu is my great-uncle. However, I have heard of Senior's famous reputation for quite some time." Han Li weakly smiled back but said nothing further. Azure light flashed from the wall in front of them, suddenly opening a 6-meter-wide gate in the wall. A leisurely voice spoke from within. "Hee. Fellow Daoist Han, you finally come. If you hadn't come, I would have had to personally go and find you. Please come in, I'm waiting for you in the main hall." Han Li smiled and wordlessly stepped inside. Bai Shujun and the woman surnamed Lu hesitated for a moment, but when they thought to enter, their master called out to them, "You two don't need to enter. I have a few things to discuss with fellow Daoist Han. You may head off and deal with your own matters." Although the two were somewhat shocked to hear his orders, they didn't dare to disobey and respectfully acknowledge him before flying off. Once Han Li entered the stone gates, the gates disappeared in a flash of azure light, restoring its original appearance as a stone wall. Chapter 804. Appearance of the valley. Just like how Han Li had created his own interim cave residence, the Heaven Peak Sect's Elder Lu's cave residence was the same. After Han Li walked through a 60-meter-long passageway, he arrived at the cave residence's main hall, a stone room that was over 20 meters wide. A gray-robed old man with a friendly face and a middle-aged man with a tall hat were both waiting for him. The gray-robed old man smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Han, you've finally arrived. Brother Han has kept us waiting for quite a while. We've sent people to look for you for a month already. It's a pity that you were so well hidden. Since we couldn't find even a trace of you, we thought Brother Han had changed his mind." Marquis Nangong bitterly smiled, but a trace of happiness could be seen from his face. "You also weren't easy to find given how secretive your residence was." Han Li sighed and helplessly explained, "Not long before I was sealed in seclusion for a time, so it was natural that you couldn't find me." Just as Han Li took a seat, Marquis Nangong wore a strange expression and said, "Brother Han is as famous as the sun is bright. Not only did you display extraordinary skill in the battle at the border, but I heard you slew a mid-nascent soul elder from a Gian Empire devil sect. You must have spent quite a bit of effort to conceal your abilities." Unwilling to reveal the entire truth, Han Li shook his head and vaguely said, "It isn't as if Brother Nangong hadn't seen my abilities before. If I truly possessed such incredible abilities, I wouldn't have had to flusteredly flee from the Milan Plains. My current fame is only a matter of luck. Speaking of matters of luck, it's because of luck that I managed to appear before you today." When Elder Lu and Marquis Nangong heard Han Li, they couldn't help but look at each other with doubt. With their spiritual sense, they were able to clearly sense that Han Li's cultivation was only at early nascent soul stage. Likewise, they knew that Han Li was unordinary, but the two still found it hard to believe that he was able to slay a devil cultivator at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. However, all the rumors about Han Li were widely spread and spoke of his amazing feats, much to the bewilderment of the two mid-nascent soul cultivators. Marquis Nangong dryly laughed and said with an ironic tone, "Hee. Fellow Daoist Han is far too modest. To tell the truth, the greater your abilities, the better it will be when we enter Devilfall Valley. We look forward to witnessing the power of a cultivator on par with the three great Heavenly South cultivators." When Han Li heard this, he silently smiled and said nothing further, wishing to drop the matter. Elder Lu then spoke with a solemn voice. Brother Han, since you've sought us out, it seems you've put some thought into our proposition. Are you willing to enter the valley with us and kill the ancient flame toad together? Once the old man finished speaking, Marquis Nangong also stared at Han Li with a solemn expression. I don't wish to let go of such a golden opportunity, but there is something I have to ask before I come to a decision, Han Li answered with complete calm. How will we divide the treasures we find amongst ancient cultivator remains? If the answer is acceptable, I will take the risk of accepting this journey. Although he was certain to enter Devilfall Valley one way or another, he wasn't about to reveal his intentions and allow them to negotiate the conditions. It was unknown how much the two had discussed the matter previously, as the old man promptly responded, if we are able to smoothly acquire the treasures, how about we evenly divide them? Han Li didn't immediately reply or reveal dissatisfaction. Instead, he muttered to himself for a moment and replied, this is fair. After all, without you two to guide the way, I also wouldn't be able to deeply enter into the valley or be able to find the ancient flame toad. However, I still have one more condition that I hope you two will agree to. Fellow Daoist Han, please state your condition. Elder Lu spoke without any hesitation. While Marquis Nangong's face stirred, he stared at Han Li in silence. I need the inner core of the ancient flame toad. It is useful to me. Han Li spoke of the matter with a casual tone as if it were only something of little value. Elder Lu promptly agreed upon hearing him. This will be no problem. We are relying on you to slay the beast. It is only proper for you to have its inner core. Marquis Nangong's expression relaxed after hearing Han Li's request. That's right. Even if fellow Daoist hadn't mentioned it, we would have given the core to you anyway. Han Li smiled after hearing them and said, since you have both agreed, I won't push matters further and be too greedy. I agree to head into the valley alongside you two fellow Daoists. With fellow Daoist Han by our side, the treasure will be acquired very smoothly. We will be relying on you, Brother Han. Seeing that Han Li had agreed, Marquis Nangong and Elder Lu couldn't contain their excitement and spoke in succession. Not at all carried away by their praise, Han Li smiled and said, you both value me too greatly. I am well aware that you two will be the leaders in the valley and I will only be acting as support, considering my cultivation. Also, it will only be with our combined efforts that we'll be able to escape unscathed. This is natural. Since we sought out fellow Daoist Han to cooperate with us, we trust you greatly. If those treacherous villains from the Ghost Spirit sect had acquired the Yin Yang ring, I would have had to directly kill them. When Marquis Nangong mentioned the Ghost Spirit sect, he gritted his teeth. It appeared that the damage he had suffered from his previous battle was truly frightening. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but take another glance at Marquis Nangong. While he still appeared well, it was unknown how much of his vitality he had managed to recover. Speaking of the Ghost Spirit sect, do you two fellow Daoists know about the method they are using to enter the valley? What is your take on it? Han Li asked. Marquis Nangong coldly chuckled and a strange expression appeared on his face. What is there to say about it? We merely interfered with their plans to monopolize the treasures. With other cultivators entering the valley, not only will it conceal our tracks but it will also prevent us from being surrounded by the Ghost Spirit sect. With slight surprise, Han Li said, from what you've said, could it be that the both of you had deliberately leaked the information that the Ghost Spirit sect had a method to enter Devilfall Valley? Marquis Nangong's face then changed to a sullen expression. We are indeed behind the matter. Before we journeyed to the Mulan Plains, I had known the Ghost Spirit sect was researching a method to enter Devilfall Valley. Since they have suddenly grown hostile with me, I will not be polite. Han Li didn't give his own thoughts on the situation and simply nodded, his mind wandering. As for Elder Lu, he frowned and slowly said, however, I didn't expect that the Ghost Spirit sect would bluntly issue the Devilfall medallions and sell them to various sects in limited quantities. As a result, they guaranteed themselves to be the largest power entering the valley. I fear the Ghost Spirit sect plans on having these cultivators scout the way on their behalf. As a result, the valley's treasures will no longer be monopolized by them, but the danger will be vastly reduced as well. Stroking his chin, Han Li smiled and said, "There is no such thing as a perfect situation in this world. Your actions have caused us more benefits than harm. It is likely the ghost spirit sect's elders are gritting their teeth with resentment." With roused spirits, Marquis Nangong said, "Fellow Daoist Han's words are correct. This has caused the ghost spirit sect to suffer for the time being. As for the rest of my hatred, I will have to settle accounts after I emerge from the valley." Afterwards, the three began to discuss the movements of the ghost spirit sect and chatted about the arrangements and details of entering Devilfall Valley. 7 days later, the miasma surrounding the myriad Link Mountains had nearly disappeared. The many cultivators that had remained hidden nearby suddenly appeared in great numbers and made their way towards Devilfall Valley one after another. There were also cultivators who possessed lower cultivation and those that were unwilling to enter, who were merely taking advantage of the weakened miasma to search for spirit beasts and medicines in the mountains. Devilfall Valley was located in the northwest area of the myriad Link Mountains, spanning an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. However, the battle amongst ancient devil cultivators had caused the surrounding valley and sky to be layered with fearsome ancient restrictions. They were all incredibly difficult to deal with and overlapped in such a way that it formed an impenetrable barrier. The sole area that lacked these restrictions was the entrance to Devilfall Valley. It was 300 meters wide and narrowed as it went tens of kilometers within. This path was originally easy to pass through, but the effects of the ancient battles had ravaged the area, leaving it densely filled with spatial tiers. Glaring white light shined from some of the tiers while others were dim and completely invisible. The sizes of these tiers varied anywhere from a few inches to several tens of meters wide, allowing them to engulf several tens of men without problem. As for the small tiers, they were similarly incredibly deadly blades hanging in the air. Most terrible of all is that over time, these spatial tiers would wander, as well as open and disappear intermittently. There was no pattern to their appearance. Because of these fearsome spatial tiers, almost no cultivators had ever made it out of the valley alive, even bringing countless nascent soul eccentrics to their end. The reason for Devilfall Valley's reputation as the most dangerous area in the heavenly south was mostly attributed to its spatial tiers. But this time would be different. According to the Ghost Spirit sect, one would be able to safely pass into the valley, creating a disturbance throughout the heavenly south. Suddenly, cultivators began to eye the treasures with greed, and the several hundred Devilfall medallions were cleanly divided up eagerly. There were also a few cultivators that were unable to acquire a Devilfall medallion and could only gather around this area in hopes that they could somehow manage to sneak into the valley. Chapter 805. Cultivators gathering vines covered the small valley's surroundings as a ball of white light shot towards it. Within the white light, there was a beautiful green-robed woman sitting upright on top of a snow-white bird. In the blink of an eye, the bird arrived above the small valley and folded its wings, diving towards the dense vines below. The woman raised her hand and launched a spell seal down below, causing the scene to tremble with green light. The vines suddenly disappeared to reveal a green light barrier. The woman dismounted from the bird and vanished through the barrier with a flash of white light. The barrier disappeared to reveal 6 cultivators all clothed in green as well. They were sitting around a 5-pointed spell formation about 20 meters wide at the entrance of the small valley. With one of the cultivators sitting cross-legged at each of the spell formation's corners, it began to flicker with spirit light. The remaining cultivator was a long-bearded old man sitting at the center of the spell formation with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. There was a white light slowly descending onto them. A moment later, a green-robed woman appeared in front of the old man and saluted him as soon as she landed. The green-robed woman lowered her head in respect and said, "This disciple greets her martial senior. The miasma on the mountain range has completely disappeared. There are many cultivators that have already gathered in front of Devilfall Valley." The long-bearded old man twirled his beard and slowly asked, "Has the Ghost Spirit sect made an appearance yet?" After a moment of thought, the woman carefully replied, "Apart from a few, a majority of the Ghost Spirit sect have yet to take action." The long-bearded old man snorted and said, Since the Ghost Spirit sect have yet to take action, we must not move hastily either. So long as we pay attention to their elders, we won't encounter any mishap. Marshal Nishan, continue monitoring their movements, and as soon as there is a change, immediately report back. Yes, this disciple will set off. The green-robed woman accepted his orders without any opposition. After saluting the old man once more, she flew off on the spirit bird. The old man watched as the green-robed woman left until she disappeared, and his eyes brightly glinted as he momentarily sank into thought. The 5 cultivators sitting around the spell formation were completely unperturbed by the appearance of the woman surnamed Han. They all remained completely still as if they were made of wood. The long-bearded old man didn't find this out of the ordinary at all and closed his eyes once more. On the top of a lofty mountain, there was a middle-aged, gray-robed Daoist priest standing on top of a boulder. He was staring in the direction of Devilfall Valley with a squint as raging winds blew against him. The Daoist priest turned his head to look at 2 sinister puppets at his side with a trace of satisfaction. He muttered, "With these 2 nascent soul-level ancient puppets, I'll reap a great harvest from this journey to Devilfall Valley." With that said, the Daoist priest raised his arm and struck the puppets with a spell seal. In an instant, the puppets quickly shrunk and shot into his sleeve. Soon, the Daoist priest tore through the skies in the direction of Devilfall Valley as a streak of red light. In another corner of the sky, there were 3 streaks of light arranged in a row, flying towards Devilfall Valley. If Han Li were to see the trio, he would be greatly surprised as he would recognize 2 of them. One was a sallow-faced yellow-robed old man, ancestor Ling Hu of Yellow Maple Valley. By his side was a white-robed woman with a pale complexion and a chilly expression, the Grand Elder of the Masked Moon sect and Nangong Wan's senior martial sister. The one that Han Li wouldn't recognize was the old man, who had a steep brow and a lion's nose. The 3 were completely silent as they hurried on their way and soon disappeared into specks of light that faded from the sky without a trace. At the same time, many cultivators began to appear near the myriad Link Mountains, seeming completely confident in their abilities. As of current, Han Li had already arrived nearby Devilfall Valley. He was sitting on a mound several kilometers away from its entrance, pensively looking in the direction of Devilfall Valley. At that moment, Han Li used his spiritual sense to probe a radius of 10 some kilometers nearby. He found that over 1,000 cultivators had already gathered here, with many nascent soul eccentrics hidden amongst them. While these cultivators weren't characters on par with the 3 great Heavenly South cultivators, they were all exceptional individuals who wielded strange and troublesome secret abilities. Han Li wasn't so conceited as to believe that he had nothing to fear from cultivators that weren't on the level of the 3 great Heavenly South cultivators or the Mulan Divine Sages. It would only take a single mistake for him to lose his life in the valley. As Han Li pondered, he would occasionally take the measure of the entrance to Devilfall Valley. If it weren't for the cultivators that were gathered there, Han Li wouldn't have believed that such a common mountain opening would be the entrance to Devilfall Valley. However, there were roiling gray clouds above the entrance that surged with spiritual qi. It was an odd omen that left a cold impression on those who saw it. From the outside, the entrance appeared only 30 meters wide, but he was only able to see 300 meters into the valley when he attempted to probe it with his spiritual sense. A restriction of the valley had blocked him from seeing any further, and he was unable to personally witness the so-called spatial tiers. Although Han Li could forcefully puncture the restrictions with his spiritual sense, he hesitated to do so at an area as dangerous as Devilfall Valley and cautiously withdrew his spiritual sense. Soon after, Han Li sat cross-legged on the mound and he closed his eyes. Time slowly passed by until half a day later, when Han Li sensed a familiar aura amongst the increasing number of cultivators that gathered there. After some thought, Han Li was able to identify them and he frowned. During that moment, there was a nearby voice that shouted with alarm, "The Mulan have arrived." The Mulan spell warriors also wished to search for treasures in Devilfall Valley. Following that announcement, an uproar filled the entrance and Han Li felt his heart tremble. When he opened his eyes, he saw a strange flying carriage moving in their direction. The carriage's body was round and over 60 meters in length. It sparkled with silver light and was engraved with talisman characters all over its body. There were over 10 cultivators dressed in Mulan robes standing in the carriage, revealing them to be Mulan spell warriors without a doubt. When Han Li saw this, he wore an astonished expression. Although he had heard rumors that the Mulan were going to arrive, he hadn't believed it to be true. After all, the Heavenly South may have made peace with the Mulan, but the battle at the border had left both sides with vast injuries. The Mulan had formed a deep hatred between many sects, and without the passage of several hundred years, this hatred wouldn't easily disperse. Under such circumstances, it was rather inconceivable that the Mulan would dare to enter so deep into the heart of the Heavenly South to look for treasures in Devilfall Valley. Could it be that they had no fear that vengeful cultivators would plot against them from behind? Just as Han Li thought this, the huge carriage arrived above the entrance to Devilfall Valley, clearly revealing the faces of the spell warriors it contained. Han Li glanced at the two in the lead and came to a realization. With those two in charge, they had no fear of retaliation from common cultivators. However, it was something of a mystery as to Han Li why the three great Heavenly South cultivators would allow them entry. The two spell warriors leading them were the scholarly divine sage surnamed Zhong and the woman surnamed Lu who guarded the ancient lantern. The flying carriage dropped on a small mountain not far from Han Li. After the spell warriors walked out of the carriage, spell warrior Lu struck the chariot with a spell seal and it shrunk in size. When the others at the entrance of Devilfall Valley saw this, they were astonished and felt the same surprise as Han Li. Just as the cultivators watched the Mulan's arrival with cold and hostile gazes, light flashed from the horizon to reveal over 100 streaks of light flying towards Devilfall Valley. "It's the Ghost Spirit Sect." Shouts echoed from those who recognized them, and the attention directed at the Mulan shifted toward the sky. As for Han Li, he also glanced upward with a cold snort. The speed of these traveling lights couldn't be considered fast. They calmly arrived above the valley's entrance and descended 300 meters away from it. The lights disappeared to reveal over 100 black-clothed cultivators, all of them Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators. The three leading them caught Han Li's attention. He recognized the one standing to the left, the Ghost Spirit Deputy Sect Master Wang Tiangu. His heart stirred and he swept his gaze past the crowd only to spot Wang Chan and Yen Rian. Wang Chan appeared to be in good health and still had all his limbs, but Yen Rian appeared somewhat sallow. Could it be the Een Devil execution didn't injure him? Or did he just restore his limb and hide it? As these thoughts quickly appeared in Han Li's mind, he wasn't able to come up with an answer. But given Han Li's current abilities and reputation, Wang Chan could no longer be considered a threat. As a result, his attention turned to the other two nascent soul cultivators in the lead. The cultivator at the center was a middle-aged man wearing wide robes whose harsh expression possessed an uncommon air of authority. From a glance, one could tell he was in charge. To his right was an old man with a pale complexion that had peppered hair, sharp eyes and a sinister aura. While they were both nascent soul cultivators, they appeared unfamiliar to Han Li, as if they hadn't participated at the battle at the border. However, the old man's mid-nascent soul cultivation caught Han Li's attention. Chapter 806. One-way transportation formation. The Ghost Spirit Sect's Daoist shattered soul hadn't come, to Han Li's surprise. This unfamiliar old man came in his place. However, mobilizing three nascent soul cultivators was quite a show of force even from a sect as large as the Ghost Spirit Sect. But considering that they were trying to oversee an area as dangerous as Devilfall Valley, it was still somewhat lacking. Could it be that the Ghost Spirit Sect had made other preparations? Just as Han Li pondered this, the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators hurriedly scattered around the valley entrance, appearing to set up a huge spell formation. The nearby cultivators didn't disturb them and simply watched from the side. As for the Mulan spell warriors, they were also gathered together. Their leaders, the scholarly man surnamed Zhong and spell warrior Lu, were currently discussing something with soft voices. Han Li stared at the spell formation with clear eyes and a calm expression. But a short moment later, Han Li's expression stirred and he looked to the sky with bewilderment. At that moment, light flashed from the distance and a blinding streak of white light suddenly shot across the sky like a bolt of lightning, scattering any clouds that came across its path in a display of astonishing momentum. By then the other cultivators also saw this shocking occurrence. In an instant the white light suddenly arrived above the valley entrance, fading away to reveal an azure-robed old man with an expressionless face. Wei Wuya. He's also come. Could it be that the Nine Nations Union are also determined to acquire the treasures in Devilfall Valley? An uproar surged amongst the nearby cultivators when they clearly saw the old man's face. But what was cause for even greater surprise was how Wei Wuya slowly descended in front of the Ghost Spirit sect. When the middle-aged Ghost Spirit sect elder with the unfriendly face saw this, he smiled and saluted Wei Wuya. "Brother Wei, you finally arrived. I believed you had been delayed by other affairs. If that were the case, we would have had no choice but to postpone entering the valley. Since I've made an agreement with fellow Daoist Wang, I won't rashly change my mind. But it will be best if you spoke honestly. If the valley doesn't have the items that you've described, don't blame me if I become hostile." Wei Wuya ignored the middle-aged man's smile. It came as no surprise. The Nine Nations Union didn't have a good relationship with the Devil Dao. "Be at ease, fellow Daoist. I wouldn't dare to trick you." The middle-aged man ignored Wei Wuya's bold words and continued to welcome him. The scene caused the nearby cultivators to watch with astonishment. Wei Wuya was the Grand Elder of the Nine Nations Union and apparently was now working with the Devil Dao. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, how could they possibly believe it? Han Li frowned at the sight of this. Now if he were to clash with the Ghost Spirit sect inside Devilfall Valley, his only choice would be to flee given that Wei Wuya was sided with them. This was something beyond his expectations. As Han Li pondered this, he couldn't help but glance at the scholarly man surnamed Zhou. If no other late nascent soul cultivators were going to enter Devilfall Valley, then these two would have the strongest cultivations. The Mulan divine sage was calmly staring at Wei Wuya with his arms held behind his back, and it was unknown what he was thinking. As for spell warrior Lu, she seemed surprised to see Wei Wuya appear here. Although Wei Wuya's presence had come as a shock to many, the cultivators present were still watching the Ghost Spirit sect disciples as they finished laying down their spell formation. After half a day's time, the spell formation had now reached over 300 meters in width as it was being constructed. As Han Li saw it being set up, he slowly became completely bewildered. The spell formation appeared to be a portion of an ancient transportation formation that he had studied once before, but there were a few minute differences where portions were either simplified or more complex. It had clearly been altered greatly. Han Li squinted his eyes and stared at the spell formation in silence. Although his attainments in spell formations were great, he wasn't unable to unravel the secrets of the spell formation in a short amount of time. He could only frown in thought. 2 hours later, the spell formation was finally complete and the Ghost Spirit sect disciples began to place various mid-grade spirit stones around it. Originally standing to the side, Wang Tiangu suddenly stood at the center of the spell formation in a blur. He then slapped his storage pouch and took out a jade box. The other two Ghost Spirit sect elders didn't appear surprised in the slightest by Wang Tiangu's actions. Wang Tiangu opened the jade box and revealed a golden yellow spirit stone. The spirit stone shined magnificently and immediately released a wave of astonishing spiritual qi upon leaving the jade box. A high-grade spirit stone. Someone suddenly shouted with alarm, much to the surprise of the cultivators who heard this. Han Li's expression changed upon hearing this as well. The spiritual power of a high-grade spirit stone was only equivalent to about 100 mid-grade spirit stones. But in truth, 100 mid-grade spirit stones were far less valuable than a high-grade spirit stone. A high-grade spirit stone cost at least 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones and were hardly ever purchased. The reason for this was because high-grade spirit stone mines were easily detected. As a result, there were few that still existed. As of current, these spirit stones were only rarely found deep at the end of a mid-grade spirit stone mine. Unfortunately, many ancient and formidable spell formations and restrictions all required the use of high-grade spirit stones. Even common spell formations were enhanced when activated with the power of these spirit stones. Additionally, a high-grade spirit stone is able to supply a nascent soul cultivator with a great amount of spiritual power. As a result, the price of high-grade spirit stones is incredibly high, and they only become rarer with the passage of time, nearly vanishing from the heavenly south. As for the peak-grade spirit stones from legend, they had already disappeared before the times of antiquity had come to an end. They now only remained in legends. Han Li couldn't help but grow fervent as he saw Wang Tiangu solemnly place the gold attribute high-grade spirit stone at the center of the spell formation. Han Li had killed many cultivators, but never once had he acquired a high-grade spirit stone. Even if he attempted to find one at a market city or such, it would be a hopeless affair. After all, high-grade spirit stones were all stored away by few large sects in the cultivation world in case there was ever a need for them. Now that the Ghost Spirit sect had taken out a high-grade spirit stone, it appeared they viewed this matter with the utmost importance. Of course, it now made sense why they were selling Devilfall medallions at such an incredible price. After placing the high-grade spirit stone in the proper location, Wang Tiangu returned to the side of the middle-aged elder and whispered a few words. The middle-aged cultivator nodded and then gave the command for the Ghost Spirit sect disciples to withdraw from the spell formation. The disciples each took out a faint yellow formation flag after withdrawing from the formation. With great familiarity, they immediately raised the flags into the air and quickly assumed a strange formation. At that moment, the spell formation began to glow as if it were accumulating power. Could it be that this person was the true sect lord? Why else would Wang Tiangu treat him with such respect despite their similarities in cultivation? Han Li stared at the middle-aged cultivator and his mind began to ponder as he examined the fierce-looking man. At that moment, black qi suddenly wrapped around the middle-aged cultivator's body and he slowly rose into the air. He swept his eyes across the ground and said, "I am the Ghost Spirit Sect's Wang Tianxing, the Ghost Spirit Sect's master. I won't speak any nonsense. The path to enter Devilfall Valley has already been established. With the spatial tears already shrunken and stabilized, we can now enter the valley. Our sect's many spell formation masters have thought long and hard as to how to create a particular transportation formation that allows us to easily enter the valley. However, this transportation is somewhat unusual. It requires the use of a metal attribute high-grade spirit stone in order to activate. It is only with great generosity and a heavy heart that we were able to bring out such a spirit stone, but as a result, there is a limit to the number of people that we can bring. So long as you possess a Devilfall medallion, you will be allowed to use the spell formation to enter the valley, regardless of your affiliation. I hope fellow Daoists won't blame me. There are other matters that I must first make clear. This is a one-way transportation formation. Because the teleportation location isn't set, there is a very small possibility of teleporting people into a spatial tear. If this occurs, then we can only say that your luck wasn't enough and we cannot take the blame. After all, the transportation method isn't fully researched and was something produced in a rush, so there is a certain amount of danger. Those that are unwilling to brave the danger shouldn't use my sect's transportation formation." With that said, the middle-aged cultivator boldly folded his arms and immediately added, "If you do not have a Devilfall medallion, don't think you can sneak in. When everyone with a medallion is teleported, the spell formation will be destroyed." Although those words weren't spoken loudly, they were clearly heard by everyone in the valley's entrance. For a time, cultivators began to whisper or use voice transmissions to discuss the matter. A young voice suddenly spoke from within the forest with a puzzled tone. "Since we are using the transportation formation to enter, how will we get out? Will your esteemed sect be placing down another spell formation inside?" As soon as this was asked, many nodded in agreement. As for Han Li, he coldly smiled upon hearing this question. Wang Tianxing emotionlessly replied, "There is no need for this fellow Daoist to worry. From what I know, Devilfall Valley has many ancient restrictions that may prevent you from entering the valley, but there should be little resistance in preventing you from leaving. There may even be ancient transportation formations that are intact inside the valley. So it should be a simple matter to use them to leave." Chapter 807. Entering the valley. After hearing the Ghost Spirit Sect Master mention the ancient teleportation formations, a few cultivators rejoiced at his words while others remained skeptical. After all, few truly knew of the internal situation of Devilfall Valley. To put everyone's hearts at ease, I will have Quanzi and Elder Zhong go across first. We will have everyone else cross afterwards. Wang Tianxing finished and waved his arm towards Wang Chan and Yen Rian. The silver-masked Wang Chan and Yen Rian walked towards the center of the spell formation and stood next to the mid-nascent soul old man. Soon after Wang Tianxing gave the command, the cultivators simultaneously pointed the flags down, shooting an arm-thick rainbow beam of light towards various points of the spell formation. Suddenly, the entire spell formation began to hum and the spirit stones around it began to brightly shine. This scene stirred the nearby cultivators, but Wang Tianxing paid them little notice. Wang Tiangu then brought 8 core formation cultivators with him towards the spell formation. In that moment, the other cultivators clearly saw that while the spell formation may appear enormous, it seemed to only be able to teleport 3 people at a time. As a result, the Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators had to be teleported in batches. Seeing that the Ghost Spirit Sect had rushed to take the first step, the other cultivators grew tempted to follow them. However, cultivators were often cunning and cautious. For a time, no one dared to step forward and clearly wished to see others make an attempt first. After all, the Ghost Spirit Sect's reputation wasn't very great and the slightest mistake could lead to certain death. Han Li stood up on the mound taking in a better view of the scene. Wang Tianxing coldly laughed upon seeing the cultivators' responses and he raised his arms towards the sky. The sky above him began to stir and the valley's surroundings gradually became quieter. Despite the awkward atmosphere, the Mulan began to move. Over 10 Mulan spell warriors silently walked towards the huge formation behind the scholarly man surnamed Zhong and the woman surnamed Lu. A trace of black qi flickered across Wang Tianxing's face after seeing this, but soon disappeared. As for the taciturn Wei Wuxia, he calmly faced Elder Zhong and looked at him. Before the Mulan spell warriors made their way into the spell formation, Elder Zhong flung his sleeve, shooting over 10 streaks of azure light from his sleeve into the sky. Wang Tianxing then expressionlessly waved his hand and caught the lights, only to reveal tensome medallions. Although Wang Tianxing didn't participate in the battle at the border, he already knew of the divine sage's identity. As such, he took a breath and slowly said, "Good. The quantity will suffice. Please go in." Elder Zhong nodded and several spell warriors moved from behind him, entering the spell formation. Suddenly, the Ghost Spirit Sect disciples floating in the air activated the formation and sent the Mulan into the valley in groups of 3. When Elder Zhong walked into the spell formation, he glanced at Wei Wuxia and casually said, "If the target location of this transportation formation is random, then it'd be best if your sect's disciples don't encounter us." Showing no fear, Wei Wuxia faced the Mulan divine sage and replied, "How could something so convenient happen in this world? Something like that truly happens. It can only be by the wills of the heavens." "The will of heavens? Then so be it." Divine Sage Zhong coldly chuckled and disappeared with white light alongside 2 of his juniors. After that was said, Wang Tianxing glanced at the empty spell formation with a trace of a scowl. When the others saw that the Mulan were able to safely use the transportation formation, they couldn't help but lose their composure. Many cultivators began to take out their Devilfall medallions and walk towards the transportation formation. Over the span of a few minutes, the transportation formation flickered with light many times, sending over 300 people into Devilfall Valley, about a fourth of the total number of Devilfall medallions. As for the high-grade spirit stone at the spell formation center, it had already begun to dim. Its spiritual power appeared nearly exhausted. Han Li indifferently watched all of this as he stood on top of the mound and made note of all the cultivators who entered the valley. Suddenly, Han Li's gaze shifted to 6 green-robed cultivators that approached the spell formation. The one leading them was the controlling spirit sect's Grand Elder, Dongmen Tuesday. Han Li didn't have a particularly good impression of. Although they had never engaged each other in a direct confrontation, Han Li felt that he should be careful around this person considering his involvement in dealing with the Mulan spy, Gu Shuangpu. But with his vastly powerful abilities, Han Li didn't need to pay too much attention to him. At that moment, the 5 green-robed cultivators escorting Dongmen Tu simultaneously turned their heads in the direction of Han Li. At the same time, Han Li's assimilated second nascent soul suddenly began to intensely stir. Were it not for Han Li's quick reaction to immediately concentrate and forcefully dominate it with his spiritual sense, he feared it would have manifested on its own. At that same moment, Han Li used his spiritual sense to carefully observe the 5 green-robed cultivators. Elemental spirit nascents. These early nascent soul cultivators gave off a strange impression similar to his second nascent soul. As a result, he couldn't help but squint at them, not knowing where they came from. Of course, Dongmen too also noticed his escorts acting strangely, and he hurriedly turned his gaze to Han Li, happening to exchange glances with him. A trace of astonishment appeared on Dongmen too's face, but he soon turned his head around as if nothing had happened and walked into the spell formation. As for Wang Tiangu, he appeared greatly shocked upon seeing that Dongmen too was being accompanied by 5 other nascent soul cultivators. As for Wei Wuya, he closely examined several of the green-robed cultivators and wore a pensive expression. Staring at these 5 cultivators, Wang Tianxing asked with a deep tone, "Brother Dongmen, these fellow Daoists are quite unfamiliar. Could you introduce them to me?" In his cunning, Dongmen too casually responded, "I'll be happy to once the matter with Devilfall Valley is concluded." Wang Tianxing inwardly cursed him, but he knew that Dongmen too wouldn't tell the truth. Unwilling to let this drag on, he gave the order to his disciples to teleport the 6 nascent soul cultivators in 2 groups. In the instant that Dongmen too was teleported, he unconsciously glanced at Han Li with a malicious expression. Although his action was well hidden, Han Li had clearly seen it with his spiritual sense. It appeared that Dongmen too was able to sense the spirit nascent inside his body. This would prove troublesome. With the elemental spirit nascents following him, he had suddenly become a fearsome foe. It was a pity that the wood spirit nascent still wasn't fully assimilated. It seemed that Han Li would have to be much more careful after he entered the valley. Soon after Dongmen too was teleported, another group of 3 appeared behind them. Han Li wore a wry smile upon seeing them. They were senior martial brother Cheng and 2 other nascent soul cultivators that were nearing the end of their lifespan. Han Li sighed and watched the 3 teleport into the valley. Afterward, his attention shifted to the high-grade spirit stone that sat at the center of the spell formation. It had already grown mostly lightless. Han Li's gaze flickered, and without any further hesitation, he soared into the sky and flew over in a streak of azure light. He soon descended in front of the spell formation and tossed his Devilfall medallion towards Wang Tianxing. Wei Wuya's figure blurred and he appeared 100 meters away from Han Li. "Fellow Daoist Han, you've also arrived. With your young age, your prospects are limitless. There should be no need for you brave such danger." Han Li calmly replied, "Many thanks for your kindness, Brother Wei, but there is a reason I must enter Devilfall Valley." Wei Wuya frowned and stared at Han Li's expression for a moment more before his expression grew sullen. "Since fellow Daoist Han has decided, I won't speak of the matter further. I just hope that our goals differ." With that said, Wei Wuya blurred and reappeared back in his original position. After seeing Wei Wuya speak to this youth with such a serious tone, how could Wang Tianxing not know who Han Li was? With a calm expression, he examined Han Li with shock filling his heart. He had heard of Han Li many years ago when Wang Chan had suffered a massive loss which allowed Han Li to escape back when they both only possessed foundation establishment stage cultivations. After the passage of time, he had reappeared in the heavenly South continent as a nascent soul cultivator. Additionally, the youth had once again developed a deep hatred towards Ghost Spirit sect and escaped their grasp once more. Several years had passed since the incident at the Mulan Plains. While his reputation soared and he displayed abilities that left other cultivators in awe, raising him to become an existence on par with the 3 great heavenly South cultivators. When Wang Tianxing heard about this, the matter was far from good and he took Han Li's name to heart. Now that Han Li had arrived before them, he wished to figure out who this person was. Unfortunately for him, Han Li was already standing at the center of the spell formation with his eyes shut and a neutral expression, leaving no openings for anybody else to approach him. This caused Wang Tianxing's heart to tremble and he was touched with a faint sense of trepidation. Regardless, he was able to wave his hand with a relaxed posture and the disciples in the air activated the formation, sending Han Li off in a series of hums. After a chain of teleportations, Han Li felt a wave of uneasiness, but he eventually recovered his bearings and began to examine his surroundings. He found himself near a mostly collapsed stone cliff and was surrounded by overgrown grass that reached half a person tall. In the distance he saw a chain of short, unbroken hills. There wasn't a person to be seen. However, this wasn't strange in the least, as Devilfall Valley spanned hundreds of thousands of kilometers. If two people weren't teleported together, it would be incredibly difficult to find them. When Han Li turned around to look around about him, he couldn't help but wear an astonished expression. Chapter 808. Death in the Valley. There was a depression not far behind Han Li. It was over 300 meters wide and completely barren, as if it wasn't created naturally. With a changed expression, Han Li released his spiritual sense and quickly searched a perimeter of 15 kilometers around him. After discovering no trace of any other cultivators, he looked at the depression and slowly made his way towards it. When Han Li arrived at the edge of the depression, he closely examined it, and soon a trace of alarm appeared on his face. This wasn't a depression but a symmetrically round pit. The pit was filled with ash of an unknown depth, and it was impossible to see through it. Han Li stared at the large hole for a moment more with a pensive expression. He then formed an incantation gesture with his hands and swept up a 30-meter-tall gale in front of him. Go! He uttered the command and waved his sleeve as the gale swept the ash from the center of the pit. The wind swept up the ash and rock everywhere it traveled. A moment later, the hole's true appearance was revealed as a slab of dark red volcanic rock that appeared incredibly smooth. This is... At a glance, Han Li realized this was something formed from high-temperature fires, likely along with the formation of the hole. Shock appeared on his face as he further thought about the matter. Could it be that something similar to a fireball created the hole? If he were to strike a stone surface with a fireball, something of a much smaller scale would be created. The result would pale in comparison to this, which would be over 100 times larger that he could create. Could it be that the abilities of an ancient cultivator were so ferocious? As Han Li lost himself in thought, he eventually sighed and shook his head. After some further thought, he believed the pit was more likely caused by some sort of fire tribute ancient treasure. But even so, this demonstrated that ancient cultivators' abilities were far greater than present cultivators. Afterwards, Han Li slowly walked around the stone pit once more, but didn't discover anything else notable about it. He then came to a stop and raised his head to the sky. As of current, it should be about noon, but there was no sun in the sky where he was teleported. Instead, it was replaced by an endless cloud of yellow haze that shined with dim light. This didn't come as a shock to Han Li, since there was some sort of restriction that covered the entire sky. He reckoned that as of current he wouldn't be able to fly very high, or else he would trigger the restriction. Of course, Han Li still had to test his hypothesis. He took out a gold devouring beetle from his storage pouch and tossed it into the air. Han Li then raised his head and emotionlessly watched the beetle. When it had reached about 180 meters in height, a blue lightning bolt suddenly appeared out of nowhere and struck the gold devouring beetle. The insect promptly spun as it fell over 20 meters, but managed to unfold its wings and recover as if nothing had happened. Han Li wore a pensive expression when he saw this. After commanding the beetle to return, he got his bearings and in a flicker of light, he slowly made his way west. He didn't dare to fly quickly through this strange land for fear that he could come across a restriction or a spatial tear and lead himself into an untimely demise. As for the matter of Violet Spirit and Marquis Nangong, Han Li moved out to prepare to handle both of their affairs. Seizing the Spirit Kindle fruit and joined together with Marquis Nangong to kill the ancient flame toad. Although the Ghost Spirit sect Nascent Soul Elder had found the Spirit Kindle fruit when he entered the valley, he wasn't able to precisely remember its location. It would take some time before they found it. And even if they managed to eventually find the spirit fruit, they would have to immediately refine the pill and then take it immediately. Along with the time it would take to absorb the pill's medicinal powers, they would require several days at the very least. Once Han Li acquired the inner core of the ancient flame toad, something that Nangong direly needed, he could seek out the Spirit Kindle fruit with an unworried heart. Not to mention that he was rather interested in the remnant treasures the ancient flame toad was guarding. With those thoughts in mind, he began to spread out his spiritual sense to its fullest extent, and his eyes occasionally flickered with blue light as he employed the bright sight spirit eyes, allowing him to avoid the restrictions and spatial tiers. Although he couldn't determine where he was in the valley, he shouldn't be too far away from the other cultivators. Although the transportation formation was said to teleport randomly, the teleportations should only occur within a certain range. Hanli didn't intend on meeting with any other cultivators. He needed to head to the westmost portion of Devilfall Valley and meet with Marquis Nanlong. According to Marquis Nanlong, although he had acquired mastered Song Kuan's method to enter the valley, the method is quite dangerous and consumes a great amount of strength. The only benefit to this was being able to follow mastered Song Kuan's route to the valley depths. After some deliberation, Hanli decided to use the Ghost Spirit Sect's method to enter the valley. After all, the Ghost Spirit Sect was confident in their method to enter the valley given their wanton selling of the Devilfall medallions, and Hanli wanted to use the safer option. From what he saw, their method of entering the outer valley was as smooth as expected, but he would still have to brave a bit of danger if he were to hurry. Hanli continuously looked around as he flew, but came to a sudden stop as he looked forward and frowned. But his expression soon returned to normal and he continued flying forward, his speed unconsciously having slowed. After flying over 300 meters, Hanli stopped and glanced into the distance. There was a white arc of light suspended in the air, that was about 3 meters long and in the shape of a crescent. The arc of light was completely still and lacked any aura. Hanli closely examined the light arc and he swept his hand against the air, sending a streak of azure sword chi towards it. Azure light ruptured in an explosion. As soon as the azure chi and the light arc contacted each other, the azure chi immediately disappeared as if devoured by the light arc. In contrast, the light arc appeared completely untouched. Hanli nodded. It appeared this was a so-called spatial tear. If they were all as visible as this one, they should be easy to avoid, but the indistinct ones were troublesome to deal with. Since he had encountered a spatial tear promptly after arriving in the valley, it only illustrated how prevalent they were. If he weren't careful, he would be certain to suffer. Hanli felt a chill as he thought this and his body blurred. He flew a large arc around the spatial tear and continued on his way without paying it any further attention. Unbeknownst to Hanli, over 50 kilometers away a fat old man was staring at a foot-long arc of light. He muttered, "How very dangerous to think that I teleported to the side of a spatial tear. If I had teleported 30 meters closer to it, I may have died. It appears I must take extra care. There must be innumerable spatial tears in Devilfall Valley." The old man's complexion had paled after noticing the tear, but he soon turned his attention to his surroundings. Confirming with his spiritual sense that there were no other dangers, he got his bearings and flew off. But just as he flew 20 meters away, an arc of white light suddenly appeared in his path. Before he could even scream, his body was split into two and filled the air with blood as both pieces fell to the ground. His face still wore an expression of disbelief. Just as soon as the spatial tear had lit up, it slowly faded away and vanished from sight. If anyone else were to come, they would have no way of knowing that it existed. In another area, 3 green-robed cultivators were flying back and forth around a pile of rubble. But regardless of the direction they flew, they were always blocked by a barrier of rainbow light when they reached 100 meters out. A large man with a large blade scar on his face couldn't help but shout, "This won't work. We won't be able to leave. Those Ghost Spirit Sect wretches actually teleported us into this restriction. When we get out, we will have a proper discussion with them." A cultivator with high cheekbones stopped in the air and snorted. He coldly said, "Worry less. What does the Ghost Spirit Sect have to fear from a small sect like ours? Remember that from the start they said the teleportation was random and that if we were teleported into a spatial tear, we could only blame our luck. It is fortunate that although this restriction is powerful, it isn't an offensive type. We should be able to slowly whittle away at it and escape." The scarred man shook his head and said, "But as a result, the other treasures in the valley will have already been taken. With our cultivation we will only be able to search the outer valley for treasures. It would only be suicide to search the inner valley. We had to spend the entirety of our wealth in order to buy those Devilfall medallions." After some hesitation, the high-cheeked cultivator said, If that's the case, then let's destroy the restriction by force. Although it appears this restriction is somewhat profound, it is something located in the outer valley. It shouldn't prove to be powerful beyond reach. Although we might lose a bit of our magic power, we'll manage to get out. The final member of their group, a tanned cultivator, paused in thought and eventually nodded. Fine. Then so be it. Second brother, you have an offensive type magic treasure. We'll have to rely on you. Both of us will be assisting to the side. It is best to leave this matter to me. With only a few blows I'll get rid of this wretched thing. The large man was roused by these words and spat out a ball of yellow light. It was a small, finely cut stone block that was only an inch long. The large man formed a hand incantation and pointed at the block. Suddenly the stone block surged through the air and grew to a meter in length. The other two then released a red and white streak of light, revealing them to be two sparkling flying swords. Chapter 809, Matters Unfolding, Go. The loud man roared. The stone block revolved once in the air and struck the rainbow light barrier in a burst of light. The two swords transformed into streaks of light and followed after the stone block. As expected, the stone block magic treasure was exceptional. Before it even struck, it carried the faint sounds of a storm. Soon, a booming explosion sounded out, accompanied by a pulse of various colored light while the nearby earth swayed. When the other two saw the stone block's might, they wore a hopeful smile, but their smiles soon froze on their faces. In the intertwining lights, the rainbow light suddenly grew brighter and suppressed the three magic treasures for a time before they were struck back with a clear ring sounding out from the rainbow light. In the three's alarm, they hastily regained control of their magic treasures and glanced at each other with expressions of dismay. The ferocity of this restriction was far beyond what they had anticipated. The large man snorted, but just as he thought to say something further, the rainbow light surrounding them suddenly flashed and turned red. Before the three even realized what was going on, the restriction began to condense clouds of flame, suddenly raising the temperature within the area. What's going on? Wasn't this restriction not supposed to be an offensive type? The scarred large man shouted in alarm, but the other two weren't able to answer him. The fiery clouds above them had already begun to press down on them. In that moment, the hooded member amongst the three began to summon magic treasures all around his body in an attempt to protect himself. He also slapped several talismans on his body, forming various colored barriers twinkling around him. The fiery clouds then engulfed the three. Soon, three miserable screams were heard, only for silence to follow shortly afterwards. A moment later, the fire cloud disappeared and the light barrier turned back to normal. There was no one amongst the rubble, only three magic treasures shining with greatly dimmed radiance. While there weren't many cultivators that had encountered such misfortune when they first entered Devilfall Valley, over half of them that did had died. Whenever one encountered misfortune in the valley, they immediately feared for their life. There was even a nascent soul elder of a mid-grade sect that perished as a result of a spatial tear in a moment of carelessness. Ignorant of what had happened to the various other cultivators, Han Li was treading with great care regardless. But at that moment he encountered a pleasant surprise. Standing in the air above a wasteland with his hands behind his back, Han Li was glancing below him with eyes that brilliantly flickered with blue light. If someone were to see the blue light shining from his eyes, they would think of him as demonic, not that Han Li would pay them any heed. It appeared as if there was nothing in front of him. He found nothing with his spiritual sense either, but with his bright sight spirit eyes, Han Li was able to spot a meter-long arc of light. It was about 40 meters ahead of him and shined with a faint light. Han Li took a deep breath and the blue light in his eyes slightly weakened as his expression wavered. He was now completely certain that the bright spirit eyes were able to see spatial tiers that his spiritual sense wasn't able to detect. This pleasant surprise justified the large quantity of green liquid he had used to create the bright sight spirit water over the years. As a result, he was now able to cleanly avoid the most common danger in Devilfall Valley. The sole problem was that he could only detect spatial tears when using the ability to its fullest extent. He would overlook a spatial tear if he were even slightly careless. As for the magic power consumption of the bright sight spirit eyes, It wasn't much to speak of. However, it would be troublesome if Marquis Nangong noticed something strange about his eyes after he met up with him. Han Li didn't wish for others to know about this ability. Han Li lowered his head in thought and something soon came to mind. He slapped his storage pouch and he took out a cloak that sparkled with azure light. This cloak wasn't ordinary clothing. It was a top-grade magic tool that Han Li had acquired in the war. This item had no other function than to conceal one's face, preventing any others from looking at one's true appearance. Of course, this effect didn't need a continuous supply of magic power and it wouldn't work against those with a far higher cultivation than him. Apart from the Milan Divine Sage and Wei Wuya, there shouldn't be anyone that was capable of seeing through it. After properly wearing the cloak, Han Li took another glance at the indistinct spatial tear and flew past it in a streak of azure light. In a dense forest with trees reaching into the sky, there was a tall woman with a common appearance that was currently flying around the forest at a low altitude. While her face wasn't particularly special, her eyes were exceptionally bright and clear. She occasionally glanced around as if looking for something. After a short time, the woman eventually passed through the forest and arrived at the other end. She came to a sudden stop with an expression of surprise. It seems this isn't the place. The signs left behind by the ghost spirit sect elder aren't here. It should be in another place. But to have me find the spirit kindle fruit and wait for him, does he have other goals inside Devilfall Valley? The woman then raised her head and glanced towards the yellow sky. Her eyes seemed vacant as if she were absorbed in her thoughts. Suddenly, her expression stirred and she shot back into the forest in a blur. She concealed her presence with several techniques, hid below a huge tree and then remained completely still. She saw 3 different colored streaks of light flying across the distance. Their speed wasn't fast, but it was clear that there were 3 old men traveling together. In an instant, the 3 streaks of light arrived above the forest. The silver-haired old man amongst them sensed something and glanced down toward the woman's hiding spot. What? Has Brother Qing discovered something? A purple-robed old man with a wrinkled face asked. The silver-haired old man replied, "It's nothing. There's just a core formation woman hidden down below in the forest. It seems she doesn't wish to meet anybody." The purple-robed old man couldn't help but excitedly ask, "Since this woman is being so careful, could it be there are some treasures hidden inside?" The third old man whose face was covered with azure chi calmly said, "Brother Lin must be dreaming. This forest has no trace of a restriction, and there is only a core formation cultivator below us and it's a woman at that. Given how dangerous Devilfall Valley is, it is only natural for her to avoid us." Let's not involve ourselves and continue our search for treasure. We had best look for the treasures in the outer valley quickly, or we will have to head into the valley's depths. The retort hadn't angered the purple-robed old man. Instead he smiled and agreed, "Brother O's words hold reason. We don't need to pay any attention to the female cultivator. We can travel faster through this wretched place but we still cannot use our full speed. We won't be able to search through such a large area in a short amount of time. We can't waste our time." The silver-haired old man also nodded and they flew past the dense forest. When the woman saw that they left, she carefully walked out of the forest and glanced in the direction that they flew off in. Violet Spirit muttered to herself, "That silver-haired old man should be Brother Han's senior martial brother. I didn't expect to find him here. Fortunately it was only a false alarm." She and Han Li had agreed that she would first seek out traces related of the spirit kindle fruit in the outer valley. Afterwards they would meet up and search for the spirit kindle fruit together. Violet Spirit had originally agreed to this condition with delight, but had felt somewhat puzzled by Han Li's condition. However, she knew that his other affairs had nothing to do with her and as such she didn't ask too much about the matter. As of current she hadn't found her target in the forest. She hesitated for a moment before rushing in the direction the 3 old men had taken. In another forest of Devilfall Valley, there were 6 black-robed ghost sect disciples that were searching through it. Wang Chan and Yen Rian were among them. In the forest above, there was a pale old man floating motionlessly in the air. As for the ghost spirit sect master Wang Tiangu and the other ghost spirit sect disciples, they were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, A cry of alarm echoed through a certain portion of the forest. Soon after, a disciple's cheery voice arrived at the old man's ear. "I've found it. It's here." The old man's expression stirred and he flew over in a streak of black light. When the others heard this, they all rushed towards him. "Where?" the old man coldly asked as he stood in the air above the disciple, glancing around. The disciple pointed to one of the trees and respectfully said, "Elder Zhong, it's here." Elder Zhong's gaze followed the disciple's finger and he raised his brow. The large tree appeared rather peculiar. Not only did its roots divide into two, but a thick branch extended to either side of it. The tree appeared almost like a huge person. The old man nodded and said with a stiff face, "Not bad. This tree could be the one, and if it actually is, we will heavily reward you when we leave the valley." When the disciple heard this, he hastily replied with delighted thanks. Elder Zhong slowly descended and flew twice around the huge tree and then stopped at its side. He stared at it for a moment more and grasped his fingers towards the tree. A trace of black yin qi slowly flew out from the tree and shot into his hands. Elder Zhong smiled and commanded, "It is truly here. Call for the others to come." As time passed by, the other cultivators in the valley became further scattered. Apart from a few that had a specific objective in mind, they all began to randomly search in hopes of finding treasure. But to the disappointment of a majority of the cultivators, only a few were lucky in their search around the outer valley. A majority were left without any gains. As a result, most of them concluded that the rumors were false and all the true treasures in the valley lay deep in its depths. The more impatient and confident cultivators began to slowly make their way towards the valley's center. As for Han Li, his first day in Devilfall Valley was quite calm. As he traveled, he wasted no time searching for treasures. There was nowhere that was safe. It was quite possible that anywhere he went was protected with restrictions, so he found it best to stay away. Although he flew at a slow speed, he gradually grew closer to the location he had agreed upon with Marquis Nangong, and became aware of his location in the valley. Chapter 8:10. Into the valley. On the west side of Devilfall Valley, there was a small brown mountain with two men on top of it. A white-robed old man who had a kind face was sitting cross-legged, while the other was standing. He wore embroidered robes and a tall crown, and his facial hair dropped down to his chest. They were Marquis Nangong and the Heaven Peak sect elder Lu Wang. Marquis Nangong held both of his hands behind his back as he stood 20 meters in front of Lu Wang. He appeared to be aloofly looking into the distance, but a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Lu Wang sensed Marquis Nangong's worry and said, "Brother Nangong, there is no need to be so worried. He could have teleported to an area farther away and will take more time to arrive. Did we not personally see him teleport through the spell formation?" Marquis Nangong sighed and turned his head to the old man. With a helpless tone he said, "Your words aren't untrue. However, you should also know that the many dangers of Devilfall Valley aren't easily dealt with, no matter how vast one's abilities are. We need this person or our journey to Devilfall Valley will be a waste." Lu Wang opened his eyes and grumbled, "We do need the yin-yang ring in order to go through the Great North Essence Lights, but is the ancient flame toad truly that powerful? If it isn't, we should have just taken the ring instead of bringing him along." Marquis Nangong frowned and said, "I hadn't personally witnessed how powerful it was, but from Master Tsang Kuan's records, it is said to be exceptionally fearsome. It is best that we find a cultivator with the ability to restrain the beast, or it will take too much effort and consume too much of our strength. I don't want to leave myself open in a place as dangerous as this." After a moment of consideration, Lu Wang said, "Your words are reasonable. It seems you've grown more careful and wary after what happened in the Mulan Plains. But from the records I've read about the ancient flame toad, it wasn't well known in times of antiquity. It was even said that it shouldn't be very hard to deal with, but since Master Tsang Kuan had vouched for its formidability, I reckon this beast should be a mutant variant." Possessing another thought in mind, Marquis Nangong didn't entirely agree. A mutant variant? It's possible. However, I also feel that the beast didn't have any natural predators in the valley and cultivated for countless years, resulting in its vast power. Lu Weiying closed his eyes once more and slowly said, "Since matters have already reached this stage, there is no point in further speaking about it. We must eliminate the flame toad either way. As for the passage leading to the flame toad, it is covered in great north essence lights. One wouldn't be able to go through it without any preparations. We don't have to worry about someone else finding the ancient cultivator remains before us." Marquis Nangong smiled after hearing Lu Weiying speak so calmly. Just as he thought to say something in return, his expression suddenly changed and he hastily turned around to look at the sky. He saw an azure light slowly streaking towards them. He's finally arrived. Familiar with Han Li's flying light, Marquis Nangong was able to recognize him at a glance and wore a smile on his face. When Lu Weiying heard him, he hastily opened his eyes and stood up. It appeared the old man was also somewhat worried despite his calm appearance. The azure streak appeared to be flying carefully. After a while it finally arrived before them. The azure light faded away to reveal a cloaked silhouette. Astonished that his spiritual sense wasn't able to see through the cloak, Marquis Nangong hesitantly asked, "Is that you, fellow Daoist Han? What? Is there someone else that has agreed to meet you here?" Han Li rubbed the hood of his mantle and smiled. At the same time his gaze flickered to Lu Weiying. Lu Weiying also discovered the peculiarity of Han Li's cloak, but appeared indifferent. "Fellow Daoist must be joking. Brother Lu and I have been waiting for you for a while." Marquis Nangong was relieved to hear Han Li's voice, but he was somewhat baffled at the cloak that Han Li wore. Seeing that Han Li hadn't mentioned it, he didn't ask about it as it was only a minor matter. The three then began to discuss how to eliminate the ancient flame toad. Before arriving at the ancient flame toad's lair, they needed to first enter the valley depths. The valley depths was actually a large area at the heart of Devilfall Valley that was confined within a particularly formidable ancient restriction. As such, there wasn't really a path to enter in there. As light revolved around the border of the valley depths, one could easily find over a dozen paths inside of varying sizes. However, these paths were all layered with multiple restrictions. If one wished to pass them, they had to dissolve the restrictions one by one or face the consequences of using brute force. The might of these ancient restrictions was fantastical and they all were merciless. One was better off if they didn't strike at them. If a restriction was attacked, it would retaliate without restraint. In the past, Master Tsong Kuan had studied these restrictions for many days with his deep understanding of spell formations, but he had eventually given up. Although it was still possible to dissolve these restrictions, it was too time-consuming to attempt it alone. Later on, Master Tsong Kuan came up with an idea. With a chance coincidence, he found a secret path concealed by Great North Essence lights. The path was well hidden, and the Great North Essence lights would exterminate any cultivators who wandered in without any prior knowledge. But with the yin-yang ring in hand, it should be quite easy to enter the valley depths. Han Li and the two decided to immediately take off into the sky and fly directly towards the valley depths. Just as they ascended into the sky, Marquis Nangong slapped his storage pouch and took out several bells, several inches large and all differing in color. He then hung them at his waist, much to Han Li's surprise. Seeing that Han Li was curious, Marquis Nangong explained, "These are response bells. So long as an area around a spatial tear fluctuates, they will sound out. Although it cannot respond to all spatial tears, it will give a warning for most of them." Han Li nodded and the three began to streak through the sky. As they flew towards the valley depths, the bells proved quite useful. Whenever a spatial tear appeared, they would immediately ring, alerting the three and preventing them from running across the tears. However, these spatial tears had to be detectable through some way or another. If they were truly incorporeal, the bells would give no warning. Knowing this, Han Li used his bright sight spirit eyes to look for any invisible spatial tears. As a result, he discovered one to their side. When they flew past it, the bells did not ring. Having seen this, Han Li grew far warier. However, Marquis Nangong and Lu Weiying were able to fly faster and with more ease due to the convenience of the bell. Since the three didn't encounter any more invisible spatial tears on their way, Han Li didn't need to provide a warning and he happily kept silent. Nearly a day later, They arrived outside the valley depths in front of an unfamiliar mountain ridge. The mountain ridge was a continuous link of over 10 small mountains, appearing to be a miniature mountain range spanning tens of kilometers. Behind the mountain ridge, there was a crimson light that blocked the yellow sky. It appeared demonic. That must be the valley depths. The crimson light should be an extremely formidable restriction. We cannot provoke it or we will surely suffer. Although this was the first time Marquis Nangong had seen the crimson light, he immediately knew to be wary of it. Han Li squinted and looked at the crimson light without emotion. Given how strange it was, he wouldn't have been in a rush to approach it regardless of what Marquis Nangong said. But for what purpose did the ancient devil cultivators arrange so many formidable restrictions around Devilfall Valley? Just what was this valley's original purpose and what secrets were they guarding? The valley may as well have been a prison. On a whim, these thoughts appeared in Han Li's mind, but soon he laughed at himself. What kind of monster would need such a huge valley as a prison? That was impossible. It was more likely that this was a stronghold for the devil cultivators. At that moment, Marquis Nangong led the way, flying directly towards two of the mountains on the mountain ridge. After a moment, Marquis Nangong raised his hand and the three stopped, slowly floating down to the ground. There was green grass and mountain stone ahead of them with huge trees and overgrown vines. It all appeared completely ordinary. Despite the excitement on his face, Marquis Nangong coolly said, "We're here." It didn't look like this originally. When Master Tsong Kuan arrived here, he deployed an illusion technique to conceal the passage entrance. I'll dissolve the illusion now. He waved his sleeve and released a white jade pendant. It circled once above his head before stopping. Then after he muttered an incantation, he formed a hand gesture and struck the jade pendant with several spell seals of varying colors. All of the spell seals were cleanly absorbed by the jade pendant, and soon after, white light brilliantly glowed from it and it trembled, releasing a clear ring. With a loud shout, a large white mist emerged from the jade pendant and swept away at everything in front of it. An astonishing change occurred as the mountain rocks and the rest of the scenery began to distort as if a painting was being torn apart. With a ring, the white light swept away the scenery and it returned back into the jade pendant before disappearing. Han Li and the other two then stood in front of an unfamiliar scene. Chapter 8:11. Grey mist. The verdant and wild scenery completely faded away and was replaced with a strange scene. There were now white stones everywhere, each of which were shaped into ovals and sleek. The larger ones were the size of a skull and the smaller ones were the size of a fist. In the distance, there was a large expanse of dense grey mist that couldn't be seen through. However, the grey mist was confined to an area of around 300 meters with crimson light to either side of it. The light pushed into the mist as it were a tide, but the mist would push back as if it were an embankment. Lu Weiying slowly asked, "This is the passage that you were talking about?" Marquis Nangong hesitated for a moment and said, "That's right. It's here. Does Brother Lu feel that something is wrong?" Lu Weiying glanced at the mist and said, "The crimson light is certain to be the inner valley's restriction. However, the mist seems unordinary. Did Master Tsong Kuan's records mention anything about the mist?" Marquis Nangong pondered and said, "No, he hadn't mentioned the mist. It shouldn't be too important." Lu Weiying shook his head and wore a solemn expression. "I feel that the grey mist isn't ordinary. It's better to be careful." Han Li then said, "Then let's test if there is any problem with it." Marquis Nangong stroked his palm. "It is exactly as fellow Daoist Han says. I have trained many eternal flight orioles and normally use them to search for medicinal herbs, but they will do in testing the mist as well." Lu Weiying didn't oppose him, so Marquis Nangong took out an exquisite spirit beast pouch and flung it into the air. With a low cry, a small bird with golden feathers shot into the air from the pouch and it began to circle in the air. Marquis Nangong raised his hand and tossed out an azure talisman, striking the small bird with it. The bird then spread out its wings and a small azure barrier appeared on its body. With a cry, the small bird shot into the grey mist in a streak of golden light. Before the bird reached the mist, Han Li's eyes had already begun to shine with blue light. Making full use of the bright sight spirit eyes, he glanced around and his expression made a sudden change. Marquis Nangong and Lu Wang were completely focused on the small bird. The eternal flight oriole headed straight into the gray mist and disappeared. Since Han Li wasn't able to clearly see into the mist, he didn't send his spiritual sense into it due to carefulness. He simply turned to watch Marquis Nangong's expression, who had closed his eyes and focused on his connection to the bird. His expression was calm, clearly revealing that nothing had happened to the bird. Just as Han Li thought this, Marquis Nangong's body suddenly trembled and he opened his eyes with a pale complexion. Lu Weiying stared at Marquis Nangong and hurriedly asked, "What, did something happen?" Marquis Nangong replied, "There is a monster in that mist that swallowed the bird whole." "It seems to be." Han Li and Lu Weiying glanced at each other with astonishment. Marquis Nangong pondered for a long while before finally answering, "It seems to be a huge python. The gray mist should be a demonic fog that it spat out." A huge python? That seems strange. Why hadn't Master Song Kuan's records mentioned it? Could it be? The huge python was something that arrived at the passageway after his time here. Han Li finished Lu Weiying's speculative words. "Yes, that was exactly what I meant." Marquis Nangong nodded. "Your words are reasonable, but how can something like a huge python safely exist inside Devilfall Valley? It seems to be an extraordinary demon beast, likely some ancient variant. If we do not slay it, we won't be able to enter the valley depths. This will be quite troublesome." With a cold glint flickering from his eyes, Lu Weiying said, "It's no problem. Since the gray mist isn't a restriction, we don't need to be too fearful of it." With our combined powers, this ancient beast shouldn't be difficult to deal with. I reckon it won't be much more powerful than the ancient flame toad. We may not know how powerful the ancient beast is, but we will have to eliminate it in order to continue. Let us deal with it together. Marquis Nangong then opened his mouth and spat out a small sword flickering with golden light. The old man rolled his hands and summoned a brilliant white formation flag into his hand. When Han Li saw this, he bitterly smiled, seeing that the two had already came to a decision to immediately attack. Han Li suddenly faced an empty area and his expression sank, saying, "I don't object to dealing with the beast, but before we start, how about we first ask for this fellow Daoist to come out of hiding? How long does your esteemed self plan on hiding there?" He flicked his finger, sending several streaks of azure sword chi to strike where he was looking. In a series of explosions, a silhouette covered in yellow light suddenly appeared, holding a large shield in his hand. Marquis Nangong and Lu Weiying were dumbstruck at the sight of this. The silhouette in the yellow light was a lanky man that appeared over 40 years old. He hastily bowed to the three nascent soul cultivators, but his face was filled with terror. "This is a misunderstanding. Seniors, please do not be angry. I only just arrived here and will immediately depart." As soon as Lu Weiying saw this person, he shouted in alarm, "Huang Tianming. It's you." A trace of hostility appeared on Marquis Nangong's face and he sternly asked, "What? Brother Lu recognizes this person?" Lu Weiying's expression grew unsightly as he stared at the lanky man and coldly said, "This cultivator belongs to a small sect of our righteous Dao alliance. His cultivation isn't anything special, but I heard he had acquired an ancient concealment talisman that is wondrously effective. I didn't think this matter to be true, but here he was, completely concealed from us. Seniors, I only followed you because I was curious about your techniques." Hearing that they spoke with an unfriendly tone, the lanky man blanched. "Since you secretly followed behind us, you can't be up to anything good. Brother Lu, he is a member of your righteous Dao alliance. What do you want to do with him?" Lu Weiying's face turned expressionless and he squinted his eyes. "I intend on killing him." With that said, his body blurred and he disappeared without a trace. When the lanky man heard this, he felt his heart drop. Out of complete fear of the three nascent soul cultivators, he covered himself in light and took to the skies. At that moment, Lu Weiying had used some sort of movement technique and appeared where the lanky man had originally stood. He raised his head to coldly look at the streak of yellow light that was flying away. Then with a tremble of his hand, he launched the white flag into the air. The flag turned into a white wind as it chased the yellow light with amazing speed, whistling through the air. Soon the lanky man was overtaken. In an attempt to block the white wind, he raised his shield. After a series of fierce trembles, the shield shattered into fragments as the wind pushed through, cutting the lanky man into 1,000 pieces, filling the sky with a bloody mist as his last miserable screams spread through the air. When Lu Weiying saw this, he nodded and waved his hand, summoning the white wind back into his hand as a white flag. Marquis Nangong clapped and smiled. Good. With that settled, we don't have to fear about this matter leaking. Lu Weiying casually replied, it was nothing. That mere core formation cultivator was deserving of more than just death for daring to follow us. He then reached towards the blood mist and summoned a faint yellow talisman and a storage pouch into his grasp. Lu Weiying took a quick look at the items before putting them away. We were truly lucky to have fellow Daoist Han here, or we would have encountered unexpected troubles. It is no wonder Brother Han has such a grand reputation, given that he was able to see through such a powerful concealment technique. Han Li smiled and aloofly said, it was nothing but luck. You two weren't able to see through it only because he snuck in while you two were distracted. When Marquis Nangong heard Han Li's modest words, he shook his head and said nothing more. At that moment, Lu Weiying returned to them wearing a serious expression. Let us move quickly and avoid having any other unexpected troubles appear. Han Li nodded, and with a flip of his hand, a sparkling formation flag appeared in his grasp. Rubbing his chin, he proposed, when we kill the huge python, it will cause quite a commotion. I will first lay down an isolation formation so that the disturbances of the battle remain within the restriction. This way we won't have to worry about any of the cultivators nearby. Lu Weiying smiled and couldn't help but offer a word of praise. Brother Han is truly an attentive person. That will be for the best. Han Li immediately flew off and began to arrange formation flags one after another. A short time later he had finished placing down a large spell formation. The spell formation's main purpose was to dampen sound and spiritual qi fluctuations. With such a specific and simple function, it was able to be placed down in a short amount of time. When Han Li returned to them, Lu Weiying waved the flag in his hand and calmly said, since fellow Daoist Han has finished laying down the formation, I will use the hurricane flag to disperse the fog. That way the python will have nowhere to hide. With that said, he tossed the flag into the air and began to mutter an incantation. When Marquis Nangong saw this, he pointed to the small golden sword in front of him. Suddenly, the sword flew through the air and revolved once before brilliantly glowing with golden light. In the blink of an eye, the sword expanded to a length of 20 meters as it floated above him. Chapter 8:12. The ancient python. Lu Weiying finished his incantation and pointed to the spell flag. Trembling, the flag suddenly unfolded, shining with a blinding light. Gusts of wind repeatedly blew around it like a storm, eventually gathering enough force to condense into 10 or so white wind dragons, all rushing towards the mist with overbearing momentum. As for Marquis Nangong's huge golden sword, it shot out with a hum and began to revolve above the mist. It seemed Marquis Nangong was planning to wait for the mist to disperse before striking at the ancient beast with a thunderous blow as soon as it appeared. Han Li silently flung out his sleeve, summoning a small bell that flashed with silver light and flew off into the distance in a flash of light. The wind dragons seemed to race each other as they struck headfirst into the mist. The gray mist roiled for a spell before being torn apart by a tornado from within. However, the dispersion of the mist only lasted for a short moment as a strange hiss filled the air. Suddenly, a muffled boom sounded through the mist. A huge snake tail with the thickness of a water jar suddenly tossed one of the wind dragons from the mist and dispersed the tornado. Then with 2 more thuds, the snake tail easily smashed 2 more wind dragons from within. When Lu Weiying saw this, he was shocked and immediately grasped his hands in a strange incantation gesture, uttering, "Explode." The remaining wind dragons suddenly flashed with white light and ruptured. The explosive winds devastated the mist, scattering most of it with ferocious gales and revealing the monster that laid within. It was coiled up and appeared to be the size of a mountain. With its body revealed, the golden sword took the opportunity to silently strike at it. As this occurred, Han Li shot a spell seal at the silver bell. In a brilliant flash of light it suddenly grew 3 meters tall. With a clear ring, a silver wave suddenly rushed out from the shining bell and moved to engulf the huge python in a joint attack with the huge golden sword. The python was slow to react and simply further shrunk into its coil in response to the attacks, remaining still. Marquis Nangong was overjoyed by the sight of this, and poured even more spiritual power into his sword, enlarging it slightly further. But before the golden sword could strike, a layer of green light suddenly enveloped the python's body without a warning. A huge boom sounded out as golden and green light intertwined, but soon the green light overwhelmed the golden sword and repelled it. As that happened, the 3 cultivators were shocked. Immediately after the golden sword was repealed, the silver soundwave struck the python's barrier and was scattered without effort. The 2 attacks seemed to have awakened it, and it slowly withdrew its head to look at Han Li and the others. At that moment the grey mist had already cleanly scattered and the huge python had revealed itself before them. The python had a body as black as iron. It was over 200 meters long and was exceptionally thick with black palm-sized scales covering its body. It had faint green serpent eyes that currently held an ominous glint. Han Li felt his heart tremble. Just as he thought to recall his silver bell, the huge python suddenly extended itself in a blur, and the silver bell that was 100 meters away from it disappeared without a trace. Before Han Li realized what had happened, Marquis Nangong's huge golden sword also disappeared from the sky with only a blur from the python. At that moment Han Li had already processed what had happened. The huge python had extended itself with fantastical speed, swallowing the treasures in the blink of an eye. It happened so fast that they were unable to react. Han Li grimaced. The python was giant, but its movements were still amazingly fast. When Marquis Nangong saw that the sword was swallowed, his alarm was soon replaced with joy, as he had spent over 100 years tempering his linked magic treasure. The huge snake's exterior defenses may be formidable, but since it had taken the initiative to swallow the sword into its stomach, wasn't it seeking its own death? With that thought, Marquis Nangong hastily commanded the golden flying sword to display its full might within the python's stomach and directly cleave through the beast. But in that short time his expression froze. Although his magic treasure was still connected to his spiritual sense, it was restrained within the huge python's stomach and didn't budge in the slightest. In that moment he couldn't help but grow nervous. After all, if his own magic treasure suffered any damage, his consciousness would be heavily damaged as well. Fellow Daoists, my flying sword has been restrained. This python is no ordinary beast. Be careful. With that said, Marquis Nangong solemnly sighed and he raised his hand. A dark green ring flew off from his finger and floated in front of him. The ring pulsed with light and was faintly inscribed with various talisman characters. Lu Wang was alarmed to discover that their magic treasures had failed, and he hastily attempted to recall his spell flag. Then with a wave of his hand he released several talismans into the air, and they soon burst with white light, transforming in tens of blinding white fireballs that floated in front of him. Han Li astonishedly glanced at the white fireballs and felt some familiarity towards them, but now was not the time to think of the matter. He then turned his head around and slapped his storage pouch, summoning 4 streaks of white light around him. 3 wolves, 2 flame oxen and a green snake appeared in front of him. They were the 6 puppets that he had acquired from Daoist Heaven Crystal form, the grand trade meet. After he acquired them he had yet to truly use them. Now that he faced this formidable ancient python, it was a good opportunity to test their strength. Marquis Nangong and Lu Wang saw Han Li's puppets and momentarily revealed a trace of surprise. The 3 were all vastly experienced cultivators. With a solemn exchange of glances, they all executed their various abilities in a joint attack against the python. However, an ominous glint began to condense from the python's eyes as it stared at the 3 cultivators. It raised its head and spat out a mouthful of liquid towards them, filling the air with a fishy scent. In their alarm, the 3 hastily raised light barriers around them and held their breaths. In the next moment, they discovered that while the fishy scent was putrid, it wasn't poisonous. Regardless, it had still caused them to hesitate. In that moment of delay, the huge python widely opened its mouth and began to suddenly inhale, expanding its body. In the blink of an eye, the entirety of the stone and earth in front of the python was sucked into its mouth. The three cultivators were caught off guard and they felt a huge force pulling on them. They were rendered completely immobile as they resisted being sucked into Python's mouth. Han Li's 6 puppets were brought to the Python's mouth in the blink of an eye, offering no resistance to the attractive force. A trace of surprise appeared on Han Li's face, but his heart remained calm. Azure light flashed from his body, causing it to grow incredibly heavy as it sunk into the ground. Then with a mental command, the 6 puppets brought to the Python's side began to attack. The red oxen's horns began to flash with red light and shot 4 beams of light into the Python's gaping mouth. Just as the Python confidently believed that it could suck Han Li and the others into its stomach, it was struck at its exposed tongue. Red light flashed and a series of thuds soon followed. The huge python groaned and closed its mouth. Although the damage to its tongue took was uncertain, it had stopped breathing in for the time being. During that moment of pause, Han Li regained control of the 3 white wolf puppets. Their bodies brightly glowed with white light and they regained their bearing on the ground with claws glowing with several inches of light. The wolves then brandished its vicious fangs before blurring from sight, flying towards the beast in streaks of light. Clangs sounded out as the wolves struck the python's head. For some unknown reason, the green light hadn't appeared when the wolves struck, but the wolves' shining claws and incisive fangs weren't able to harm the black scales. They were only able to leave behind white marks. Then 2 of the wolves immediately blurred and split up, shooting towards the huge python's eyes. They were bare and without the protection of scales. With a quick purple blur, 2 muffled thuds sounded out. The 2 white wolves were scattered with a fast lightning flick of the python's tongue and were sent flying. The building-sized head of the python tilted to the side and began to close its mouth on the white wolf puppets. But just as it attempted to swallow them, the green snake puppet suddenly grew to 40 meters in size and pounced at it. Additionally, the 2 red oxen had shot out another attack from their horns. Provoked by the puppet's strikes, the huge python roared and it quickly swayed its head, spouting a black mist from its nostrils. In the blink of an eye, its entire head disappeared from view. As for 2 of the white wolf puppets, they had taken this opportunity to run away. But suddenly 2 figures shot out from the black mist and held down the 2 white wolves. They were 2 snake heads that appeared completely identical to the first. This had all happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the cultivators realized what happened, the black chi had already disappeared to reveal the python's true form. This is a 3-headed ebony snake. How is this possible? The 3 shouted with disbelief. They faced a 3-headed python that was furiously glaring at them. The center python head was hissing with its tongue as the other 2 heads were chomping down on 2 of the wolf puppets. Then the still air rippled as soon as the word, "explode," was uttered. With 2 huge booms, the puppets in the snake's jaws suddenly shined with blinding white light. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.